Okay, then, let me sum up what I said last time with one line from Shakespeare. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Those words are spoken by Hamlet's friend Horatio. Hamlet is dying in an act that we will eventually discuss and maybe a form of suicide, but he's very concerned that his name go down in history untarnished, and so he essentially asks Horatio to stay alive and tell his story. And what Horatio says in response to that is, I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Now, what Horatio is saying there is, I'm going to commit suicide. And he says it by saying, you know, I have the spirit of an ancient Roman, and the ancient Romans committed suicide in situations like this. Now, it's very interesting because obviously Horatio is not a couple of thousand years old. He's not an ancient Roman. He is a Dane. He was born in Denmark. He grew up in Denmark, even though he went to school in Germany, college in Germany at Wittenberg. But he's basically making a point that I'm claiming is fundamental to Shakespeare. That there are differences among regimes, and what you are is a product of the regime you come from. So here's a very fundamental issue, and we will examine it a lot in this course: suicide. And Shakespeare understands that what your attitude towards suicide is not what we today would call a simple personality trait. It's not that some people are suicidal and others are not. It's not that some people are depressed and so prone to suicide and other people are optimistic. The ancient Romans had a fundamentally different attitude towards suicide. You're going to see this all over the place, especially at the end of Julius Caesar, where they kind of line up to commit suicide. You'll see these ancient Romans, they're eager to do it. For them, it's a matter of honor. There are circumstances in which to continue to live would be disgraceful. And it's very much part of the regime. It's bound up in their political beliefs. It's bound up, obviously, in their religious beliefs. And by the same token, Christianity forbids suicide. And it's, we were going to see Hamlet's fundamental problem. Almost the first thing he says in the play is that the everlasting hath fixed his canon against self-slaughter. God forbid suicide. You'll see Ophelia cannot be buried in church ground because people think she's committed suicide. So this very fundamental human issue, to be or not to be, to coin a phrase, hinges in many ways on what Plato and Aristotle would call the regime. And the ancient pagans have a very different attitude towards the issue of suicide than modern Christians. You will see Macbeth say, why should I play the Roman fool and die upon mine own sword? There too, a Shakespearean character saying, I'm not an ancient Roman, so I'm not going to commit suicide. And so this is what I have in mind, my approach to Shakespeare. Shakespeare is often offered as a universal genius, as the man with the most comprehensive understanding of the human condition and therefore of human universals. And I would not dispute that, but I'll just modify it in this way, that for Shakespeare, one of the universal principles of humanity is that we all live in particular circumstances. There is no such thing as the universal human condition simply. And there is a difference between ancient Rome and a modern Christian monarchy, and that to understand human nature, you have to understand those differences of regime. And that's why I'm placing the political at the center of my understanding of Shakespeare in the course. It's not going to limit us. I hope it's going to open up a lot of different perspectives. And what I find most remarkable about Shakespeare is his awareness of these differences. This awareness is almost what we can define as the Renaissance. When you look at medieval paintings of the Nativity, for example, there's baby Jesus and the wise man and Mary and snow. You know, it's Bethlehem, December, so these Flemish primitives think, oh yeah, it must have been snowing, it's December. And so they put snow in Bethlehem. That's not to understand the difference in the human condition, what you can put simply as a kind of geographic difference in the human condition. When medieval painters tried to imagine the scenes from the life of Jesus, they placed them in something that looked a lot like Bruges or Ghent or some medieval city. We can see when people do make that error. And my claim is that Shakespeare does not make that error. Now, it is true, you'll see in Julius Caesar, at one point a clock strikes. And there were no mechanical clocks in ancient Rome. The Roman plebeians have caps in Shakespeare, and they did not in ancient Rome. There are trivial anachronisms like that in Shakespeare's plays. But on an issue like suicide, for example, a major ethical issue, he understands how the ancient Romans thought about the issue and how they thought about it differently. And that's the kind of phenomenon we're going to examine in this course. So, returning first to the Roman plays, and let me, we've got enough time here for me to give you a good introduction to Rome today and get started on Coriolanus in the course of doing so. Again, to repeat and expand a bit what I said last time, Rome loomed very large in Shakespeare's world. It still looms in our world. We have a United States Senate. We're going to be looking at the Roman Senate in Coriolanus. Many of our institutions still have Roman names. A lot of newspapers call themselves the Tribune, the Chicago Tribune, the New York Herald Tribune. A lot of newspapers fashion themselves as speaking up for the people, the way the tribunes did in the ancient Roman Republic. Our very vocabulary to this day is saturated with Roman concepts. This was even truer in Shakespeare's day. I mean, again, we can still appreciate the immense achievement of Rome in so many different areas, but it loomed even larger in Shakespeare's day. In terms of architecture, people had finally just surpassed Roman architecture in the Renaissance. No dome had been built in Western Europe larger than the dome of Hadrian's Pantheon in Rome until the Cathedral of Florence and Brunelleschi's great achievement with that Duomo. People were just beginning to surpass Rome. In terms of literature, again, it's hard for us to imagine Greek literature, ancient Greek literature looms more in our imagination than ancient Roman literature, I would say. We today respect Homer more than Virgil, generally speaking. But in Shakespeare's day, Greek had just been introduced into Western Europe with the fall of Byzantium, 1453. Shakespeare probably knew the Aeneid in the original Latin. He would not have known Homer in the original Greek. The first translations of Homer in English were appearing in Shakespeare's day. The ancient Roman playwrights, Plautus and Terence, the poets, Virgil, Horace, Catullus, they were thought of as the pinnacle of literature. Indeed, it was not until Dante wrote the Divina Commedia, which is around 1300, that people could offer anything in a modern literature that they felt equaled the greatness of Latin literature. It comes as something of a shock to us, but as late as the 1590s, people were wondering, is anyone ever going to write great literature in English? You know, okay, Dante's done it in Italian, but people were actually worried about the English language, such an ugly language. How can you ever write anything great in English? And this is just when Shakespeare is coming along. And indeed, there's a guy, I think his name was Francis Mears, who sometime in the 1590s wrote a piece where he kind of showed play by play that Shakespeare's plays could equal some of the achievements of the ancients. So Rome loomed large in so many ways, culturally, linguistically. Again, you could see the grandeur of Roman ruins all over Europe. But above all, Rome's political achievement seemed unprecedented. This vast empire that the Roman Republic had put together and that the Roman Empire had maintained, it seemed extraordinary. There were efforts to imitate it, this strange institution, the Holy Roman Empire, which was kind of a loose confederation of German states under the head of an elected emperor. But it seemed almost inconceivable that one country had put together an empire of this size. The Roman roads were still visible. Some of them are still visible today. Some of them are still in use today. There were bridges the ancient Romans built that are still in use today. So this was the beginning of what we think of as the Age of Empire. Again, Spain was at the pinnacle of its power during Shakespeare's day. We'll be talking about the Ottoman Empire later in the course when we get to Henry V, and especially when we get to Othello. There's no British Empire yet. 1607 is the founding of a British colony in Virginia. But people are thinking empire already. And when they think empire, they think of Rome. That's why Rome was very much at the center of political discourse in the Renaissance, really at its foundation. And that's why, again, Machiavelli is so important and why I'm having you read the discourses on Livy. So the great question people are asking, and I think Shakespeare's one of them, is why was Rome so great? And that means fundamentally politically and militarily. And the understanding was it was the Republic that had conquered the world. Now, again, things are a little confusing in this course because of the ambiguity of the term empire. The Roman Republic created what we call the empire. That is, it's the Roman Republic that conquered most of the territory that went to comprise the empire. So we can talk of the empire of the Roman Republic. The Roman Republic was an imperial power. It went and defeated other imperial powers and emerged, well, as they put it, turned the Mediterranean into a Roman lake. The other sense of the term Roman Empire is regime or form of government. This Roman Republic eventually turned into an empire. We're going to trace that process in the three plays we're reading. So empire with a small e. The Roman Republic had an empire with a small e. The Roman Empire with a large e, that's the change in government from a government in which many people participated in rule to the one-man rule we're going to see emerge under Octavius Caesar. So I'll give you some rough sense of Roman history here. Again, this is not a course in Roman history. In the famous words, this will not be on the final. We're not going to ask you questions about Roman history and expect you to have Roman dates in mind. And again, I'll stress I'm no expert on Roman history. Some of you probably know more about Roman history than I do. And feel free, in a polite way, to correct me if I'm totally wrong on something. But I just want to give you a rough sketch of Roman history insofar it bears on these plays. And it wouldn't be the worst thing that ever happened to you to learn something about ancient Rome. If anything, it's, I think, one of the virtues of this course, that I think Shakespeare is very useful for us because he was an artist who set out to represent the real world. And he did a very good job of it. And one of the best ways of studying Rome is to study his Roman plays. But we'll fill in some background to make that a little easier for you. So to give you the briefest sketch of Roman history, the thing to understand is the two great eras, the era of the Republic and the Empire. The Republic is conventionally dated from 509 BC. The events in Coriolanus are taking place around 494 BC. That's when the tribunes were granted to the people. And the Republic lasted roughly 450 years. The assassination of Julius Caesar is 44 BC. That's where we're going to make a huge jump from Coriolanus, 494 BC, to Julius Caesar, 44 BC. But in a sense, that we're jumping from the moment when the Republic is founded to the beginning of its end, when Caesar comes close to one-man rule in Rome and the conspirators try to stop that. Now again, the beginning of the empire, it's a controversial point. Some date it from 31 BC, which is the date of the Battle of Actium, which we'll see at the center of Antony and Cleopatra. Some dated from 27 BC, when the Senate granted what amounted to imperial powers to Augustus. You don't have to worry about that. But again, the Republic lasted 450 years, roughly. The empire then lasted another 450 years or so on. Again, people debate when to date exactly the fall of Rome in the West, but it's sometime around the middle, towards the end of the 5th century AD. Of course, then the Roman, already in 330 AD, they go off to Byzantium and found the Eastern Empire. In some sense, the Roman Empire survives till 1453, when Constantinople falls to the Ottoman Turks. Gibbon's famous book, most people think it's the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. It's the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. And he traces the Byzantine Empire as a simple continuation of Rome. Anyway, we're not going to get much past 31 BC in this course, but do understand that roughly 2 years, 450 to 500 years, the Republican era and the imperial era. Now, Rome manufactured for itself a mythical history, which pushes its origins back into the 8th century BC. I mean, if you know Virgil's Aeneid, the Romans manufactured the idea that they were descended from the Trojans. They wanted to be impressive, and so they create a myth that Trojan refugees had founded Rome. Now, it seems, historically speaking, that criminal refugees founded Rome. Rome is famous for its 7 hills to this day. The reason people lived on the hills is the rest of the place was a swamp. Well into the 19th century, Rome was a city plagued by malaria. And certainly in the earliest days of Rome, you basically had these marshes, and people lived up on the hill because the air was halfway decent there. And a lot of Roman history is draining those marshes. Rome had a fantastic sewerage system early in its history, and really the founding of Rome has often been traced to the building of the sewers. But anyway, what I'm getting at is this was not exactly prime real estate when people happened upon it. It does seem as if this community was a refuge that people went to when they had to escape other places. Venice had a similar founding. Again, Venice is still part of a swamp, and again, areas that people retreated to because no one else wanted them. So the origins of Rome are probably pretty low, and gods probably were not involved. Trojan heroes were probably not involved in the founding. The goddess Venus probably didn't have much to do with it, but that was their myth. But the reality was that it was a kind of a refugee camp. And this is, of course, what toughened up these people. And again, they may basically have been brigands, robbers of some sort. Now, for the immediate background of the period we're looking at, the key thing is to understand that Rome was ruled by the Etruscans. Now, again, this is not something they wanted to popularize in their myths, and they kind of downplay the degree. But this guy, Tarquinius Superbius, Tarquin the Proud, the king of Rome, who is expelled in the memory of our characters in Coriolanus, he was an Etruscan. And it's very important for understanding these plays that Rome associated kingship with foreign rule. That as we're heading into the founding of the Republic here, Rome is ruled by foreign kings. And the expulsion of Tarquin was not just the expulsion of kingship, but of foreign rule, of these Etruscan rules. Now, the Etruscans, how many of you have ever looked at anything Etruscan? It's a fascinating civilization. Unfortunately, we can't read their writing. So that really limits our knowledge of them. But there's a great deal of Etruscan sculpture, pottery. Their tombs have beautiful wall painting. They're all over Tuscany. That's more or less where Etruria was focused. That is a little northwest of what's Rome. Rome was the more southerly point of Etruscan rule. They had beautiful statuary. If you're in Rome, two great Etruscan museums, the Villa Giulia and then the Vatican has a magnificent collection of Etruscan art. Very beautiful bronzes. So that, for example, the famous Capitoline wolf. This is the image of the wolf suckling what the Romans called Romulus and Remus. That is almost certainly an Etruscan statue, which the Romans appropriated to Roman mythology. And indeed, Roman architecture began as Etruscan architecture. That temple on the Capitoline Hill, which is no longer there, been replaced by something by Michelangelo. So even trade, but that original temple that the Romans called the Temple of Jupiter, that was undoubtedly an Etruscan temple. So the Romans, of course, like any people, invented a mythology that made them look good. They didn't want to make it clear how derivative they were from Etruscan culture, so they kind of played it down. And one thing we're going to be seeing, especially when we get to Julius Caesar, is that the name of king is hated in Rome. You'll see that Caesar toys with the idea of becoming the king of Rome. Mark Antony, some of you may know, famously offers him a crown, a kingly crown, and Caesar knows he's going too far, that the one thing the Romans will not tolerate is a king. They'll put up with an emperor, as it turns out. And this is a lesson, by the way, that Machiavelli picked up on. Sometimes just rename a thing and you can get away with it. But remember, the events of Julius Caesar are more than 450 years after the expulsion of the kings from Rome. But because those were Etruscan kings, the sense that monarchy was not just a bad regime to the Romans, it was a foreign regime. And the hatred of kingship is very much rooted in this historical fact that the Romans, in freeing themselves from kingship, were also freeing themselves from Etruscan rule. Any questions thus far? Okay, again, I will pause periodically. Yes? Well, the question is, who were the Etruscans? I'm repeating this for the TV audience here. They were another people. Today we say everyone that lives in Italy is an Italian. In those days, there were dozens of tribes or different peoples living in the area we now call Italy. And the Romans eventually defeated them all and created a whole out of what's now Italy, and indeed defeated just about every other power in the Mediterranean. So I don't know how else to describe them. They were a people, they had their own language, but we don't know what it is. They had a mythology very similar to Greek and Roman mythology. They had an Athena figure, they had a Venus figure, and so on. They probably were actually influenced by the Greeks. One thing most people don't know is, for much of Roman history, Greeks lived in what's now the boot of Italy. Southern Italy and Sicily were largely Greek during the first 3 centuries, at least, of the Republic. So there were Greeks living on the Italian peninsula then too. There were the Samnites and all sorts of different people. And so they did have a very distinctive form of sculpture and pottery and so on. Does that answer your question? Yeah. So, yes?
When you say we can't read Etruscan,
yeah,
that means like we don't have the means to translate it?
Yes. I don't think there's too much written in Etruscan, which is the problem. but I know that no one can read Etruscan, and this is very frustrating. It's very, now, just as an example, we have a lot of wall paintings, and one thing that's very striking in their wall paintings is women are at banquets with men. There's a form of Etruscan tomb that is man and wife. Women apparently had at least a somewhat higher status in Etruscan society than they did in Greek or ancient Roman society. And that we can tell from, images. And it's, again, very striking. But there's not a single Etruscan text that I know of. We don't have Etruscan poetry. We don't have the great Etruscan epics or anything like that. It's very frustrating, but on the other hand, there's a great deal of statuary and wall painting. They painted their tombs very beautifully. Okay, again, we're not reading Shakespeare's Etruscan plays, but they're fascinating people. And again, if you ever get to Rome or Florence, the Florence Archaeology Museum has a wonderful Etruscan collection. The bronzes are extraordinary. They are, full-size bronzes of various deities. They're almost as good as Greek bronzes. Where am I? We're expelling the Tarquins. Okay. So let's talk now about this Roman regime, the Republican regime, and what made it distinctive. And the reason Shakespeare was interested in it and why other people at his time, like Machiavelli, were interested in it, is this regime is so potent politically. And above all, it seems to direct human beings towards politics, towards political life. It's as if you're saying, if you want to see what brings out the political in human beings, check out Rome. That indeed is why I think Shakespeare devoted so much of his work, his dramatic work, to Rome. 4 of his tragedies are actually set in Rome. We're not doing Titus Andronicus for reasons I may eventually go into, but anyway, 4 out of his 10 tragedies are set in ancient Rome. When the Romans expelled the Etruscan Tarquin kings, they kind of put together on the spot a regime which emerged as what we call the Roman Republic. Now, the Roman Republic was largely an aristocracy. To be honest, it was largely an oligarchy. That is, it was ruled by these nobles, men like Menenius and Cominius and Coriolanus, from families that owned land, that were wealthy. They were noble in the sense that they were noble warriors. They were the most prominent men in the community. And in many ways, at the center of the Roman Republic was this institution we call the Senate. So Rome was ruled by a small number of prominent men from noble families. The nasty way of describing it would be it was ruled by a lot of rich people. That's why I say, aristocracy means rule of the best. In many ways, Rome may have been more a plutocracy, rule of the wealthy. That's certainly the way the plebeians view it in Coriolanus. And Shakespeare allows for that view. But in any case, it's at the center of the Roman Republic is this Senate. You're born into these families. These senators are not elected as they are in the United States. That's the aristocratic principle that being a senator is something you inherit, and people had long family lines. You'll see when you get to Julius Caesar, Marcus Brutus is still thinking of himself as a descendant of the Brutus who helped expel the Tarquin kings back in the 5th century BC, or the early 6th century BC. In that sense, you can call Rome an aristocracy. But the way Rome operated was to create consuls, or the institution that we call the consulate. And so Rome had, in the history of the Republic, two consuls at any given moment. Coriolanus is trying to become consul in the course of this play. It's the central political issue for him. And in many ways, this institution goes to the heart of what distinguished the Roman Republic. These consuls were chosen, in effect nominated by the Senate, and then they, as you see in Coriolanus, they had to pass approval by the plebeians. They were the executive officers of the Republic. And notice the key here, there were always two of them. Here's the hostility to monarchy and one-man rule. The Roman notion was one-man rule is bad. It results in Tarquin the Proud, and his son raped a Roman maiden, Lucretia, who then killed herself. One-man rule produces tyranny. We want two-man rule. We don't want to be dependent on only one ruler. Now, these consuls could veto each other. They, as magistrates, they alternated month by month, and they served only 1 year. This, if you will, was the genius of the Roman Republic, especially as Machiavelli understands it. You need executive rule. There are situations where someone has to make a decision. It's a little risky to say they both have to agree. Remember, either one can veto the other, but you can see they wanted to avoid arbitrary rule, but they still wanted some form of executive rule, and fundamentally the consuls were military generals. That's what they had. Lots of civic functions. They convened the Senate, they preside over the Senate, things like that. But their most fundamental role, again, as you can see in Coriolanus, is military. Coriolanus is put up as consul because he's such a great military leader. And that was this is what Rome needed. Now again, we got Etruscans, we got Samnites, we got Latins, we got all sorts of crazy people running around Italy, and Rome's got to defend itself, and so they need these great generals. And that's what qualifies you, and that's what you do as consul. And notice the idea here. You got only 1 year as consul, and you can't succeed. You can be re-elected consul maybe later, but not immediately. So it puts enormous pressure on the consuls to do something fast, to go out and beat somebody, beat the Volsces, beat up on the Etruscans, win some battles so you can become a famous consul. And so there was a tremendous pressure in the system on the individual consuls to do something big for Rome, and that usually meant do something militarily big, though it could also be some public works project as well. So the system is set up so that it rewards military excellence. You want to become consul, you got to prove yourself in battle. You can see that in the story of Coriolanus. It also puts enormous pressure on the consuls to achieve something fast, and of course they're in competition with each other in terms of achieving something militarily. The notion behind the consulate was that Rome wanted to have a large stock of experienced executive leaders, so would never become too dependent on one man. You can already see in Coriolanus the great fear of becoming too dependent on one man. It's what the tribunes worry about, that everybody's flocking after Coriolanus now. We're going to be back to one-man rule this way. And we'll see how Julius Caesar eventually achieves that by playing the game better than anyone else had. But basically, the regime is founded on fear of one-man rule, having this consulate, this dual rule as an alternative to this. This was not unique in the ancient world. The Spartans had two executive rulers, so-called ephors, at any given moment. The Roman regime was often compared, the ancient world, to the Spartan regime. It's an interesting solution to the political problem. And it both impels individuals to achieve a lot, but it also leaves Rome with alternatives. At any given moment, there'll be lots of men who have been consul. Ronald Syme, in his great book on Roman history called The Roman Revolution, I mean, he charts the health of the Roman regime by the number of living ex-consuls. Now, you know, we make a big deal of it when we have a photograph with 5 living presidents in it. How many living presidents? Anyway, you know, they have this picture with Nixon and Carter and Ford. And, you know, well, that wouldn't have been enough for Rome. And that's what happens when you have only one man as president and he can serve for 4 or 8 years. You don't have that many people who were president around at any given moment. The Romans pride themselves on, you know, sometimes upwards of 25, sometimes 40 men who'd been consul, and you sort of know, well, we don't have to do what this consul says, because there's a good backlog of people we could re-elect as consul later. This is, Machiavelli talks about this at a number of points, but here, this is on page 68 of your edition. It's book 1, chapter 30, very important chapter, but he's talking about how the Roman Republic is a model for since the whole city, both the nobles and the ignobles, was put to work in war, so many virtuous men emerged in every age, decorated from various victories, that the people did not have cause to fear any one of them, since they were very many and guarded one another. There were so many virtuous men emerged in every age, decorated from various victories, that the people did not have cause to fear any one of them, since they were very many and guarded one another. That is Machiavelli's understanding, the key to the Roman Republican regime. You can see how Coriolanus is already threatening it in Coriolanus. We will see how Julius Caesar ends this many-ruler regime and produces a one-ruler regime. So this institution channels human effort into politics. It rewards political effort. It rewards it very greatly, and it rewards it for many different people. It gives you something to strive for. It rewards it. Now, Machiavelli, though, in that passage stresses nobles and ignobles, and let me say now something on behalf of the plebeians. The nobles, the men in the Senate, they were called the patricians, but Rome also has this class of the plebeians. They're the first characters we meet in Coriolanus. They are the poor people of Rome. They are not slaves. I want to stress that. Rome had slaves, but the plebeians were free people. They were, in many cases, freed slaves, but basically they were poor people. They were the tradesmen, the farmers, you know, like a cobbler, shoemaker, people like that. The patricians, by and large, were the landowners. The plebeians were, by and large, people who didn't own land. Now, by the way, what I'm saying largely characterizes the early republic. Again, it had 450 years of history. Over the centuries, the individual plebeians became very wealthy, and you had the paradox of extremely wealthy poor people. But do understand, the original beginning, as you see it in Coriolanus, the distinction between patricians and plebeians is the distinction between rich and poor people, and especially the distinction between landed wealth and a kind of urban populace who are engaged in the various trades. But the plebeians have a role in the government too. And that too, according to Machiavelli, is part of the genius of the Roman Republic. For example, they get to pass on the men, in effect, nominated by the Senate to be consul. And as we see in Coriolanus, he blows it, and if you don't treat the plebeians with at least a minimum of respect, you will not get to be consul. This means that the plebeians have a say in the regime. And of course, they then get this institution of the tribunate, which gives them even more of a say. They get their own representatives, these tribunes. The tribunes, again, it's very, very complicated, the exact details of it, but the tribunes could, on their own, convene the Senate. They could overrule, they could veto the actions of Roman magistrates. Basically, they became the defenders of the people. If a plebeian was treated unjustly, a tribune could intervene on his behalf. Again, that's why American newspapers started calling themselves the Tribune, because they saw their role as defending the common people of America. So, yes.
Who were the tribunes? Were they plebeians?
They were initially plebeians.
Okay.
For much of the history of Rome, a patrician could not become tribune and a plebeian could not become consul. Over hundreds of years that changed, and it's one of the ways in which the Roman Republic was corrupted when plebeians were eligible to become consul, and in some ways even more when the patricians were able to become tribunes. Just to jump ahead a bit, and we won't look at this in Shakespeare, but Octavius Caesar, this man who became Augustus Caesar, one of his great tricks was having himself made tribune, which sounds like, why would this great patrician want to be tribune? But then he could veto things that other aristocrats did, and so one of the Roman emperor, to some extent, emerged through using the tribunal power. But again, at the beginning, we're talking about a 450-year history, so it's very complicated. But in the period we're looking at, which is really the beginning of all this, only patricians can be consuls, only plebeians can be tribunes. But that's an excellent question. Thanks for bringing that up. So what we're looking at here is participation in politics. What's characteristic of this Republican regime is the way it allows everybody to participate in Roman politics. Now, of course, that does not mean slaves, and let's never forget that this was a slave-holding society. It does not seem to mean women, although Shakespeare shows women very prominent in these plays and very prominent in the operation of Rome, and Volumnia being a good example of that. So technically, women couldn't be consul or be tribune, and we shouldn't forget that. So in a way, when I'm talking about full participation here, I'm talking about the men in ancient Rome. But in any case, what you see here is, it's not democracy in the modern sense. The Roman plebeians, after all, they have a very limited choice. They can't elect one of their own. They're dependent very much on who the Senate puts up for consul. Still, there's some sense that they have a say in it, and the tribunes give them more of a say of it. What I'm looking at here is a system in which every Roman has some stake in the regime. Again, it's not democratic. They don't have an equal stake in the regime. A lot of people talk about Coriolanus as if it portrays a democracy, and that's not at all true. It portrays a regime with a democratic element. In fact, the Roman regime was famously understood in the ancient world as a mixed regime. This idea that you can find in Aristotle's Politics. That is, and there's a Greek historian named Polybius who wrote the most famous account of the Roman regime in antiquity. And the way he put it, he said, if you looked at this, and Machiavelli picks up on this in the discourses, if you look at the Senate, you would think Rome was an aristocracy. If you look at the consuls, you would think it was a monarchy. If you looked at the tribunate, you'd think it was a democracy. But the point was, no, it has elements of all three regimes. It's a mixed regime, therefore it's superior. See, this is, again, this is interesting. If you know, how many of you know Plato's Republic? Good sign. You might take a look at that in the course of the semester if you have a chance. Famously, the sequence of regimes in that monarchy degenerates into tyranny, and then you get aristocracy, and aristocracy degenerates into oligarchy, and then you get democracy, and that degenerates into mob rule. The pure regimes, one man rule, many man rule, all men rule, they were seen as unstable. And one of the ideas was a mixed regime might supply the stability lacking. And Sparta was an example of that in ancient thinking. And Rome was held up as a model because it seemed to solve this problem of the degeneration of regimes because it had an element of each. It had an element of aristocracy, it had an element of monarchy, it had an element of democracy. Rome is a good example of checks and balances and separation of powers. It's why people like Montesquieu thought so much in terms of Rome. It's why the founding fathers, as you can see in the Federalist Papers, were thinking so much in terms of Rome. These ideas of, again, separation of powers, checks and balances, they seem to be worked out in terms of this Roman regime. Again, people are trying to figure out why did this, what started out as a little group of robbers in a swamp, end up conquering the whole of the Mediterranean world? And they looked at this regime, and it had a certain functioning power. And Shakespeare seems to understand that. He has all these institutions. Indeed, he shows the founding of the tribunes here in this play. Any questions about that thus far? Okay, let me go now a little bit more into Shakespeare's analysis of these parties in Rome, the patricians and the plebeians and their relations. Now, again, the patricians are what we think of as the nobles. They manifest themselves fundamentally as noble warriors. Coriolanus seems to be the one they most look up to. If you look at page 51, in the great speech that Comitius gives in praise of Coriolanus. This is Act 2, Scene 2, about line 85. It is held that valor is the chiefest virtue. And there you have it. I mean, this is a community in which valor is held to be the chiefest virtue. That is not true of all communities. I would be very surprised to hear an American politician get up and say that valor is the chiefest virtue in the United States, as opposed to, say, compassion. Politician would have a lot of problems making that claim unless it was at a military funeral, which is this is close to being here. But it says something about this Roman community that it looks up to its soldiers as the peak of humanity. It's one reason it produces men like Coriolanus. They're courageous, they're almost fearless, they're almost foolhardy, as we see here. And they're dominated by a quality I'll call spiritedness. It's a translation of a Greek word we need to know to understand Shakespeare's Romans, thumos. How many of you have ever seen that term? Okay, we got one here. I'm now using Plato's Republic here to understand Shakespeare's Roman plays, the psychology of the understanding of the soul that Shakespeare presents, that Plato presents in the Republic. The Republic talks about three parts of the soul. One is reason, the rational faculty. One is thumos. The other is eros. Now, how many of you have seen that word? Aha. This is the problem with our modern world. We understand eros, but not thumos. Now, I can contrast the two and define them that way. Eros is desire. It's the desiring part of the soul. It's our appetites. It's our sexual desire. It's our desire for food. It's all the things that we want, all the things that we desire. The erotic component of the soul, very strong part of the soul. Thumos, and again, I'll use the word spiritedness to translate it. That's the part of the soul that makes people courageous, that makes them get angry, that makes them get indignant over things. It's what soldiers feel in battle. It's what athletes feel in competition. It's also irrational, like eros, because it sometimes makes us do crazy things, like go into a battle and stay there, or run a marathon till we fall over dead at the end. That's thumos for you. And one of the ways you can understand thumos is the part of the soul that counters eros. We have desires, very powerful desires, but sometimes people negate their desires. Now, sometimes that's because rationally they've decided to control their desires, but sometimes it's quite different. Look at page 100 in Coriolanus. This is the end of Act 4, Scene 2. It's page 100, about line 50. Menenius says to Volumnia, "You'll sup with me?" And she replies, "Anger is my meat. I sup upon myself, and so shall starve with feeding." That's thumos. Notice, by the way, a woman has it. There's a certain connection between thumos and a lot of activities we associate with men, like battle and athletics. But there are now women warriors, and there's certainly a lot of women athletes. And thumos can appear in women just as in men. And Shakespeare has very thumotic women among his Roman women. And here's her point: anger's my meat. She's going to starve with feeding. She rejects this, what we think of this very human desire. Eat, enjoy yourself, have some fun. She rejects it because she's indignant, and notice she's indignant over a political matter. Her son has been mistreated. He has been politically mistreated. And thumos is very important in Plato. It's very important in Shakespeare because it's the part of the human soul that attaches people to causes. At its best or its most useful, thumos becomes public spiritedness. It's what gets people attached to political causes. And again, people actually react irrationally in politics. You just have to look at some of these convention demonstrations to understand that. That's thumos manifesting itself. That is, people, that's why politics is so frequently characterized by indignation and anger. Indignation over injustice. Again, thumos is at its best or its most useful when people get angry over unjust things. And it's very, again, Shakespeare doesn't use the word, though he does use the word spirit quite a bit. It is the sense what makes these Romans so political is their spiritedness and all the institutions they have that direct spiritedness towards politics. In some ways, the whole Roman Republic is set up so the channel of the thumos of its men and some of its women in political directions. Now, again, this is a very interesting contrast in the play. If you look at 125, this is Act 5, Scene 1, Menenius' speech about going to see Coriolanus. This is when he's going to try to persuade him not to destroy Rome. What he says seems so odd. This is line 50 in Act 5, Scene 1. He's trying to explain to himself why Cominius, Coriolanus' old friend, wouldn't listen to him. He was not taken well. He had not dined. The veins unfilled, our blood is cold, and then we pout upon the morning are inapt to give or to forgive. But when we have stuffed these pipes and these conveyances of our blood with wine and feeding, we have suppler souls than in our priest-like fast. Therefore I'll watch him till he be died to my request, and then I'll set upon him. And this really sticks with him when he shows up at the Volscian camp. This is the top of page 128. Act 5, Scene 2, about line 35. He asked the soldiers, has he dined? Canst thou tell? For I would not speak with him till after dinner. Now, Menenius should have learned a lesson from Coriolanus' mother, from Volumnia, who says, anger is my meat. like mother, like son, Coriolanus is chock full of thumos. And so you're not going to solve your problem by having a nice dinner with him and serving him wine. That's why I say this Platonic psychology is actually stands behind Shakespeare's Roman plays, especially Coriolanus. He really does understand characters in terms of whether eros prevails in them or thumos prevails in them. And the thumotic characters are the warriors. Now, well, any questions about that? Yes?
You said there were 3 portrays?
Oh yeah, logos, reason, yeah. No wonder you forgot that, yeah. The 3 parts of the soul are reason or logos, eros and thumos. By the way, in the Greek, Plato does not use the words eros and thumos. It's epithumia and thumoides, but don't worry about that. I mean, these are just words that make it somewhat clearer and closer to modern English. Okay, now let me show you how this applies to Rome. It would be very tempting to say that the plebeians are the party of eros and the patricians are the party of thumos in Rome. And in some ways that is largely true, but it's ultimately untrue, and I'll correct it. But let's start with the false generalization. That is, generally speaking, the plebeians seem to be the characters who are interested in their desires. When we see them at the beginning of the play, they're complaining about a dearth, a famine, that they don't have enough grain. They say corn at that time meant grain. It was a general term for grain. It wasn't what we now call corn, and they didn't have our corn in ancient Rome, and they didn't even have it in Shakespeare's England. But anyway, they're really interested in food, and when they serve in the army, they're very prone to loot. They like to pick up stuff after the battle. They're very acquisitive or appetitive. And of course, it's the patricians who seem to be the party of thumos in the city. In some ways, Coriolanus is their highest representative. The patricians think of themselves as warriors, as courageous men who ride off into battle and do courageous and even foolhardy things like try to conquer a city single-handedly. And so in some ways, the conflict between patricians and plebeians in the play is the conflict between the spirited, thumotic nobles and these erotic plebeians. But I just cited Menenius as an erotic character. Menenius is the one who's so worried about eating. And so worried about whether the body is well fed. And of course, it's Menenius who tells the fable of the belly in the story, which portrays the Senate, in a sense, in very physical, almost physiological terms, that the Senate is where all the food ends up. And this is the subtle aspect of the play that I think, it's one way in which I think Shakespeare's very insightful as his understanding of the Roman regime. You can see the point, I think, best on pages 38 and 39. So this would be Act 2, Scene 1 of Coriolanus. Now, let me stress, first of all, that this is a conversation between Menenius, the patrician, and Sicinius and Brutus, the tribunes, and therefore plebeians. And this is a very important scene because, in a way, we see how the Republican regime functions here. In a sense, we see what greases the wheels of the Roman Republic here. And it is the fact that at least one patrician can sit down and talk to a couple of plebeians. You're not going to see this again in Julius Caesar or Antony and Cleopatra. It is a feature of the early republic that this kind of conversation can take place. And in political terms, it's a healthy conversation. It means that patricians and plebeians, despite their differences, can communicate and in some ways deliberate. And in particular, as we see in this scene, may try to arrive at some kind of compromise. Now, what's interesting is that here, the natures of the characters cut across what appear to be their party divisions. That is, look at the top of page 39. This is about line 47. Menenius says of himself, "I'm known to be a humorous patrician and one that loves a cup of hot wine with not a drop of allaying Tiber in it." Again, when he goes to define himself, it's in terms of his appetites. By the way, as you may know, the ancients diluted their wine. They mixed it with water, and they didn't even have distilled liquor. So, I mean, they're diluting alcoholic beverages that are maybe 12% alcohol to begin with. So when you read about these great drunken orgies in the ancient world, nothing compared to the modern world with 100-proof scotch without ice. But anyway, but he doesn't dilute his wine. But how curious, he is a patrician, member of what we think is the party of Thumos, and yet he speaks of himself in terms of Eros. And then look what he says of Sicinius and Brutus. Line 69, still on page 39. "You know neither me yourselves nor anything. You are ambitious for poor knaves, caps, and legs." Now, he's trying to demean their ambitions here, but it still means they're ambitious. That's Thumos. Again, what makes people ambitious is that thumos. You know, it's when you beat your chest. The ancient Greeks imagined thumos as right in the chest. Actually, in some ways, the best translation of the word would be heart, or especially guts. The ancient Greeks, particularly, you see this in Homer, had the sense whatever this thumos is, it's inside your chest and it boils over. It wants to get out in anger. You know, when you draw a line in the sand, say, step over that line. That's thumos speaking. And these plebeians are thumotic. They're pint-sized thumotic, according to Menenius, but they are ambitious. Now, it seems to me this is very subtle on Shakespeare's part and shows, in a sense, how this Roman regime functions. It's a mixed regime in another sense, that the parties are internally mixed. That is, if you had a pure party of Eros and a pure party of Thumos, they could never speak to each other. The erotic people would be so concerned with their appetites, they'd never risk their lives in battle. The thumotic people would be so concerned with glory and winning battles that, like Coriolanus, they wouldn't worry about life and limb. Like Volumnia, they wouldn't bother eating. Achilles is the great image of thumos in ancient Greek literature. His wrath, his anger is the great, his thumos is the great theme of the Iliad. By the way, thumos is a Homeric word. It appears all over the Iliad, the Odyssey. There's a great little dialogue between Odysseus and his thumos when he comes home and is about to fight the suitors. He's thinking it out. He has a little dialogue with his thumos, how to handle it, not to let it go completely and do something crazy. Anyway, what you see here is there are, as it were, thumotic members of the erotic party, the tribunes among the plebeians, and there are erotic members among the thumotic party, the patricians, like Menenius, and that's where the dialogue occurs, by the outliers in the party. I think this is very subtle on Shakespeare's part, that the thumotic men among the plebeians can talk to the erotic men among the patricians. Again, without that dialogue, the Roman regime is simply at odds with each other. So we get a situation here where, in a way, it's lucky that the parties aren't rationally organized, that we didn't say all thumotic guys get over here, all erotic guys get over here, because then we'd have an unbridgeable gulf between them. Now, on that same page, 39, it is interesting at line 55, Menenius says to the tribunes, I cannot call you Lycurguses. Anybody know who Lycurgus was? What? Yeah, he was the lawgiver, the founder of Sparta. And it is interesting that Shakespeare brings that name up here, because what we see in this play is, in a sense, the fundamental difference between Sparta and Rome, that Rome has no lawgiver. It has no Lycurgus, the way Sparta did. Now, Sparta was famous for having this regime laid out by Lycurgus, this constitution, in a way spelled out. And it was a mixed regime, in fact, and it was, again, Sparta was militarily very successful, and the regime lasted for a long time. What struck people already in antiquity, and what especially struck Machiavelli, is that Rome managed to have a mixed regime without a Lycurgus. Now, again, there's all these legends of the founding of Rome. Did Aeneas found Rome? Did Romulus found Rome? Kind of sounds like it from the name of the city, but that's all legend. And in fact, what Shakespeare portrays in this play is the truth about the founding of Rome, namely that the regime was jerry-built. It was thrown together without planning. That it involved a number of spur-of-the-moment decisions. There was not a constitutional convention after the expulsion of the Tarquin kings, and an attempt to sit down and write out a constitution. Indeed, Rome did not have a written constitution. And indeed, the constitution, by the way, this Greek word politeia, from which we get the word regime, can also be translated constitution. The Roman constitution changed over the centuries, and it was always in response to events. Again, you see here, the patricians are not really thinking through the creation of the tribunate. There's a riot. Rome's faced with foreign problems, the prospect of war. They feel they got to get the plebeians back in line, and so they grant them this institution of tribunes. Notice a very interesting aspect of it. The plebeians begin rioting for food, and they accept a political institution in place of it. Does show that there's thumos in all these plebeians. In some ways, they're more concerned about their dignity than their bellies. That's something that gives them a stake in the regime, like the tribunate. That does answer to what's upsetting them. So it was very clear to people in thinking about Rome that it did not have the kind of carefully planned regime that Sparta did, with a single founder who laid out a constitution. This, in fact, from Machiavelli's point of view, was the strength of the Roman constitution, that it responded to events, it changed, it was adaptable, and that's one of the reasons Rome survived for so long. And indeed, as I've already mentioned, after several centuries, plebeians could become consuls. Imagine if Rome had a written constitution that said no plebeian could ever become consul. What looked like fundamental Roman institutions changed, and the Republic still prevailed. Now, by the way, the fable of the belly points in this direction. I don't know about this diagram here. Logos is my office phone, Eros is my phone number, and Thumos is my email address. I don't quite mean to put it that way, but in this diagram is pretty good in terms of understanding Plato. That in Plato, Logos is above Eros and Thumos. Logos, reason, is supposed to control the two irrational forms of passion, so that in Plato, the head, reason, rules over the body and its passions. It's very odd that Menenius offers this fable of the belly. It shows something about him, it shows something about the Senate, it shows something about Rome. Now, the fable is in Shakespeare's source. Shakespeare did not make this up. It's right there in Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus. You can see it in the back, or your Signet edition. For that matter, it's in Livy's History of Rome. Shakespeare had several sources. of this fable, more elaborate ones that he seems to have drawn upon, because the account in Plutarch is very brief of the fable of the belly. So it's not as if Shakespeare made this up himself, but he does dwell on it at length, and it does seem to be a very strange image of politics. You would think that in an image of who rules in the body, it wouldn't be the belly. It would somehow be the head, or maybe the heart. Some of the plebeians inadvertently offer that. But from the beginning, we see in Shakespeare's portrait of Rome that logos is not exactly the ruling power in the Roman Republic. That in fact, we've got a city in which Eros and Thumos jostle against each other, and in which the institutionalization of the passions is what makes them work, not a single governing principle of reason. No philosopher kings in Shakespeare's Rome, that's not surprising. But again, it's worth noting that there isn't even a philosopher king at the founding of this Rome. There isn't a rational planning of this regime. We would say it evolves over time. Yes?
Just to clarify, you mentioned that ambition is pretty strictly demonic.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm curious as to how you would differentiate the desire that you could say is also associated with ambition, desire to excel, succeed, etc., with the desire of Eros.
Yeah, you see, well, again, this is a matter of semantics. I would try not to say the desire to rule. I would try to say the ambition to rule, to keep the two things separate. Now, it's complicated, and I mean, I've drawn these lines and I've blurred them in many cases already. Many people are ambitious to rule for the erotic benefits thereof. That is, all the things you can get once you're a ruler. And this was very strong in the ancient understanding of tyranny, for example. That the tyrant was the guy who could sleep with anybody in the city. Oedipus being the most famous example thereof. And remember, that play is called Oedipus Tyrannos in Greek. So it gets a little complicated, because you can say in many people that there's an ambition that really is rooted in Eros, because what they really want is the things that come with rule. On the other hand, there is a purer form of ambition, which you see in people like Coriolanus, who say, I don't want the spoils from the battle, I don't want to have a big banquet, I just want honor. And so, again, our language can get a little confusing on this, and the phenomenon itself can be confusing. Let's face it, probably there aren't examples of pure Eros and pure Thumos, and that especially a lot of people are ambitious for the desires they can still fulfill. Does that help you with that? Yeah. Again, it's largely a question of which words use. Yes?
How about love of patriotism, the love of fatherland?
Okay, that's Thumos. I mean, yeah. Because the other kind of love of the fatherland takes a long time. But that is, the idea that you love your fatherland, its fundamental manifestation is you will fight for it. It's the classic case of drawing the line in the sand. And it's my country, right and wrong, and all those things as well. It's not an erotic love. Now, again, Greek, you could call it philia in Greek. There's another Greek word that's different, that isn't love in the sense of physical desire. I guess the way, the purest sense, love of the fatherland is not Eros, because you don't wish to mate with your fatherland.
The reason I bring it up is that's the word that's used in Pericles' oration.
Yeah, I wonder which word it used in Greek, though. Is it?
Yeah, so
Oh,
they
that's
use
interesting.
love, as a possible
Yeah.
form of
Yeah.
their emotions
Yeah.
being directed.
Yeah.
It's not quite of a play in this sense.
Yeah. Again, The way I would try to draw the line is to say that love of the fatherland isn't a desire to mate with it, but maybe Pericles had something else in mind.
Sorry for it to last forever.
Yeah, okay, that's a good because there's a real connection between Eros and the desire for some form of immortality. Okay, I mean, again, these are very complicated issues, and mere words are kind of just counters in understanding this. But in general, patriotism is one of the clear expressions of thumos, and the goal of most regimes is to attach their citizens' thumos to love of the fatherland and to fight for it. Is that a yes question?
So, I guess, to narrow it down to one word, Eros would be love of substance, and Thumos would be love of idea?
Not quite. That's getting a little too philosophical. If I could, maybe we could talk after class about that, because there are, in my view, both of these have connections to the ideas, but that's going beyond what we need to do in this class, I'm afraid. Okay, let me just try to finish up on this point. Again, in a classic Platonic understanding of the regime, you would have Logos ruling over Eros and Thumos. In Shakespeare's Rome or Machiavelli's Rome, you do not. The most you do is try to have institutions that can channel these irrational parts of the soul, which are necessarily parts of human nature, in ways that are politically efficacious or at least not politically catastrophic. Here's a way Shakespeare illustrates this in the difference between the Volsces and the Romans. At first, Coriolanus objects to the creation of the tribunate. He sees it as introducing an irrational element in the regime, and it doesn't work out too well for him. But it sure works out worse for him in a country that doesn't have tribunes. That is, when he goes to the Volsces, it's one of the ironies of the play we'll talk about, that he claims to be going to a world elsewhere. In many ways, he goes to a world that's a mirror image of the Rome he left. And what he finds there is just what he found in Rome, an angry mob that hates him, and they tear him to pieces. Because there are no tribunes. It's not as simple as that. It really does not help to be Coriolanus and Corioli, it turns out. But it's an interesting fact that the anger of the mob in Rome is channeled in some ways through a political institution, through having this tribunate, which for one thing allows the ambitious men among the plebeians to have an office they can aspire to, which allows them to direct the mob's fury. In some ways they misdirected, they create a lot of problems for Rome, but still there's a sense of some element of institutional channeling of this irrational part of the soul, whereas in the land of the Volsces, for all its similarities to Rome, it has senators, for example. They do not have tribunes, and in some ways, you see the danger of that. Rome is, it doesn't have philosopher kings. It doesn't try to educate its citizens into philosophers. In many ways, it just lets them have their irrational emotions, but the regime does try to channel them in some kind of institutional way. It's very, again, Shakespeare's sources are clear, using Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus, and as some of you may know, Plutarch's lives are often called the parallel lives, and what he does is pair a Greek and a Roman. Plutarch was a Greek historian writing under Roman rule, and he rather cleverly always makes his Greeks look better than his Romans in his lives. And it's interesting that the parallel life to Coriolanus is the life of Alcibiades. And we don't have time to go too much into Alcibiades, though we may refer to him. But as some of you may know, Plato wrote a dialogue called the Alcibiades, and Alcibiades was the pupil of Socrates. And so it is interesting at parallel points in these parallel lives where Plutarch stresses that Coriolanus lacked an education. And by the way, notice he has no father. Menenius is the best he has. We're told several times in the play he was just bred for the wars, where Plutarch stresses the minimal character of Coriolanus' education. We got Alcibiades in the parallel life being taught by no less than Socrates. Now that didn't work out so great in terms of Alcibiades' life, if you know about him, but it does perhaps point to some of the differences between ancient Rome and ancient Greece, which Shakespeare may have had in mind. So, just to sum up, and we'll end here. I'll take a final question or so. But what we've been seeing here is the ways in which this Roman regime draws upon human nature, the impulses in human nature, and channels them in political directions. Indeed, tries to get them to work in positive ways for the city. That's why Rome turns out to be so political, why political life dominates in the city, and why the political life of the city generates this particular form of greatness, which is martial greatness, military greatness, channeling the souls of its citizens in the direction of military conquest. Let's return now to Coriolanus. And I've sensed a little grumbling. Where's the poetry? This is Shakespeare. Where's the, but soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Instead, we get, what's the matter, you dissentious rogues, that rubbing the poor itch of your opinion make yourselves scabs? Coriolanus, I think, has the most marvelous opening lines in all of Shakespeare, but not for the poetry. And indeed, what am I, a professor of English or something? I never promised you poetry. I promised you political theory in this course. But I think if we reflect on this issue, we will see something of what's going on here. In portraying Republican Rome, Shakespeare deliberately denies us the kind of poetry we love in so many of his plays. How many of you, for you, was this the first time you read Coriolanus? It's a little strange at first, maybe even a little disappointing by Shakespeare's standards. Again, I mean, it's written in most of the play is written in verse. It's in iambic pentameter. It is poetry, but there are none of those lyrical flights of imagination that we associate with Shakespeare. But think about it. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks. What calls forth the poetry is Eros. It's Romeo's longing for Juliet that produces this outpouring of lyric poetry. And Shakespeare knew that wasn't right for Republican Rome as he was trying to portray it. Now, it's not that at this stage of his career he'd given up on lyric poetry or that he'd lost his ability to write it. We'll be getting to Antony and Cleopatra fairly soon. That was written at the same time, roughly, as Coriolanus, and it's filled with the lyric poetry we associate with Shakespeare. Age cannot wither, nor custom stale her infinite variety, for she makes hungry where most she does satisfy, Shakespeare's great description of Cleopatra. But again, it's erotic. The kind of lyric poetry that we associate with Shakespeare is most often employed in erotic situations. And if Shakespeare is trying to show something about Republican Rome, it's austerity. He can't engage the kind of erotic poetry we love elsewhere in his works. He's very much in control here. In other words, the poetic texture of Coriolanus, the lack of these lyrical flights of imagination, are very much part of Shakespeare's effort to portray Republican Rome. The Romantic poet Percy Shelley said wonderfully of Rome, the poetry of Rome was in its institutions. That's an amazing claim for a Romantic poet to make. But what Shelley meant by that is, don't go to Rome to seek lyric poetry. What Rome is great for is its politics and this great political achievement it established. Now, this was in some ways the self-understanding of Rome. You find it, for example, in Virgil's Aeneid, when Aeneas' father is giving him a vision of Roman future. This is in Book 6 of the Aeneid. Anchises rather pointedly says, "For other people's will I do not doubt, still cast their bronze to breathe with softer features or draw out the marble living lines." He's mainly talking about Greeks here. And you see the Roman inferiority complex vis-a-vis the Greeks, that the Greeks were greater artists, and they produced beautiful bronze statues, and they could create objects of art. And then going on, Anchises says, these are all the things other people can do. Plead causes better. Indeed, Romans sent their children to Athens essentially to law school. Trace the ways of heaven with wands and tell the rising constellations. So there it is. The Greeks make better statues, they make better lawyers, and they're scientists and philosophers. But yours, he's addressing Aeneas now as founder of Rome, yours will be the rulership of nations. Remember, Roman, these will be your arts, to teach the ways of peace to those you conquer, to spare defeated peoples, tame the proud. This is very much the myth of Rome that Virgil was trying to create in the Aeneid, that, we're not as good at the Greeks in the arts, we're not as good in the Greeks at poetry, I'm no Homer, but we can kick butt on the battlefield, and there's no country's going to ever stand up to us, and we will rule the world. It's Virgil's way of saying the poetry of Rome was in its institutions. And I think Shakespeare is very aware of this, and it's something he's trying to tell us about Republican Rome and Coriolanus by holding back his own enormous lyrical powers. And indeed, in place of lyric in Coriolanus, we get rhetoric. And you'll see this in Julius Caesar as well, that the very texture of the play tells us something about what Shakespeare's writing about, that the Republican Rome is characterized by the predominance of rhetoric. And so you get great speeches. You get the rhetoric of praise in Cominius' speech about Coriolanus on the battlefield. And above all, you get deliberative rhetoric. You get people deliberating in public about what Rome should do, and you get these great speeches, these great debates about political issues in Rome. Should we have tribunes or should we not? Think ahead to Julius Caesar. I'm sure many of you know that play. At the very center of the play, we get these two great speeches, one by Brutus, one by Mark Antony, about the issue of the assassination of Julius Caesar. And the effort is to persuade. Again and again in these two plays, Coriolanus and Julius Caesar, the poetry is not used to inflame desire. It's used to persuade people, and it shows you something politically healthy about the Republic, that rhetoric is at the center of people's speech, because they believe people are persuadable. You'll see that under monarchies, it's a little less important to be able to persuade people because the monarch's in charge anyway and is going to do whatever he wants to do. Though we'll see that Henry V is a great rhetorician. But Shakespeare's best rhetoricians are his Republican Romans, because they live in a world where political deliberation is a fact of life, where in fact you can get something done by persuading people. And we see it even with the plebeians. In some ways, Shakespeare gives an unflattering portrait of them, but not as unflattering as some people claim, because the plebeians can be appealed to by reason, especially in Coriolanus. We'll see in Julius Caesar why Rome is in trouble, because the plebeians are less apt to listen to reason. But even among themselves in Coriolanus, they reason with each other. They make arguments. They don't just say, let's go kill Coriolanus. They give reasons for doing that. And so the absence of the lyric poetry and the presence of all the rhetoric in itself tells us something of what Shakespeare's saying about Republican Rome. He really is making an effort to get at what's distinctive about this community. It is, I want to stress though, therefore a kind of thought experiment to get at the nature of this remarkable Roman Republic which placed politics at the center of human life and in the process conquered the Mediterranean world. Shakespeare's looking at how it did it. It does not mean that he's holding up the Roman Republic as the absolute ideal political model. In fact, I think you can see already that what I'm implying here is Shakespeare makes us aware as much of what Rome leaves out as what it includes. Indeed, we see here, in effect, a choice. As you read the opening of Machiavelli's discourse, you see there discourses. He's raising the issue of Rome versus Sparta. He presents it as a kind of choice. If you want a stable, long-lived republic, you need the institutions of Sparta. But if you want a Roman republic that will go on to conquer the world, you're going to have to put up with a lot of turbulence. You're not going to have a perfectly legislated and stable regime as in Sparta that lasts the same way for centuries. Machiavelli presents it as a choice. I think it's pretty clear which he prefers, namely the dynamic Roman model. I think in Shakespeare it's much less clear what his choice is, but I want you to be thinking from the beginning here of the issue of choice here, that Shakespeare is showing that Rome pays a price for its political preeminence. And the biggest price is in terms of eros. And that's why I'm using Plato's psychology here, because I think it really does help you focus on this. It's quite remarkable what Shakespeare shows in terms of the denigration of eros, the suppression of eros in Republican Rome, and the corresponding premium on thumos, on spiritedness, a premium on encouraging it. Now, again, someone already came up to me and said, well, does this mean republic is thumos and empire is eros? And the simple answer is yes. And indeed, we will see that when we get to Antony and Cleopatra. You're going to see a flood of lyric poetry come in that play, and a flood of eros. There will even be a character named Eros. And we'll talk about it when we get there, but just so you can see that it's not just some peculiar mood Shakespeare was in that dampened his poetry for this play. He was deliberately trying to do something, and there are all these indications in the play of the suppression of eros in Republican Rome. For example, when Coriolanus greets his wife, this is on page 19, I believe, what he says is, no, it's not 19, it's, what is it, 43, trying to get, yeah, page 43, so Act 2, Scene 1, line 182. My gracious silence, hail. Not the huge outpouring of love you would expect. And again, when you will see, if Antony and Cleopatra are separated for a few minutes, they come back with big love speeches at each other. But here, you can almost see the silence of eros there. That he has very few words for his wife here. And indeed, what's praised in Rome is chastity. Look at page 133. This is the way, this is Act 5, Scene 3, about line 65. This is how Coriolanus characterizes Valeria, the noble sister of Publicola, the moon of Rome, chaste as the icicle that's curdied by the frost from purest snow and hangs on Dian's temple, dear Valeria. That's a very literally cold description of a woman there. And she's like an icicle. Cleopatra is hot, believe me, you'll be seeing. Now you'll see there Octavia, even in Antony and Cleopatra, Octavius' sister, will be of a holy, still conversation. So this Roman ideal of chastity will survive to some extent even in the empire. But you here see what a woman is held up for, her chastity. And Coriolanus is unusually chaste, C-H-A-S-T-E, for a soldier. Bottom of the preceding page, 132. So still Act 5, Scene 3, about line 46. Now by the jealous queen of heaven, that kiss I carried from thee, dear, and my true lip hath virgined it ever since. Coriolanus is proud that he kept chaste even in his wandering life as a soldier. Very different from the life of Mark Antony, as you'll see it in Antony and Cleopatra. But generally speaking, Eros is contained in this world. You're not praised for the power of your love affairs in the Roman Republic. And indeed, in a very peculiar twist, a lot of the emotion and language we normally associate with Eros gets transferred from the relationships between men and women in this play to the heroic brotherhood of the soldiers. Look at page 27. When the then Marcius, soon to be Coriolanus, so this Act 1, Scene 6, about line 30, says to his fellow Roman soldier, Comitius, "O let me clip ye in arms as sound as when I wooed, in heart as merry as when our nuptial day was done, and tapers burned to bedward." So emotions that we would normally associate with the love of a man for a woman, with their marital delights here, are transferred to the relationship between these two Roman generals. It even works cross-culturally with Volsky's. If you turn to page 108, this remarkable speech from Ophidius. This is Act 4, Scene 5, about line 117. Now, Ophidius has a lot of reasons to hate Coriolanus and has sworn to kill him the next time he sees him, but he listens to one speech and, "Know thou first I loved the maid I married. Never man sighed truer breath. But that I see thee here, thou noble thing, more dances my rapt heart than when I first my wedded mistress saw besides my threshold." It shows you, in this ancient world of soldiers, a lot of the energy we normally associate with Eros has got transferred to the world of thumos and the battlefield. This has a lot of precedent in Homer. The relationship, the friendship between Patroclus and Achilles stands at the heart of the Iliad. There are Spartan traditions of this kind of battlefield friendship, and Shakespeare is very aware of that and trying to bring it out in the play. It's what happens when valor is the chiefest virtue in the community. That a lot of the emotions we normally associate with erotic matters get suppressed, and they tend to come out in thumos here. We see it in the family. And one of the strongest aspects of the play is the idea of the Roman family. We'll get to this in the last lecture when we talk about how Coriolanus is finally persuaded to save Rome. But in general, we see here that the family is presented as decidedly Roman. In effect, what I'm trying to show you is that the Republic absorbs all institutions into its orbit. The family is, we would say, highly politicized here. So just look at Volumnia, who is the archetypal Roman matron. Page 16, the Act 1, Scene 3, the opening of that. We get this little family scene here in the midst of all the tumult of Roman politics and Roman battle, but it turns out we don't get away from that tumult. First thing we hear, Volumnia says, "I pray you, daughter, sing or express yourself in a more comfortable sort. If my son were my husband, I should freely rejoice in that absence where he won honor than the embracement of his bed where he would show most love." One of the clearest examples of the suppression of Eros in Republican Rome, that a woman is supposed to take more joy in her husband's campaign on the battlefield than in their sexual relations. And this motif is very strong in Volumnia. We see here, I alluded to this last time, the way even the women participate in the manliness of Rome, in this notion of valor as the greatest virtue. That the women who, now again, let's not forget that a woman can't become a tribune, a woman can't become a consul. The women are not given a chance to participate directly in Roman politics, but they participate indirectly. And we see it here. It's very clear that Volumnia lives out a vicarious life through her son that denied her own ability to be consul. Everything she wants is for her son to be consul. So top of page 17, around line 15 in this scene, I sprang not more joy at first hearing he was a man-child than now in first seeing he had proved himself a man. And then again, this remarkably Roman statement about line 23, had I a dozen sons, each in my love alike, and none less dear than thine and my good Marcius, I had rather had 11 die nobly for the country than one voluptuously surfeit out of action. So no Eros in Volumnia's family, all thumos. She wants her son to be completely directed towards political and military achievement in Rome, and you can see therefore why Coriolanus is what he is. Some of the more perceptive plebeians point out that what he does because he wants his mother to be proud of him. And we see here how, in effect, even the women participate in the regime. Now, again, this is how you get soldiers like Coriolanus. It's not so easy. You have to breed them for the battles from the beginning. And if you want great soldiers, this is what you have to do. But Coriolanus reminds us of the Shakespeare reminds us of the cost of this, so that, for example, on page 18, when we get this glimpse of little Marcius, this is still Act 1, Scene 3, about line 57, when Valeria asks, how's the kid doing? Virgilia rather coyly says he's doing fine, but Volumnia says he had rather see the swords and hear a drum than look upon his schoolmaster. And there's the negative side of this Roman regime, a defective education. I mentioned to you that Plutarch points to this in the way he sets up the parallel life with Alcibiades, where Alcibiades is taught by Socrates, the Greek, but in the Roman life, basically Plutarch says that Coriolanus's education was defective. Don't think there's anything like this on little Marcius in Plutarch. Shakespeare's inventing this, but it's a very good indication of what we should look for as being absent in Rome. The education is for war, therefore it's a very limited education. And we get this incredible image now of the little kid. Oh my word, the father's son. I'll swear 'tis a very pretty boy. I'm a truth. I looked upon him a Wednesday, half an hour together. Has such a confirmed countenance. I saw him run after a gilded butterfly, and when he caught it, he let it go again, and after it again, and over comes and up again, cast it again, or whether his fall enraged him, or how 'twas, he did so set his teeth and tear it. Oh, I warrant how he mimicked it. So, we hear valor's the chiefest virtue in Rome. Here we see how it works with little kids. You praise them for ripping little insects apart. And by the way, this is a nice little parable of the Roman treatment of the Volsces here, that you kind of play with them and let them go and then finally deliver the blow to them. But I do want you to see that overall Shakespeare shows us the limits of this Roman community. And one of the limits is its education. In the deepest sense, you can say that Rome is cut off from philosophy, and especially cut off from self-knowledge. You can see that in the opening of Act 2, in Act 2, Scene 1, where, this is page 38, the really interesting scene we've talked about already, where Menenius talks to the two tribunes. About line 39, he says, oh, that you could turn your eyes towards the napes of your necks and make but an interior survey of your good yourselves. Oh, that you could. And then over on page 39, about line 69. He says, "You know neither me yourselves nor anything." Again, while in effect showing the powerful side of Rome, Shakespeare also shows what's lacking, and fundamentally, and at the most basic, it's self-knowledge. Everything we might associate with Socrates and the principle, know thyself. You'll see this come up again in the beginning of Julius Caesar, when Cassius talks to Brutus about whether he can find a mirror by which to see himself. One reflection of this lack of self-knowledge in Rome, and it also is reflected in the poetic texture, is the absence of soliloquy in this play. We love Shakespeare's soliloquies. To be or not to be, that is the question. If it could be done when it is done, well, it would be done quickly. All these great soliloquies in Shakespeare. There are almost no soliloquies in this play, but turn to page 59 to see one of them. Perhaps the most sustained soliloquy, though there's one in Act 4 from Coriolanus 2. This is in the Act 2, Scene 3, page 59, the middle of his his abortive campaign for consul. "Most sweet voices, better it is to die, better to starve, than crave the hire which first we do deserve. Why in this wolvish toga should I stand here, to beg of Hob and Dick that does appear their needless vouchers? Custom calls me to it, what custom wills, and all things should we do it. The dust on antic time would lie unswept." Now, this is in rhyme, and that is very unusual. Shakespeare wrote blank verse. Blank verse is unrhymed iambic pentameter. And it's a kind of law of his development that he wrote less and less rhyme in his plays. Some of the early plays, like Romeo and Juliet, have a lot of rhyme in them. It goes along with the lyric poetry. Romeo and Juliet meet in a sonnet, therefore a rhymed 14-line poem in that play. But as Shakespeare gets older, he writes less and less rhyme, and certainly not in the soliloquies. Hamlet's "to be or not to be," that doesn't rhyme. I've always found this very odd. And I think the answer is that Shakespeare is giving a kind of lame soliloquy to Coriolanus deliberately here. That even in the poetry we see, it doesn't have that incredible character of searching for the truth that we see in the great soliloquies like "To Be or Not to Be." And in particular, you see that he thinks this through and starts to question custom and question why he's doing it. And then he's almost ready to give it up. "Rather than fool it so, let the high office and the honor go to one that would do thus. I am half through, the one part suffered, the other will I do." The soliloquy gets him nowhere. So should I do this? Oh, I got all these reasons why I shouldn't. I'll do it. And you see a kind of unphilosophical nature to Coriolanus here. This is a soliloquy that I'll say points to the absence of soliloquy. Again, this is really bad writing. Again, if you compare it to Hamlet or Macbeth and their great soliloquies, and I do not think that Shakespeare was incapable of writing a good soliloquy for Coriolanus. And you will see that there are great soliloquies especially Antony and Cleopatra, or lyric passages where the characters, especially Antony and Cleopatra, just leave the whole audience on stage behind them. I think Shakespeare is trying to show what the limits of these Romans are. And one of the limits is they have put on blinders. This is a community that's intensely focused on politics. It therefore means that you're not looking at other aspects of life, the erotic aspects that we'll see indulged in the empire, the philosophic aspects that get explored elsewhere in Shakespeare. Okay, let me pause here. See, any questions thus far on this? Okay. Again, I'm trying to show you the peculiar nature of this Roman political community as Shakespeare portrays it. And another way to see it is in the treatment of the gods in the play. It's one of, again, I find one of Shakespeare's remarkable efforts at archaeology here. This is an attempt to understand a foreign community that was very remote in some ways from Shakespeare, in some ways more remote from him than from us, because we've had all this modern archaeology, and we can go watch the History Channel and see stuff about ancient Rome. Shakespeare was really making an effort to recapture what was different about this community, and you can see it in the nature of the gods. The gods who are themselves politicized, saying this Roman Republic tries to bring everything within its own horizon. It attempts to form the comprehensive horizon of its citizens so that they are fully devoted to Rome. So the gods are seen as bound up with the city. Look at page 90, for example, Act 3, Scene 3. Coriolanus, trying to bring about peace, says, this is Act 3, Scene 3, about line 33, the honored gods keep Rome in safety and the chairs of justice supplied with worthy men. The premise here is that the gods take a particular interest in Roman politics, and they make sure that Rome will have good leaders, chairs of justice supplied with worthy men. Now, this isn't unique. We see it in our own politics. At least at some political meetings, American politicians invoke God and try to get a kind of divine endorsement. But you might notice that gets people nervous today. We believe in the separation of church and state. Anyone who pressed too far the point that the gods are participating in our elections will be looked upon as suspect, at least in some circles. But here, there really is the sense that the gods have nothing better to think about than Roman politics. Look at page 139. Another little debate between Menenius and Sicinius and Brutus. This is Act 5, Scene 4. About line 30, the bottom of page 139, Sicinius says, the gods be good unto us. No, in such a case, Menenius answers, the gods will not be good unto us. When we banished him, meaning Coriolanus, we respected not them. And he returning to break our necks, they respect not us. It's as if the gods are active participants in the Roman Republican regime. In a way, that's the crazy claim of this regime, that everybody in Rome participates in the regime, even the Roman gods. And let's remind ourselves here of the nature of ancient religion in places like Rome and the Greek world. The gods were civic gods. They were city gods. Now, because of literature and the way we study it, we have a notion of the Olympian gods, and we talk about Athena and Zeus and Ares and Aphrodite, and we sense that these were the gods common to the ancient Greeks or the gods common to the ancient Romans. We forget that in actual fact, in these religions as practice, these gods had specific attachments to specific cities. So that, for example, Athena was said to have a special relation to Athens, and that we have the Parthenon, the temple to Athena. Yes, over time, the Greeks and the Romans evolved notions of deities that went beyond individual cities, but they always had the sense that there were gods of their city. And of course, they had hundreds of gods, and many of them were specific to people's families, and they prayed to their gods in civic institutions. The priests were civic officials in these ancient communities. If you're interested in this subject, there's a very good book called The Ancient City by a French historian called Fustel de Coulanges, who talks about this. Shakespeare recaptures that sense here that these gods are not the kind of universal forces we associate with deity, though watch what happens later in Antony and Cleopatra. Instead, there's this sense of really proprietary gods, and of course the patricians exploit this. In effect, they use the gods to keep the plebeians in line, so that, for example, back on page 5, so this is Act 1, Scene 1, about line 68, when Menenius is first trying to calm the plebeians down, he says, "For your wants, your suffering in this dearth, you may as well strike at the heaven with your staves as lifts them against the Roman state, whose course will on the way it takes, cracking 10,000 curbs of more strong link asunder, than can ever appear in your impediment. For the dearth, the gods, not the patricians, make it." Now, as the play implies and as Plutarch confirms, it really was the patricians who made the dearth. They were holding back the grain from the Roman people. But here the notion is, let's put the blame on the gods and keep the people in awe of the patricians by making the patricians seem to be favored by the gods. This is exactly what Coriolanus says shortly thereafter on page 10. So Act 1, Scene 1, about line 187. "You cry against the noble Senate, who under the gods keep you in awe." And that parenthetical phrase there is marvelously ambiguous, because what Coriolanus is suggesting is we, patricians, under the gods, obeying the gods as the gods' proxies, rule you. But that phrase is ambiguous. It could mean we keep you in awe under the gods. We use the gods to keep you in awe of us. And I think there's a strong sense of that in the play. So what I'm getting at here, these institutions that we today normally think of as independent of politics, religion and the family, are here very strongly subordinated to the Roman Republic. It's part of its attempt to form the comprehensive horizon of its citizens. We tend to make a distinction between state and civil society in our world. We think of the family as independent of politics, maybe prior to politics. We think of religion as independent of politics. We think of these realms as offering a counterforce to the political. That people aren't completely absorbed in the political life. They have a family life, they have a religious life. Now, it's going to turn out very important to Rome that the family, in some sense, is more basic than the city. We'll talk about this next time when we talk about how Coriolanus gives up his plan to destroy Rome. Very much depends on a certain independent authority in the family, independent of the city. But by and large, what we see in this play is the remarkable comprehensiveness of this Roman regime, even to the extent that the gods seem to exist within the horizon of Rome. There are a couple of references to the roof of Rome in the play, that you might unroof the city. And I'd like to suggest as a metaphor that Shakespeare maybe even is hinting at, that the Roman Republic has a roof. People don't look up much at the heavens in this play. Briefly, when Coriolanus is banished in Act 4, he's asked where he lived, he says, under the canopy. And I think there's one point where someone refers to yon clouds. But generally speaking, these people orient themselves by the city. They orient themselves by physical places in Rome, the Tarpeian Rock, the Capitol. That's what they swear by. That's what they are so fully citizens of Rome that it's as if they can't see beyond Rome's limits. Now, I'll try to confirm this point by showing you some of the stuff that Shakespeare leaves out from his source. Because again, it's very useful in this case that we do, more so than in almost any of his plays, with these Roman plays, we know he was working from Plutarch's Lives. And it's very interesting to see what he leaves out. And some of this is in the back of your signet, and so I can actually refer you to it. And what I want to point to is that Shakespeare had opportunities to open up horizons. That Plutarch refers to moments when people in Rome have visions and when they seem to be directly in touch with the gods and are not working through the city. And it does look as if Shakespeare deliberately left all that out. So if you turn to page 182, if you've got the signet, the last paragraph there, this is after Coriolanus is banished, and there's a lot of problems in the city, but look who they turn to. Now, on the other side, the city of Rome was in marvelous uproar and discord, the nobility against the commonality, and chiefly for Marcia's condemnation and banishment. Moreover, the priests, the soothsayers, and private men also came and declared to the Senate certain sights and wonders in the air, which they had seen and were to be considered of. We don't see this in Shakespeare's play. In the source, there's talk of priests, soothsayers, and private men who have certain sights and see wonders in the air. Now, even your edition, notice ... leaves out something here. I, being the professor, have the complete thing at hand here. And I just want to read you a passage doubly omitted. Shakespeare omitted it, and even your editor omitted it, not seeing that it was actually important. But that very passage I just read continues thus, that they're having trouble with Coriolanus, and the first embassies fail, and so in Plutarch, who did they decide to send? What North in his translation refers to as their holy anchor. For then, now this is the Roman Senate, they appointed all the bishops, priests, ministers of the gods, which foreshow things to come by observation of the flying of birds, which is an old ancient kind of prophesying and divination among the Romans, to go to Marcius. So in Plutarch, they actually, the city relies on these priests and soothsayers. Now, Shakespeare there are several references to soothsayers in the life of Coriolanus. Shakespeare leaves them out. Now, I hope you're already thinking, soothsayer, Julius Caesar. And yeah, it's going to be a very important sign of how the Republic has changed when we get to Julius Caesar, that soothsayers now have an important role. In fact, they had an important role in Coriolanus' Rome, but Shakespeare chooses to omit that here. And there's a couple of other examples of this going back to that. Let me get the right page number here. But that passage I just read you. Here's another passage. Actually, this is the one that comes right after the one I first read you, that where they report. Here's they've been reporting sights and wonders in the air. And again, this is omitted from even your selections from Plutarch. There was a citizen of Rome called Titus Latinus, a man of mean quality and condition, but otherwise an honest, sober man, given to a quiet life without superstition, and much less to vanity or lying. This man had a vision in his dreams, in the which he thought Jupiter appeared unto him and commanded him to signify to the Senate that they had caused a very vile, lewd dancer to go before the profession. Now, you see what's different here from what we see in Coriolanus. In Coriolanus, the Senate manages the gods, keeps in charge of them. If you look in Plutarch, he reports some guy who says, I had a vision from Jupiter, and I'm telling you, senators, what you need to do. Similarly, in Coriolanus, in Shakespeare's play, the women eventually go to try to talk Coriolanus out of destroying Rome. There are strong suggestions that that's part of Senate policy, that they've tried Cominius, they've tried Menenius, now they're going to try the women. In the source, the notion of the women going to Coriolanus, again, comes from Valeria, quite independent of the Senate, and she has her own vision. This is in your signet. So if you got the signet, you can look this up on page 188. The very bottom of 188, where Plutarch writes of Valeria. So she suddenly fell into such a fancy, as we have rehearsed before, and had, by some god, as I think, taken hold of a noble device. And then look over on 189 in the signet, about 7 lines down. We ladies are come to visit you ladies, my lady Volumnia and Virgilia, by no direction from the Senate. That's what it says in Plutarch. Valeria is approaching Volumnia and Virgilia and saying, by no direction from the Senate, nor commandment of other magistrate, but through the inspiration, as I take it, of some God above, who having taken compassion and pity on our prayers, has moved us to come unto you. So actually, there was a lot of material in the Plutarch that Shakespeare could have used to suggest that religion was an independent force in Republican Rome, that people were looking up to the heavens, and they were having direct visions of deity, and they were instructing the Senate what to do on that basis. I think Shakespeare deliberately left all that out because he was trying to make a consistent portrait of a Roman Republic in which even religion was absorbed into politics. Now, this is a theme which he would have noted in Machiavelli, and as I said, I'll try to make reference to Machiavelli in many of these lectures. Perhaps the best chapter in The Prince is Book 1, Chapter 4, the one the Romans interpreted the auspices according to necessity, and with prudence made a show of observing religion when forced not to observe it. And if anyone rashly disdained it, they punished him. This is part of a section towards the beginning of Book 1 on religion and the Roman Republic. And I'm going to read somewhat lengthy, because if you haven't started Machiavelli yet, I want to whet your appetite, how good it is. And here Machiavelli talks about the importance of fortune-telling among the Romans. You're going to see it in Julius Caesar. You're going to see it in Antony and Cleopatra. Coriolanus deliberately suppresses this aspect. This was these augurs, and they took the auspices. Among the other auspices, they had in their armies certain orders of augurs whom they called chicken men. That's why you must use this translation, because it's literal. And you get the great phrase, chicken men. And whenever they were ordered to do battle with the enemy, they wished the chicken men to take their auspices. If the chickens ate, they engaged in combat with a good augury. If they did not eat, they abstained from the fight. So this does not sound like the most militarily sound policy to let your strategy depend upon the appetite of chickens. But Machiavelli comes back. Nonetheless, when reason showed them a thing they ought to do, notwithstanding that the auspices had been adverse, they did it in any mode. But they turned it around with means and modes so aptly that it did not appear that they had done it with disdain for religion. If the religious advisors are not giving you the right advice, figure out some way to make them do so. And so he gives an example in a Roman battle with the Samnites, like the Etruscans, one of these other people that the Romans battled with in Italy. But when the chickens did not eat, the prince of the chicken men, seeing the army's great disposition to engage in combat and the opinion of the captain and all the soldiers that they would win, related to the consul that the auspices went well, so as not to deprive the army of the opportunity of working well. So this chicken man is smart. So while Pyrrhus was ordering the squadrons, some of the chicken men said to certain soldiers that the chickens had not eaten. So the head chicken guy was smart. He falsely reported the auspices because he knew the Romans needed to go into battle. But some of the chicken men said to certain soldiers that the chickens had not eaten. They told it to Spurius Papyrus, nephew of the consul. When he related to the consul, the latter responded at once that he should try to do his duty well. That is, for him and the army, the auspices were good. And if the chicken men had told lies, they would return to his prejudice. So that the effort would correspond to the prognostication, he commanded the legates to place the chicken men in the front of the fight. Then it happened that when going against the enemy, a javelin thrown by a Roman soldier by chance killed the prince of the chicken men. Sure, by chance. When the consul heard this, he said that everything was going well and with the favor of the gods, for by the death of that liar, the army had been purged of every fault and of all the anger that they assumed against it, and they go on and win the battle. And then I can't resist telling his other story here. They're now battling in Sicily against the Carthaginians. And we got Appius Pulcher's the commander. For when he wished to fight with the chicken men take the auspices. And when they related that the chickens had not eaten, he said, let's see if they wish to drink. And had the chicken men thrown in the ocean. Then fighting, he lost the battle. For this he was condemned at Rome, and Papirius honored, not so much because one had won and the other lost, as because one had acted against the auspices prudently and the other rashly. Nor did this mode of taking auspices tend toward any other end than to make the soldiers go confidently into the fight. So, one theme in Machiavelli is the genius of the Roman Republic was to subordinate religion to politics and to keep religion firmly under political control here, even when you had to be somewhat deceptive about it. And I think Shakespeare's picked up on that. And in particular, you see here how the gods function. They function to give confidence to the Romans, to make them feel that they're going to win. And one thing I'd like to stress from all of this is the emphasis on human agency in the Republic. The idea that people have power and what happens is the result of their efforts. And therefore, there's an interesting conception of fortune in the play. A lot of these Romans appeal to fortune, but in a way that suggests that fortune is on their side. Look, for example, at page 23. This is Act 1, Scene 4, about line 45. This is Marcius, the then Marcius, our Coriolanus, who sees the gates open of the Volsci city and says, come on, 'tis for the followers fortune widens them, not for the flyers. Mark me and do the like. This is the Roman equivalent of God helps those who help themselves. And it's basically saying that fortune goes with the people who pursue the followers, not the flyers. By the way, again, since you have the Signet edition, if you turn to page 165, you'll see there at the bottom, crying out to them that fortune had opened the gates of the city more for the followers than the flyers. Why don't you see how carefully Shakespeare worked with Plutarch here? Some of the famous lines in these plays actually come right out of North's translation of Plutarch here. This is a particularly strong example, but there are many of them. But anyway, this is what we see here, the tendency of the Romans to identify themselves with fortune. You see it again on page 25. So Act 1, Scene 5, about line 20. Lartius saying, now the fair goddess fortune fall deep in love with thee, and her great charms misguide thy opposers' swords. Bold gentleman, prosperity be thy page. These Romans mainly invoke the gods in the sense that the gods are on their side. And that's why they're going to conquer. And again, this is a city that breeds this strong sense of human agency. It is a city that gives agency to its people. That's what I meant when I talked about the extensive level of political participation in the Republic. That the many offices in the Republic and the quick turnover of the offices means that most Roman men, again, it is restricted to men, can have the experience of feeling they've ruled the city or at least participate in the rule. And again, what's most remarkable here is the tribunate, that even these disenfranchised poor people, the plebeians, can get to participate in the city, and that breeds a sense of human agency in them, that they actually are. One thing we'll be tracing here is the movement from citizen to subjects. What we see here in Coriolanus, in the world of the Roman Republic, is a world of citizens. First and second class citizens, to be sure, but they're still citizens. And a lot of the characters are named citizen, first citizen, second citizen. They call each other citizen. This arc we're looking at in these first three plays, the movement from republic to empire, is a movement from human beings as citizens to human beings as subjects. What the empire will deny to human beings is a sense of human agency. And we'll see that, and soothsayers are going to become a lot more important. You can see even from Machiavelli, the Roman commanders know what's going to happen because they know they got good armies and they know when they're going to win, and so they just want to maneuver the auspices so it looks like the gods support them, but they're not really doubting whether they're going to win or not. We'll see how things change already in the world of Julius Caesar, and especially in Antony and Cleopatra, when these Roman citizens start to lose their faith in their own sense of human agency. Whereas here, look at Coriolanus is the greatest tribute to human agency you can imagine. He conquers his city single-handedly in Act 1. We eventually learn that he's the difference in battle. If he leads the Romans win against the Volsces. If he leads the Volsces win against the Romans. What greater tribute to human agency could you have here? This is a world in which of great human self-confidence. And again, that's one reason why these characters are so good at winning battles, is they do have this great confidence in themselves. Ultimately, it may be misplaced. And again, we have to consider that in the larger picture here. But it is what Shakespeare is suggesting about this world of the ancient republic. What it breeds in people is a sense that they make a difference, that individual human beings make a difference. And that's why they can be so valorous. Now, let me pause here and see any questions thus far. Okay, now let me try to describe a little more now the nature of this community that Shakespeare is portraying here. And one thing I'd like to stress is how small it is. And again, this is Rome at its beginning, when it was a relatively small community. When you picture Rome, you're thinking of imperial Rome. Almost nothing survives of the Republic in modern Rome. Enormous things of the empire survive. The Colosseum, that's empire, is built by Trajan. The whole Forum, built by Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar. The Palatine Hill, all built by Roman emperors. The Circus Maximus. Almost everything you picture when you picture Rome is imperial from the year one or later. It's famously said of Augustus, the man Octavius Caesar, that he found Rome a city of mud and he left it a city of marble. All that grandeur is imperial Rome. There are a couple of temples that survive from imperial Republican Rome, and there's a little stretch there. They tend to uncover things in Rome when they're building the subway. And there's a spot called Largo Argentina where there are a handful of Republican temples they uncovered, and thousands of cats, I might add, but I don't think they're original. But anyway, it is interesting that we forget how small Republican Rome was, and all that the grandeur of Rome is imperial grandeur. So you have to remember it was by Augustus's time, it was a city, I think, of 1 million people already, but we're talking about thousands. And you see, I pointed out to you that patricians and plebeians are differentiated, but they speak to each other. And so it really has the nature of a small town, or to go Greek on us and introduce another concept of a polis. Now, polis is the Greek word for city, and we often translate it today as city-state, but I'm going to be careful not to do that because I want to emphasize that it's quite distinct from the state, the modern state, as a form of community. When we call it a city-state, we imply that the state is the norm, and somehow the polis is a defect. Polis is just a little would-be state, the little state that could have, as if Athens were a pint-sized Canada. And I'd like to suggest that the polis is an alternate mode of organization. Yeah, I'll talk about that next time because we need to talk about why Coriolanus doesn't destroy Rome and how his family is able to persuade him. I think you're right. You could say that Shakespeare in this play stresses more the family as a source of independence from the city than religion. But I think his suppression of the incidents in Plutarch is part of an overarching pattern I hope to reveal as we go through the plays, that as you're going to see in Julius Caesar, people do start turning to the heavens. And they start having visions of the heavens, and it really churns things up in Rome. And I think Shakespeare deliberately overstressed the contrast by repressing anything in his source that would suggest that people were turning to the heavens in Republican Rome.
So does that help as the progression of his Roman plays to show like the political origins of Christianity?
We might be jumping a bit ahead here, but yes.
On your thesis, but
Yeah. I mean, it shows the unfolding of alternate sources of authority than the city here. Anyway, to get back, it's a good question. I'm glad to open up the issue, but I want to say something about the nature of the polis, because I think one of the most remarkable things about this play is Shakespeare's effort to understand the polis as an alternative to modern politics. That this was, again, a remarkable act of intellectual archaeology at a time when the Roman Empire loomed in people's imaginations when they thought about Rome, that Shakespeare tried to think back to the Republic and think back to the kind of community that it represented, and especially the effect of its smallness. That's the way that Rome is able to politicize everything. One reason the early Republic is able to work at absorbing the family into the city, work at absorbing religion into the city, is it's a small city. It's characterized, you might say, by 1 degree of separation. We all know the great idea of 6 degrees of separation. But the polis could be defined in terms, it's a community where if you don't know everybody else personally, you surely know one person who knows any other given person. Again, these cities like Athens, maybe 300,000 citizens, that's fairly large, but incredibly small by compared to modern states. Now, the great writing on the polis is Book 1 of Aristotle's Politics, and you might take a look at that, where he defines the polis, and it's very interesting how he defines it, because he defines it in terms of human self-sufficiency, that the polis is and effectively the smallest human community that is self-sufficient. And in particular, and again here, Plato is a forerunner of Aristotle in this respect, the discussion of the division of labor in Plato's Republic. In some ways, the polis follows from the idea of division of labor, which the Greeks remarkably were the first to think of. That is, what precedes the polis is the family, the tribe, the small town. What characterizes the polis in Aristotle's terms is, if you will, the fullness of the professions. That prior to the polis, basically everybody's a farmer. And therefore, a tailor and a shoemaker, every household is pretty much producing what it needs. What characterizes the polis is you have now shoemakers, you have furniture makers, carpenters, and so on. That it's a large enough community to sustain the division of labor, and therefore the polis is the community that can produce all it needs, produce its food, and then produce all the goods and services it needs. That's what I mean when I say it's the unit of human self-sufficiency. It may still trade with other polis, but the idea is a polis is of a sufficient size so it can sustain what we would call an economy. On the other hand, it's not so large that its power is diffused. What Aristotle thinks about as this community is that it can stand for something. It can stand for justice. It can have its particular ideas of justice. It can argue about them. And Aristotle is worried about communities that are too large. You've all heard this statement from Aristotle: man is a political animal. Now, what that is usually taken to mean in our common discourse is, we're all contentious, we all are political, we all like to argue about things, we all have political streak in us. That's not at all what that statement means in Book 1 of Aristotle's Politics. What Aristotle is saying is man is that animal whose nature it is to live in the polis. And that's an incredible claim, because if it's true, we're all living in unnaturally large communities. And that's indeed what Aristotle would say when he would look at modern nation states, that we are living in artificially blown up communities which are just too large for people to know each other and to have common ideas of justice and the good and so on. And, when you start to think about that, there's some truth to that. And it's very interesting the way the city has still remained a unit of human organization, even in the era of nation states. And many of us identify with our cities. I was born a New Yorker and will always be a New Yorker, even though they have me living in Charlottesville, this pre-civic community by Aristotle's standards. But anyway, I won't go into this, but it's very interesting. I, for example, think that the city has remained the unit of culture, even in the modern world of nation state. But in any case, I mention this to you so you'll see that this notion of the polis has a certain charge to it that suggests that this is a alternate form of community, and Aristotle would argue the best and superior. He compares it to empires. He finds Babylon laughable in the politics because it's so big. The city was so big that when it fell, one part of it didn't hear about it for 3 days. That's the one joke in Aristotle's Politics. And I think Shakespeare grasps this. That a lot of what we see in Coriolanus is the smallness, you could almost say the hominess of the community. That when these people vote, they don't have to watch the thing on TV, which is our modern answer to the polis. They can go right up to Coriolanus and check him out. It's a very different kind of community, and a lot follows from that. Given the smallness of this community, it really can bring its weight to bear on individuals. People are visible. They are on display in this small community. You cannot hide things from people. Now, again, one of the arcs we're going to be looking at is what happens to Rome as it gets bigger and bigger. physically bigger, geographically bigger. And we're going to see that transform the nature of the community. What we see here is very much what Aristotle suggests about the polis, namely that this is an attempt to form the comprehensive human community. And that means to form the comprehensive horizon of its citizens, so that one way of understanding the polis as opposed to our modern nation state, there's no separation of church and state in an ancient polis. The religion is civil religion, civic religion. Again, we make these generalizations about Greek religion now, but there was a religion of Athens, a religion of Corinth, a religion of Sparta. They actually had different gods or gods inflected differently for each city. They prayed to their gods in specific civic ceremonies, and that's very foreign to our ideas today. It's very hard for us in a way to get back and understand these ancient civil religions where, again, for example, the priests were magistrates. They were civic officials. They were in some cities elected. But I think Shakespeare understands that. That's, again, what I find remarkable about this archaeological effort on his part here, that he sees what it is for Rome to try to form the comprehensive horizons of its city, and that means even their horizons about the divine, that the gods are brought into the city. This is a staggering idea in the ancient world. You can see it in Aeschylus, in the Oresteia, in the last play in that trilogy. The gods are brought into an Athenian courtroom and made to testify by Athenian rules. This, again, is very foreign to modern notions of divinity in our three great revealed religions in the West, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, where there's one God and he transcends this world and he surely transcends political boundaries. These religions are not limited to particular political communities. The ancient religions were, and Shakespeare understands that, although again, we're going to see how that breaks down as the Roman Republic expands and tries in a way to incorporate too much. In a way, we'll see how the Roman Republic bites off more than it can chew. So again, this notion is so foreign to us, we have to work on getting back to the idea that the polis was the community that encompassed all other communities. They all were subordinate to us. To it. And again, that's this notion of the polis as a unit of self-sufficiency. But that then leads us, well, actually, any questions about that? He'll come back in a few minutes with one. Okay, I want to explore this idea of self-sufficiency because it's also the characteristic of the ancient hero. And now we start to get to the tragic tension between the city and the hero. Again, the claim of the polis, in a way, is titanic, that it's the all-encompassing human community, so much so that even religion is incorporated within its political boundaries. And again, you can see how much that works in Rome, as Shakespeare portrays it in Coriolanus. But now we've got this hero, Coriolanus, and what characterizes him, he says it himself on page 132. This is Act 5, Scene 3, when his mother comes to supplicate. This is Act 5, Scene 3, page 132, about line 35. I'll never be such a gosling to obey instinct, but stand as if a man were author of himself and knew no other kin. That offers us such an insight into Coriolanus there, that what his fundamental claim as a hero is to be self-sufficient. It's something that the tribunes recognize as well. This is back on page 78. So Act 3, Scene 1, about line 265, bottom of page 78. where is this viper that would depopulate the city and be every man himself? This goes right to the heart of Coriolanus as a hero, that he wants to be as if a man will author himself and be every man himself. This is the hypertrophy of thumos, if you will. This is thumos carried to a higher power. And let's go back to that notion of eros and thumos, and that's why I keep invoking the Platonic psychology here, which I think is profounder than modern psychology, and Shakespeare picks up on it. In a way, thumos is the desire to be self-sufficient, whereas eros is the acknowledgement of our lack of self-sufficiency. Eros is a yearning for completion and therefore implies that we are incomplete. Coriolanus understands this when he says of Rome, I shall be loved when I am lacked. Really points to the nature of eros then. Eros reflects a lack. We lack something and we yearn for it. Now, on the most elementary level of appetite, we lack food and we yearn for it. One of the manifestations of eros is this yearning to complete yourself with food. I saw an ad in the tea coming in today of an ice cream sundae, some brand, and it said, when he leaves you, I'll be there for you. Of this, what a sinister ad. But man, it tells the human truth. That's the nature of eros there. It is so obviously sex. Yeah, yearning for completion. In Plato's Symposium, the great dialogue on eros, Aristophanes tells this hilarious myth where human beings were once literally bisexual. They were male-male, male-female, or female-female, and they got uppity, and Zeus split them in half. So they'd spend all their time trying to recover their other half and wouldn't assault Zeus anymore. And there's the notion we were once, we once had 4 arms and 4 legs, and now we're in, and sex is that desire to be complete, to reform that whole. And so indeed, eros is this desire for completion and always reflects a sense of incompletion. Whereas thumos is that notion, of drawing the line, of I'm complete, I can stand on my own, I don't need nothing or nobody. That's why, for example, thumos takes the form of saying, I don't need drink, I don't need food, I don't need sex. The hero, and again, Achilles is such a great image of this in the Iliad, and Coriolanus is. We see here this human drive to be self-sufficient. Now, that's very important militarily. That's why thumos is characteristic of these great military figures. They have to be capable of standing their ground, of standing on their own. They can't be needy, weak people always looking for completion or something. No, the very notion of thumos, as translated into military terms, is to stand your ground as if a man were author of himself and knew no other kin. And it's so characteristic of these thumotic men, although again, thumotic women are very possible as well, and Volumnius, one of them is, anger's my meat, I sup upon myself, I don't need you, Menenius, I can stand up to anything, and certainly in the case of Coriolanus, it's what makes him such a leader in battle, such a heroic figure. But here's where we start getting to tragedy now, because we have 2 claims to self-sufficiency. The polis claims to be self-sufficient, and its hero claims to be self-sufficient. And one can't do without the other. The city claims to be self-sufficient, but at crucial moments, it needs to rely on these heroic soldiers to defend it. And at the same time, these heroes claim to be self-sufficient. It's what makes them heroes. Alone I did it. It's almost the last words Coriolanus speaks. I fluttered your Volskis and Coriols. Alone I did it. That's the great claim of Thumos. I did it. I made the difference. You know, it's the story of Achilles. When he fights for the Greeks win. When he doesn't fight for the Greeks, the Trojans win. You've got this hero claiming to be self-sufficient, but wait a minute. Do these guys really win battles single-handedly? Occasionally they seem to have their moments, but I heard there was an army involved as well. In fact, Coriolanus needs to lead troops into battle. And so I think the deepest level of this play is examining the claims to self-sufficiency of the polis, of the city, and of the hero. And both claims are shown to be very important and at the heart of what makes the city of Rome great, what makes Coriolanus the hero great, but both claims are deeply suspect. You know, Rome claims, you know, we're the toughest city in the world and we can beat anybody, and we're this great community and we got tribunes and we got consuls and no one can stop us. And then one guy leaves town, goes over to the other side, and suddenly Rome's on the verge of being burned to the ground. And by the same token, you've got Coriolanus saying, hey, yeah, I'm the guy that makes the difference. Look at this. I could beat Volscians as a Roman. I can beat Romans as a Volsci. And yet, you know, his mother shows up, and 2 scenes later, he's dead. And I think you really get at the heart of tragedy. In Shakespeare in general, but specifically in this play and in these Roman plays, this tragic insufficiency of these claimants to self-sufficiency, that this play really turns on the tension between the city and the hero, and that's what we'll explore next time on Thursday, looking at the working out of this sort of dialectic of problematic self-sufficiency in the city and the hero. So today we're going to talk about the problematics of human self-sufficiency and tragedy in Shakespeare. I think Coriolanus is perhaps the best play for revealing that core aspect of Shakespearean tragedy. This play is a remarkable intellectual achievement. It's not Shakespeare's greatest play by any means. I'm not going to argue for that. But in a certain way, it's his most remarkable intellectual achievement in that it required such a leap of imagination to create this play. Here's Shakespeare living under a Christian monarchy, and he thinks himself back into a pagan republic. In a way, his achievement doesn't look so impressive because he taught us what pagan republics are like. And so we now know. But it's because of him that we do know them. And I've tried to show you how well he understands the Republican regime. He knows what a consul is. He knows what a tribune is. As far as I can tell, he knows what an aedile is. And I don't know what an aedile is. But now he got a lot of this from reading Plutarch. These names, these terms appear there. But it's still pretty impressive how he thinks it through. And above all, he does understand how a pagan community differs. And it's really important to this play that the Rome of Coriolanus is a profoundly pagan community, and by that I especially mean no talk of an afterlife. When we talk about the focus on political life in this Roman Republic, a lot has to do with no distractions from an afterlife. When you get to Hamlet, you'll see how distracting the afterlife can be. But in this world, quite frankly, the only mode of immortality is political. For these, especially these heroes, if they want to live forever, it's going to be through fame. And that means by winning great battles and achieving great office. And that has a tremendous impact on getting them to focus on politics. They can't hope to make up for things in an afterlife. They can't seek out that form of immortality. We're going to see how that form of immortality begins to introduce itself as early as Antony and Cleopatra into the Roman world. But here, the Rome of Coriolanus really has a roof on it. It really has narrow horizons. The horizons are limited to this world and this life, and therefore those who desire to be immortal, and there is a human yearning for immortality, are going to do it through fame, through word of mouth. And that's very important for understanding why politics looms so large in the lives of these characters. Now, I want to go back to Aristotle a bit and talking about this idea of human self-sufficiency and show you why Aristotle can help us understand this play. Again, this is my gimmick in the course, trying to show you that knowing some political theory can help you understand Shakespeare. And by the same token, I think Shakespeare can make concrete for us some of the seemingly abstract ideas of political philosophy. It occurs to me, I should say at some point something about Shakespeare's knowledge of this material. Shakespeare was not a great classical scholar, but for example, there are several Shakespeare scholars who think that Shakespeare was familiar with Aristotle's politics. There was an English translation of it, which I think came out in 1598. And so he could actually have read it. In any case, his education, such as it was steeped in the ancient world. Ben Jonson, his great competitor, famously said of Shakespeare that he had little Latin and less Greek. But that's a statement coming from one of the finest classical scholars of the age. And for Jonson to say that means that Shakespeare had a little Latin and some Greek too, which is pretty impressive. Now, Shakespeare, as far as we know, never went to college. He only got as far as high school. We actually don't have his high school transcript, but we have a very good idea of what was taught in high schools in those days. And Shakespeare went to a good high school in Stratford. His father was a reasonably wealthy man, effectively the mayor of Stratford at one point. He was in the glove business, in the leather business. He made a lot of money. His son would have gotten decent schooling. And we do know what the curriculum in Elizabethan high school was like, and they mainly studied the Latin classics. Shakespeare presumably would have read Caesar's commentaries in Latin. He would have read Ovid in Latin, Virgil in Latin. Now, it's true that when you get to the Roman plays, you see, he didn't read Plutarch in Greek. He read Plutarch in an English translation. I'm going to show you sometime soon when we get to Julius Caesar where Shakespeare actually corrected a mistake in North's translation of Plutarch. Again, he, like many of us, he would use translations, but he had some familiarity with Latin and even with Greek, and there were signs that he might have read some Plato, and as I say, signs that he might have read some Aristotle. So without having to claim he was a great classical scholar, when he looked for knowledge, one of the places he would have turned was to the ancient Greeks, and especially the Romans. Some of his earliest plays, Titus Andronicus, reflects the influence of the Roman dramatist Seneca. Comedy of Errors is based on a comedy by the Roman dramatist Plautus, and so on. So it's not implausible that to make reference to the ancients with regard to Shakespeare. He even has a character mention Aristotle in his play Troilus and Cressida. So I was talking last time about Aristotle's notion of the polis, which is very important. You may notice from that that's the origin of our word politics. The book we called Aristotle's Politics is called Greek Ta Politica. It's the book about the polis. And it shows you to understand politics, you have to know something about what this polis was like. And I was talking about Aristotle's view of the polis in terms of the notion of human self-sufficiency, that the polis, in effect, is the unit of human self-sufficiency. It's the critical mass of human beings you need to be able to fulfill all the human needs. It's hard for us to get back to a sense of this ideal of self-sufficiency in the ancient cities. I can maybe make it most concrete for you by reminding you these cities were walled. For us, a city is kind of a rough urban core that sprawls off into the suburbs. There was a much more definite sense of the city as a unit in the ancient world, largely because the cities, for defensive reasons, were in fact walled. But in some ways, that's very symbolic of what the polis is. It sets itself out as this unit of self-sufficiency. Now, when we think of self-sufficiency, we think mainly of food. And indeed, there's a sense to that the polis is that community that has solved the basic problem of feeding its population. And that's what then liberates them to go off and do these other things. Now, I'm reading some stuff into Aristotle here, in some ways drawing upon Plato's Republic, but I do think that from Aristotle's point of view, the polis is that size community that allows for the division of labor. That is, we got enough food, so not everybody has to spend all their time raising food. So some people can start making shoes, some people can be carpenters, some people can be painters. And indeed, one way I like to think of it is to think of the relation of the theater to the city, because these ancient cities, particularly Athens, but even we now know from excavation of Sparta, they had theaters. Now, nobody in his right mind would create a city to have theaters. But it is a funny thing that once you have a city, you can enjoy the luxury of a theater. Again, when you reach a certain level of what we would call economic development, and when a lot of the basic human needs are roughly satisfied, you can allow a few lazy people to sit around all day and just write plays and not have to work. This obviously was what was going on in Athens. And there it is, something that we think of as a peak of Athenian achievement, the Greek drama, is a kind of byproduct of Athens as a city. Again, when people were living in caves and struggling just to feed themselves and just warring on each other. And that's the way Aristotle pictures the pre-political situation, because he in fact quotes a passage from Homer about the Cyclops when he's trying to illustrate the pre-political condition. You know, no time to sit down and write plays. Life is a little too intense. But this is what Aristotle means when he says the city comes into existence for mere life, but it exists for the sake of the good life, or to live well. Again, the city seems at first to be solving these problems of mere subsistence, but what it really allows is the fulfillment of human potential. That's why the city is so important to Aristotle. Again, when we're living in caves, when we're in isolated families, when we're in warring tribes, there's a lot of things we can't do because the pressure of necessity is so great. What the city does is to relieve the pressure of necessity and allow some people to have the luxury of what we would call creativity. And this is why the city is so important. It allows for the fuller fulfillment of human nature. For Aristotle, the nature of a thing is the perfection of the thing. So to understand human beings, you don't want just the average human being or human beings reduced to the most basic primitive level. You want to see human beings at their best. And Aristotle's point is you can only see that in the city. That there are all things that are part of being a human being that you can't even begin to achieve until you've achieved, again, what we would call a certain level of economic development. Vision of labor is a wonderful illustration of that. So Aristotle's famous statement about the city, and we're going to see this illustrated in Coriolanus, is a man without a city is either a beast or a god. More precisely, what Aristotle says is a man who by nature and not just by accident lived without a city would either be a beast or a god. Now let me unpack that. You know, Aristotle recognizes you might take a wrong turn on the road between Sparta and Athens and just get lost. But we're talking if you had a being by nature who didn't need to live in a city, Aristotle says that being would be necessarily lower or higher in the order of beings than a human being. That is, that a being who didn't need a city might not have that human potential that can flourish in the city. So you can picture someone who was mentally deficient, and he might not need a city because he can't write plays, he can't cobble shoes, he can't do, just deficient, he can't do these human things. On the other hand, maybe it would be a god. Someone who could do without a city might be someone beyond us, some being straight out of Star Trek, let's say, who's like a Greek god. And that's what Aristotle means by that the city defines the level and indeed the nature of humanity. It's that community which completes human beings, which allows them to develop their human potential. But also sets limits to them. Now, Aristotle, he's a really smart guy, and he's trying to figure, this is all in Book 1 of the Politics, trying to figure this out, and man is an animal who lives in the polis. And Aristotle really means animal there. He just uses the Greek word zoon for animal. We're animals, but we're a peculiar kind of animals who live in cities. And he contrasts us to bees and ants. That is, that there are other animals that live in communities. But Aristotle pinpoints the difference. Bees and ants don't argue over politics. They don't argue, hey, who should be queen? This queen is no good. We need a better queen. And here Aristotle ties our living in cities to our language. It's in the nature of human beings that they speak and they argue. The Greek word logos, which means speech, also means argument. And you see, there are other beings that live in what might look like cities. Large communities, ants and bees. I'm in the home of E.O. Wilson here, and we know that ants live in very complicated communities. But it's different from human communities because, as we would now say, ants live in communities by instinct, and human beings don't. It's what's very strange about the polis for Aristotle. That we live in the polis is natural. But which polis we live in is very artificial and depends upon the different conventions that a city enacts, the different laws it enacts. And so you could say it's natural for us to live in cities, but what precise form the city will take is a matter of convention and depends upon the individual city. That makes human life very complex. As Aristotle presents it. And indeed, in general, I'd like to say that his notion of the city is a kind of formula for tragedy. And in many ways is the formula for Greek tragedy, and I'd argue for Coriolanus and in some ways for Shakespearean tragedy. What I mean by that is this. As human beings, we need these cities. We cannot become fully developed human beings without civic existence, without living together in cities, in part because otherwise we spend all our time getting our food. The city gives us that luxury, developing our potential. But the city also stands in the way. The city rules you. It makes laws. It has regulations. So you can't be a human being without a city. You can't be exactly the kind of human being you want with a city. The formula I'm trying to develop today is the city can't live with it, can't live without it. That's the formula for Coriolanus. It's the formula for all these tragic heroes. That they can't become the heroes they want to be without a city, and yet with a city, they can't become the kind of heroes they want to be. You could put it this way, and I think this is implicit in Aristotle's analysis. Human beings have a strange wholeness and partiality. in some ways we are wholes, wholes. I mean, we each, have separate bodies, and we each think of ourselves as having separate identities. And yet what Aristotle shows, in some ways, you're part of a larger whole. You're part of a city. And you can't fulfill yourself without that. An isolated human being is either a beast or a god, either something lower or higher. Or Aristotle uses the image, an isolated human being would be like a single piece of a chess set. Now, he uses some name for some Greek game, but you just take a piece of a chess set. What is its meaning in isolation? Now, because we know the whole game, we'd say, oh, the rook, that's this piece that moves along files. But no, in some ways, all those pieces of the chess set are parts. They're, you can see a whole rook and a whole knight and so on, but each one's part of a larger set. And in a way, that's the way Aristotle views human beings. We are wholes, but we're also parts of this polis. And now that's related to this eros-thumos problem we've been talking about. Eros reflects the human sense of partiality, that we aren't complete in ourselves. It's another reason why you don't see isolated human beings. They are attracted to each other, if for nothing other than sexual reasons. Thumos is that claim to be a whole, to be self-sufficient. And again, Shakespeare is so good at defining Coriolanus that way. The man who wants to stand alone as if a man were author of himself and knew no other kin. In some ways, that is the formula for the hero. It goes right back to Achilles, to the idea that there's this one guy who makes the difference and can win battles virtually single-handedly. So anyway, if you see, in some ways we have eros and thumos because of this peculiar character of human nature that we are always both parts and wholes, especially in relation to the city. And again, we can't fulfill ourselves without other human beings. On the other hand, other human beings constantly stand in the way of our fulfillment. So in fact, what we see in Coriolanus is, two related propositions. From the hero's point of view, the city, you can't live with it, you can't live without it. From the city's point of view, the hero, you can't live with him, you can't live without him. I mean, it's kind of a bad marriage here. This sense that these two entities, the city and the hero, they need each other, and yet they're in a profound tension. They get in each other's way. Okay, let me pause here. That's a lot to lay on. Any questions about that? Again, as you think through this idea, man without a city is either a beast or a god. I'll even show you how that works out in Coriolanus. So let me now try to go through the play with these ideas in mind. From the point of view of the city, I think it's fairly clear what the issue is. These cities think of themselves as self-sufficient. They got their walls up. They're ready to go about their lives. They don't want to have to deal with Volskis or other strangers. We're Romans. We're all we need. And yet there's war. There's war between these seemingly self-sufficient cities, and their walls can't stand up. So they need heroes. And they deeply need heroes. It's particularly interesting. We have to, again, recapture something of the age here of what a military hero means in 500 BC. Shakespeare makes a point of suggesting this here. Page 76, for example. So it's Act 3, Scene 1, about line 221. When things are starting to go tense in the political negotiations here, Coriolanus draws his sword. No, I'll die here. There's some among you who have beheld me fighting. Come try upon yourselves what you have seen me. and one must picture the action coming to a dead standstill there as all these plebeians freeze up and remember what a monster this guy is with his sword. Or then on page 77, line 242, on fair ground I could beat 40 of them. And I believe Shakespeare's suggesting that's about it. Coriolanus could handle 40 of them. Now, this is the best analogy for us would be samurai warriors. And if you've seen enough Kurosawa films, just set Toshiro Mifune going on, he can beat 40 of them at a time. It's a world of aristocratic warfare where sheer size and power, the mere ability to eat enough food to get into shape, really creates almost a physical difference between the orders of human beings here. That the great warrior patricians just look like something monstrous to the ordinary people. It's hard to find analogies to this in the modern world because technology has become the great equalizer in modern warfare. Give somebody an Uzi, and it doesn't matter how big the other guy is. Indeed, how many of you have seen the Ralph Fiennes film of Coriolanus? Well, that's good. I fortunately got a defective DVD copy and couldn't watch more than I could watch anyway. It just seemed awful to me because they updated to Bosnia and they got automatic weapons. And, I'm sorry, if they got automatic weapons, Coriolanus loses his edge, if you'll pardon the pun. It's only in a world of swords that one human being can stand out this way. And again, Shakespeare emphasized it, the way the serving men among the Volsces react to Coriolanus on page 110. They're just frightened of him physically. It's the top of page 110, Act 4, Scene 5, line 157. What an arm he has! He turned me about with his finger and his thumb as one would set up a top. Now, in fact, they didn't regard him until they found out who he is. But still, there is this sense of the physical presence. You guys ever stood next to a professional football lineman? Anybody here ever done that? It's kind of hard to believe they're of the same species. By some very strange accident, I once ended up at a hotel in Cleveland on the VIP floor by an accident of booking, and the Cleveland Browns were there for the Canton Hall of Fame game. And I remember going, when we were on the VIP floor, I'll explain from this one experience I hasten to point out, you get this access to a free Sunday brunch. And so I walk in proudly, and there's the entire offensive line of the Cleveland Browns between me and the Locks. That's LOX. And I said, I'm never getting to that. Look at this thing. And they turned around, they said they just cracked up. And they parted, let me. But these people, it is hard to believe they're of the same species as you. They're gigantic. And then the funniest thing, they had bodyguards. Can you believe it? And you can't believe what the bodyguards were like. Anyway, but if you picture some athletes, you have some idea these ancient warriors were athletes, but really serious athletes who carried swords. And so there is a sense in this play that the ordinary people are in awe of these great warriors. Now, it's in part because they're just physically in awe of them, and they're so dangerous, but also because they need them. And so they're disposed, in fact, to honor them. This is a play about the popular element of the Roman regime, but I keep cautioning you not to think of this as democracy. The plebeians have a limited role in the regime, and in fact, they are aristocratically disposed in this sense. They pretty much accept the idea that these patricians are great men. There's some of them, like Menenius, who look kind of ordinary to them, and they fraternize with them. But they look at Coriolanus, and they're frightened. But he's their monster. And they love him for that. So anyway, you see the problem. One of the fundamental problems of the Republic is the disposition of the people to go over to the side of a great patrician, to worship him, to treat him as a god, and we'll see how that develops in the play. In Coriolanus, it looks as if the problem is that the plebeians don't sufficiently honor one of these great men, but in fact, you can see they're headed in that direction, and it's only Coriolanus's insistence on alienating them that prevents it. But you actually see what's going to be the problem when we get to Julius Caesar, that all along the weakness of this Roman Republic is actually the disposition of the people to be in awe of a great military leader. At a time when your whole city could be wiped out by foreign invaders, you really need a guy like this. On the other hand, what a pain. What a pain in the butt people like Coriolanus are. And that's what we see in the play. He's this great fighter, and you just love him when he's beating up on Volscians. But what happens when he starts beating up on you? And that's not a remote possibility. When he's out there saying, on fair ground, I could beat 40 of them, and has drawn his sword. So you see here what I mean. The hero can't live with him, can't live without him. These ancient cities needed men just like Coriolanus. They've set out to breed them. They've held up valor as the highest virtue for just this reason. And yet these guys are a real problem, especially during peacetime. This is a subject that fascinated Shakespeare. We'll see it come up again with Fortinbras and Hamlet, with Macbeth. See it with Othello. One of the most common tragic facts in Shakespeare is how a great hero adapts from war to peace. Richard III begins with a famous soliloquy about just about that subject. War and peace seem to demand very different qualities in your leaders. We'll see how Henry V negotiates that. It's something that Shakespeare is very aware of, and it goes to the heart of this problem of the hero. It's the problem of thumos. In some ways, thumos is the fundamental political problem. This is the political emotion, if you will. It's what makes people ambitious. It's what makes them fight. It's not easy to get people to walk off into battle when they may get killed. It takes something irrational to get. No rational computation will ever get you to walk into a battle. It takes that thumping chest. It takes that indignation, that anger at your enemy, the sense of pride. It takes an amazing degree of irrationality to be a good soldier. And so we've got this thumos in our chests. And the political problem is to channel that spiritedness, as I said, into public spiritedness. It is a very disruptive force. And it's all over Coriolanus. This is a play about anger, just as the Iliad is all about anger. Anger is my meat, says Volumnia. And, the political problem is taking, in a way, this most disruptive force and putting it to public uses. It's the force that makes people want to stand alone, be self-sufficient, and to draw that line and say, cross over that line, buddy. That's the last step you'll ever take. How do you build a community out of people with that attitude? It's the central problem of Plato's Republic. And it's where Socrates is having a dialogue with some very thumotic young men and trying to enlist their thumos in the service of philosophy. This is perhaps Shakespeare's play that most distills the problem of thumos as the political problem, and there's no easy solution to it. That's why there's such a potential for tragedy built into this. Let me pause here. Any questions thus far? Yes? Oh, no. How badly injured was really? All right. Well, that's what happens if you can't control your thumos. You end up in a British car park. All right. I'll have to check into that. Was he hunchbacked?
They said it had the same physical characteristics and like the same battle wounds and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. So now let's talk about Coriolanus and his relation to the city. Because here again, this amazing claim this man makes, that he wants to be as if a man were author of himself and knew no other kin. Now, there's several ways in which that is obviously untrue. In a way, it's what motivates him. That's his goal. Again and again, what he wants to be able to say, his dying words, "'Tis true that if you writ your annals true, I fluttered your Volskis and Corioli. Alone I did it." I mean, that resounds. You know, the city banishes him. No, I banish you. You know, like, I'm bigger than Rome, because I'm the self-sufficient hero. Now, in a very obvious sense, no military leader can claim that because he needs an army. And in a very simple sense, Coriolanus does not quite win his battles single-handedly. He's able to go into Coriolis and survive for a few minutes single-handedly and inspire his troops to come really take the city. In fact, if you're a military leader, you don't win your battle single-handedly. And this is quite evident in Aufidius's complaint on page 35. This is Act 1, Scene 10, about line 5. "I would I were a Roman, for I cannot, being a Volsci, be that I am." There you see the problematic status of the hero. In a way, what Aufidius is trying to say is, I'm as great as Coriolanus, I ain't got the army behind it. I got these miserable Volskis. If I had the Romans fighting for him, I could win. Turns out that's not true, and Coriolanus is going to prove it, but you see the point here. Again, a very interesting revelation of the importance of the regime here. That what you are is not simply a factor of your sole identity as a human being, but whether you're a true Roman or a Volsci. And Coriolanus has a sense of this too. He doesn't want to think of the plebeians as Romans. This is on page 37. So Act 3, Scene 1, about line 236. "I would they were barbarians as they are, though in Rome littered, not Romans as they are not, though calved in the porch of the Capitol." And again, Coriolanus is saying who you are is not a matter of simple birth. You're not a Roman just because you were born in Rome. Being a Roman is being a certain kind of person, and that's me. That's being a great warrior. In these circumstances, you know, a military leader to claim he's self-sufficient is particularly weird. He needs the army behind him. He even needs his enemies. You see this on page 12, where this is Act 1, Scene 1, where he's thinking of Tullus Aufidius. This is about line 230. They have a leader, Tullus Aufidius, that will put you to it. "I sin and envy his nobility, and were I anything but what I am, I would wish me only he." And again, this is a man who really wants to be who he is, but he can imagine only one other thing, and that's a rival general. "You have fought together. Were half to half the world by the ears, and he upon my party. I'd revolt to make only my wars with him. He is a lion that I am proud to hunt." So he also needs enemies. And he needs enemies of a certain stature. What good is it being Coriolanus if there's nobody else around to fight of at least reasonably comparable stature? So it is odd. Coriolanus wants this ideal of human self-sufficiency, but he's chosen an odd career. Going into the military may not be the best way to achieve self-sufficiency. Although, I mean, in terms of literature, especially think of Homer's Iliad, you know, this is the center of the traditional idea of the hero, the great soldier who single-handedly decides battles, and yet there's something strangely unself-sufficient about such a figure. And of course, it goes deeper to that than that, and that's where Shakespeare, as always, manifests his genius. And that is Coriolanus' need of the city because he needs praise. Again, he reeks of contempt for the city. He seems to turn his back on it gladly and say there is a world elsewhere and I banish you. And yet it turns out that he cannot be what he is without praise. And Shakespeare, to get to the real subtlety of that, shows you that Coriolanus affects a pose of not wanting praise. This is very important to him. He is very uncomfortable being praised. Look at page 31, for example. This is Act 1, Scene 9, about line 14. Pray now, no more. My mother, who has a charter to extol her blood, when she does praise me, grieves me. I've done as you have done, that's what I can. Induced as you have been, that's for my country. This man who seems so proud to us has these moments of self-deprecation where he denies that he even wants to be praised. Page 50 is another example. Bottom of page 50, so Act 2, Scene 2, about line 70. I had rather have my wounds to heal again than hear say how I got them. What's going on here? I'm saying that Coriolanus is someone who deeply needs praise, and yet he seems to deny that. Well, turn to page 33, and I think Shakespeare reveals the core of the issue here. This is Act 1, Scene 9, about line 50. You shout me forth in acclamations hyperbolical, as if I loved my little should be dieted in praises sauced with lies. This is the most revealing of his comments, because it shows that he really needs praise in his very act of denying it. He actually understands, at least at some level, the contradiction here, that how can he be self-sufficient if he needs people to praise him? So he really tries to deny that. He really acts as if he doesn't like to hear himself praised, and yet what is driving him throughout the play? Even the plebeians, who are smarter than you might think, know this from the beginning. Page 4, Act 1, Scene 1, about line 40. Those soft-conscious men can be content to say it was for his country. He did it to please his mother and be partly proud, which he is even to the altitude of his virtue. And this logic is there from the very beginning of the play. Above all, he wishes to be praised by his mother. But he, in fact, deeply needs praise. What is he without praise? As I've said, his only source of immortality is word of mouth. It is people speaking of the great man whose immortal name, Coriolanus, will reflect a great achievement he did fighting on behalf of Rome. So he is a character who does need praise, and there's a very interesting exchange on page 48. So this is Act 2, Scene 2, starting about line 10. These are officers, and again, Shakespeare shows his respect for the intelligence of these relatively common people in Rome, starting about line 12. Therefore, for Coriolanus neither to care whether they love or hate him, manifests the true knowledge he has in the dispositions, and out of his noble carelessness lets them plainly see it. So this is the view that this is a man, Coriolanus, who is indifferent to praise. But the first officer notices something. It's very subtle. If he did not care whether he had their love or no, he waved indifferently twixt doing them neither good nor harm. But he seeks their hate with greater devotion than they can render it him, and leaves nothing undone that may fully discover him their opposite. Now, to seem to affect the malice and displeasure of the people is as bad as that which he dislikes to flatter them for their love. That's a very perceptive comment there. That if he really were indifferent to the people, he wouldn't even think about them. But why is he trying so hard to alienate them? Well, in fact, because he's trying to prove that he's above the need for praise. It's actually his secret dependence on the plebeians to honor him that makes him try to affect and despise them. Let me point out parenthetically, just as a matter of scholarship, that passage comes from Plutarch, but not from the life of Coriolanus. The parallel lives in Plutarch conclude with a separate section called the comparison, so that in this case, as I've told you before, the life of Coriolanus is paired with the Greek life of Alcibiades, and in the comparison of Coriolanus and Alcibiades, Plutarch makes just this point, because the Greeks always come out better. Plutarch's a Greek in these comparisons, these parallel lives. The Greeks always come out better. And he points out how affable Alcibiades was, this amazing man who was the leader of Athens and then was thrown out, became the leader of Sparta, then was thrown out, became the leader of Athens again. I mean, it's unparalleled in the history of political careers that anyone could be that affable or that persuasive. Plutarch faults Coriolanus for unnecessarily alienating people and offers Alcibiades a contrast and makes just that observation. I just mentioned this because, again, Shakespeare's reading, he's not a scholar, it's not vast, but it's more extensive than a lot of people acknowledge. And it does appear that he rummaged through Plutarch's lives and he was out to learn as much as he could from Plutarch. And that's one of the cleverest things he learned there. So what we see about Coriolanus is, in a way, his own fear of his need for praise. He is what Aristotle would call a great-souled man, the magnanimous man. He really is a remarkable man, but he doesn't feel comfortable with any reflections of neediness in him. So there's that wonderful moment after the battle with the Volsces when he remembers this Volsci that helped him. And he asks as a favor that this man should be set free, and then he forgets his name. Now, Shakespeare adds that detail. The incident of Coriolanus asking for the man to be freed is in Plutarch, but there's no business of his forgetting the name. But it's so telling about Coriolanus there that he doesn't really like to remember debts. He doesn't like to remember that he owes anybody anything. He is the man who would like to stand alone as if a man were author himself and knew no other kin. And this is why he moves in this inhuman direction in the play. And it's a real test here of human self-sufficiency. Here's a guy who's going to push the ideal of human self-sufficiency as far as it can go. He has one thing going for him, his incredible soldiership. I mean, it really is the premise of the whole historical fact. And Plutarch's biography and Shakespeare's story that, again, when this man fought for Rome, Rome won. When he fought for the Volsces won. How could you come closer to the ideal of being that unique man that makes the difference? Hence, Shakespeare develops Aristotle's formula that a man without a city is either a beast or a god in this play. And a lot of people feel that he's doing that deliberately with Aristotle's phrase in mind. So, on the one hand, Coriolanus becomes a dragon. That's a beast. And you see that in a whole series of references, page 96. So this would be Act 4, Scene 1, about line 30 in his own formulation. Like to a lonely dragon that his fen makes feared and talked of more than seen, your son will or exceed the common or be caught with cautelous baits and practices. He does both, as it turns out. But his self-conception is as a lonely dragon, And that's the way other people start to think of him. Page 121. This is Act 4, Scene 7, about line 23. Fights dragon-like, Phidias says of him, and does achieve as soon as draw his sword. And then in the most telling of the references on page 139, this is Act 5, Scene 4. Menenius says of him, this is Act 5, Scene 4, about line 12, this Marcius is grown from man to dragon. He has wings, he's more than a creeping thing. So there is some sense of the beast to Coriolanus. There is something very inhuman about this soldier, the way he turns on his own people. And there isn't, if you don't need your own people, there's something inhuman about him. There would have to be, in a way, something subhuman, dragon-like. And of course, throughout the play, as in Homer, the heroes are compared to savage animals, like to lions. There's this very strong sense in the play that there's something savage about these great soldiers. But if you look down, if you're still on page 139, we see an interesting modulation here, starting with Menenius' speech at line 16. So did he no more remembers his mother now than an 8-year-old horse. See, this is very Aristotelian. He's cut himself off for humanity. He's a beast. The tartness of his face sours ripe grapes. When he walks, he moves like an engine, and the ground shrinks before his treading. He is able to pierce a corselet with his eye, talks like a nail, and his hum is a battery. Now he's truly inhuman. He's a machine. He is indeed a killing machine. He sits in a state as a thing made for Alexander, as if he's a statue of Alexander. That's a bit of an anachronism there, but let's not worry about it. What he bids be done is finished with his bidding. He wants nothing of a god but eternity and a heaven to throne in. There's the modulation from the beast to the god in one speech there. I think it's good evidence that maybe Shakespeare really had this statement of Aristotle's in mind. Because at the same time, as we picture Coriolanus as a beast in this play, he's also frequently imaged as a god. And that's really, the question that his whole career raises. He seems inhuman to us, especially turning on his own people this way. And yet, what does that show? Does it show that he's a beast and somehow lesser? Or is he someone who's passed to a higher order and now is above ordinary things? And so there's a lot of imagery in the play that also compares him to a god. Even before he turns on Rome, if you look at page 45, for example, so this is Act 2, Scene 1, when the tribunes are describing this reaction, how everybody's come out to see him. Think of this as you start Julius Caesar next time, because Julius Caesar will get a similar reception in Rome, and with tribunes complaining about it. But pick up at line 224 on page 45. Such a father as if that whatsoever God who leads him were slyly crept into his human powers and gave him gracious posture. This is a very worrisome aspect of the Roman system, that the ordinary people may actually regard one of these great soldiers as a god. Now, again, I want you to understand, this was, in a certain sense, a real possibility. We are used to monotheistic religions now, to a single God who transcends the natural world. In Judaism and Christianity and Islam, the gulf between divinity and humanity is absolutely unbridgeable, with one exception in Christianity. But that was in the other direction, God becoming man. The idea of man becoming God is really deeply foreign to our religious sensibilities in the modern world. It was not in the ancient world. The Roman emperors actually became gods. Julius Caesar was deified officially by the Senate. Augustus Caesar well, the very name shows it, was deified by the Roman Senate. The Roman emperors were pictured as gods on Roman currency. Again, it's, we want to say they weren't really gods. I remember, how many of you have been to the Parthenon? How many of you have been to the one in Memphis? Excuse me, in Nashville? That's the real one. There's this total wreck over in Athens. But if you want to see the real Parthenon, it's in Nashville, Tennessee. And it's even got a finished basement. And they've got the famous statue of Athena there. I think the gold and ivory may be fake, but I remember I actually went to this thing. And I'm only half joking when I say, in some ways you'll get a better feel for the Parthenon going to Nashville, because the thing's complete. It's actually very impressive in the interior. And there's the 45-foot statue of Athena. And I was staring at it, and this little kid tugged me and said, "She's not real." And he really was frightened that I was being taken in by the pagan aura. I was really touched because it showed, I'm guessing his Christianity meant so much to him that he wanted to point out this paganism to him, that, there aren't gods like that. There's one God, true God, up in heaven. Well, the ancient world, they had lots of gods, and so it wasn't such a big deal if some human became a god. It didn't seem so improbable. You got 1,000 gods, what's 1,001? And so there are certainly, in Homer, in much Greek mythology, the line between human and divine is easily crossed. Gods have sex with moral human beings and produce demigods, the heroes, and so on. So, in a certain sense, you'll see this very strongly in Julius Caesar and Antony Cleopatra. The possibility of a human being becoming a god is not remote in this world. It's one thing that makes it a pagan world, and it's a great fear in Roman politics here. This could upset the whole republic if now the people started whoring after this false god of Coriolanus. So that's why this language comes up again and again of him. Page 47. This is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 269. I've seen the dumb men throng to see him and the blind to hear him speak. Matrons flung gloves, ladies and maids their scarves and handkerchiefs. He's like a rock star. Upon him as he passed, the nobles bended as to Jove's statue, and the commons made a shower and thunder with their caps and shouts. I never saw the like. But yeah, if you take a rock star and a great athlete, you have some sense of what a man like Coriolanus appeared like in the ancient world. Again, the notion that they're somehow of a higher order. Just a few more examples. Page 70. This is what troubles the tribunes. Act 3, Scene 1, line 80. Brutus says to Coriolanus, "You speak of the people as if you were a god to punish, not a man of their infirmity." Finally, on page 117, Cominius now says of the Volsces, this is Act 4, Scene 6, about line 90, "If he is their god, he leads them like a thing made by some other deity than nature that shapes man better, and they follow him against us brats with no less confidence than boys pursuing summer butterflies or butchers killing flies." And we know from page 18 what boys like pursuing butterflies are like in this world. So it's raised as a real possibility in the eyes of the characters of the play that this man has become a god. And it really is that Aristotelian point. Here's the greatest human hero, and has he somehow transcended the human condition, or has he sunk below it? And again, you see all of his tragedy in this fact. The city is basically a world of the middle, of middle humanity, of the middle range of humanity. The city is the world of compromise. It's where people temperately proceed to things, where they're not supposed to go to extremes. There's a lot of language in the play to that respect, in that regard. If you look at page 74, for example, Act 3, Scene 1, line 180. On both sides, more respect. Or page 76, Act 3, Scene 1, again, Menenius says, 217, and temperately proceed to what you would thus violently redress. That the city is defined by the middle here of people compromising. Well, in some ways, the city most fears is uncompromising people like Coriolanus. Again, you see, if you will, the tragic dialectic here. The city wants these great heroes. It wants a God to lead them. But once, beware of what you wish for in the ancient world. Because if you get that God, he's going to be very difficult to manage. So there's a kind of tension between greatness and mediocrity in the city. The city is defined in a way by those interchanges between Menenius and Sicinius and Brutus, where they would be able to achieve compromise. They would be able to make the city function on the level of ordinary human desires. What goes haywire in the city is when you get a character like Coriolanus, who actually does what the city wants from him. They want a God. They want an extraordinary soldier who is unlimited in his greatness. And yet when they get it, they are really worried about having it. Okay, let me pause here and see if any questions. Yes? You mean what's the distinction between beast and animal there? Yeah, I think the word beast there is something like theria. It is a Greek word for really savage animal. So it's not, I don't know enough. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let me say, I don't know enough ancient Greek to make this point, but I'm getting that zoon is a very general word for moving thing, a thing that moves of its own motion. And that's an animal. I believe the word there is theria, but I'm not sure. It's a word that means a ferocious beast. So that would be the distinction. And especially now, once you've defined man as the political animal, you're talking about a being that would either be defective or superior in relation to that. Okay? In a way, you can say that the whole problem is the God becomes indistinguishable from a beast when this being leaves the human orbit of the city. This is what Oedipus is all about, by the way, and why Oedipus is imaged as a beast, but also as a god in Sophocles' play. And this whole, I think the whole of the Oedipus Tyrannus can be worked out in terms of Aristotle in just those terms. And it's a very similar idea. And Oedipus is so puzzling and so tragic for just this reason. Is this guy above us for what he did, or is he horribly below us? And the answer is both in the play. And yeah.
And I guess I've got one other. I just don't have a good knowledge of history. Is this Brutus meant to be Lucius Junius Brutus or the later Brutus?
No, this is a plebeian. So the fact is the name Brutus comes from Plutarch, so Shakespeare used it. But this is not of the Brutus family. It's not the Brutus, Lucius Junius Brutus, who expelled the Tarquins, and he's now related to Marcus Brutus. It's just a kind of accident that he's named Brutus. But it is interesting. It's a little, if it weren't, it's so it's so funny. Plutarch says that there were 5 tribunes, and he gives 2 names, and so Shakespeare has only the 2 names, and he uses them. But anyway, other questions? Okay, now let's look at the turn in Coriolanus in light of all this. In some ways, you can see how problematic his quest is. Human beings are not self-sufficient. But let me just say, if you learn nothing else in this course, never say you're the author of yourself to your mother. It's intellectually and emotionally inadequate. And of course, that's what happens, and in some ways it's so simple. But it's really, if you look at the speeches starting around 130, page 132, you can see why Coriolanus is forced to yield, because he's trying to maintain an impossible human position here. And it's very evident from his first words on the top of page 132, Act 5, Scene 3. My wife comes foremost, then the honored mold wherein this trunk was framed. This is the beginning of a speech that ends as if a man were off of himself. I mean, that's what his mother is, the mold whereon he was framed. And she brings up her womb many times in this sequence of speeches here. And you see here that he simply cannot maintain his position as a god here, faced with his family. I melt and am not of stronger earth than others. My mother bows as if Olympus to a molehill, should in supplication nod. And so indeed, in some ways, he's lost at the very beginning here. And Volumnia knows to play upon this, that here is his family. And it touches him on many levels. On the one hand, I mean, in a sense, this whole sequence is about generation here. Eros. And it's not just that he's generated from his mother, but his son is there. Generated from Coriolanus through Virgilia. What we have here is, the Roman family in its purpose of harnessing Eros, the power of generation, sexual generation, to provide the city with citizens. And yet it turns out it's very lucky for Rome that it did not fully absorb the family. Remember I said one of the characteristics of the Republic is that institutions or forces that we normally think of as independent of politics, like religion and the family, tend to be absorbed into the orbit of the city in this world, but not fully. Rome fails in its embassies to Coriolanus. They send his best friend and chief negotiator Menenius. They send Cominius. All these official representatives of the Roman polis fail. But the family succeeds because Coriolanus has an attachment to his family, it turns out, that is deeper than his attachment to the city, independent of it, that he keeps imaging as natural here. That this is natural affection. And again, it has many ramifications. For example, what we see here is the importance of his name. Volumnia points out to him the self-destructive nature of his enterprise, that if he destroys Rome, he will destroy the only basis of his fame. And again, it is one of the great ironies. His name is now Coriolanus. And as he's about to learn, that name is not going to get him much honor among the Volsces. So he's, in a way, his quest for immortality is tied to Rome here. And he learns if he destroys Rome, he has destroyed himself. Moreover, you have the whole sense here of his family as a line. That it's very important that he has this son, Marcius. And Marcius has said, I'll run away till I'm older and then I'll fight. In a way, what Volumnia brings out here is the self-contradictory nature of his enterprise here, that he is, when all is said, still a human being, and that means a citizen of his country, the child of his mother, the husband of his wife, the father of his son. What comes out here is all the many ways in which he, a la Aristotle, is integrated into a community, and that he cannot stand as if a man were author himself and knew no other kin. And again, it's obviously very strong here that it is his mother who's presenting him with these facts, and as her last trump card at the end on page 137. So Act 5, Scene 3, about line 177. Come, let us go. This fellow had a Volscian to his mother. His wife is in Coriols, and his child like him by chance. He can't accept that. He cannot live with that, even though in some ways it's his claim He's claiming I'm above all this. I have no human ties. I don't need them. And, it's hard to say, how to react to this. There's a very strange thing in Jonathan Swift somewhere in his notebooks where he talks about list of contemptible actions. And one of the things he lists is Coriolanus yielding to his mother. And, I did a double take the first time I saw that because it's very hard for us not to see this as a very human moment. And most critics talk about Coriolanus reclaiming his humanity here, but I guess Swift felt, no, to be, a really extraordinary person would not have let these normal common affections affect him. I think Shakespeare is showing here that it is indeed very problematic to step outside of all human ties and be self-sufficient. You would either have to be a beast or a god, a dragon or a god in the terms of this play. And so instead, Coriolanus says, I melt. And again, it's very interesting. That's still on page 132 there, that line 28, I melt. One thing you might look for in this play, and especially Antony Cleopatra's, its companion piece, there's a lot of images in both plays of hard things and melting things. And hard things are thumos and melting things are eros. Coriolanus is obsessed with solid things. They reflect his sense of his own solid identity, separate from other human beings. But even he, in the end, melts. You'll see in Antony and Cleopatra, people are melting all the time because they're so erotic and kind of melting into each other. So I think this play, it is, in a very Aristotelian sense, an attempt to define the human condition as that middle condition between God and beast, where people have to yield to fit into the community and in which they can't be absolute. And yet it reminds us of the fact that in some ways we want absolutes, that the hero is the man of absolutes, the unyielding man, and that's what makes this tragic then. Coriolanus himself says that this yielding to his mother will be most mortal to him, and indeed it turns out to be that way when he goes back to the Volskis. So I think this play in some ways distills in its clearest Shakespeare's sense of what the relation of the hero to the ordinary community is. The ordinary community functions, it can live, it can generate its future, it yields, it is human beings in their mediocrity, in their middle state, coming together, and yet when you look at a Coriolanus, you say, there's really something quite extraordinary about this man and his unwillingness to do this, even though in the end, even he melts and has to give in to the community. But that tension goes to the heart of tragedy in Shakespeare, that the hero doesn't fit into the ordinary community, and that says something about the hero. There's something peculiar and peculiarly uncompromising about it. But it also says something about the ordinary community, that in a way it is too yielding and too compromising and cannot produce great individuals according to its vision. Now, any questions about that? Yes? Yeah, but there's a lot of homosexuality among Roman emperors, so I don't... I don't know if there's that strong a distinction between Greeks and Romans in that respect. I didn't dwell on it, but those speeches when Cominius and Coriolanus talk about having more joy and greeting each other on the battlefield and when they met their wives, and Ophidius does the same thing, that seems to point in the direction of homosexuality along the lines of the Iliad and Patroclus and Achilles. So I'm not sure... Well, between Coriolanus and Alcibiades, it would really work that way. And then, you could probably make some connection then between homosexuality and philosophy, as going in this unconventional direction. But I don't know that interests Shakespeare in this play. But again, I'm not not sure that that's an issue on which you can distinguish the Greeks and Romans from what I've read about Emperor Hadrian and so on. Other questions? Okay, let me finish up now in a way that will take us on to Julius Caesar. That is, this play is a tragedy, and in a way, things look catastrophic. Rome was almost destroyed. It expels its greatest soldier in the process. How many of you would bet money on the Roman Republic after reading this play? I mean, you would think, I'll give him 10, 15 years after this. And Coriolanus more or less says that. You expel me and you'll be exposed to every possible danger. And yes, the Republic will fall 450 years later. And this is a defective regime. Shakespeare has shown many problems with the Roman regime. But how is it that Coriolanus proved to be such a bad prophet that the regime that he said was so defective managed to last 450 years and not just creep along for 450 years, but conquer the rest of the Mediterranean world in the process? Well, the answer is that Coriolanus, in a weird way, secured the future of the very regime he despised and said would fall. And I'd like to suggest that Rome actually learns lessons from this story. Shakespeare doesn't spell them out, and if we didn't have the rest of Roman history, it would be hard to prove this from the play. But let me just say what I think the plebeians and the patricians learned from this story, because it did not repeat itself. The plebeians learn caution and moderation. They have come very close to getting their city destroyed. Yeah, they exercised their power and they showed the patricians who they are, and they taught this guy Coriolanus a lesson. But they are scared within an inch of their lives, and we see them turning on the tribunes. And indeed, now again, I'm forced to infer this from the play, but also from Roman history and Machiavelli. That is, the plebeians learn, yeah, they have power, but they better be more careful in the way they use it. And they learn, maybe we need some of these patricians, and maybe we shouldn't be too eager to banish them. And indeed, it is true, and Machiavelli does point this out, that there were very few incidents like this in Roman history, where one of the great leaders of the city got banished. And many of them did very strange things, very dangerous things. And I can't prove this, but I think you can say that this story teaches the plebeians a lesson. And of course, at the same time, it teaches the patricians a lesson. That they see what happens when a patrician is too openly contemptuous of the plebeians, when he refuses to act a part in public. There's a lot of language of acting in this play, you might have noticed, where Coriolanus says, like a dull actor, I forgot my part, or his reluctance to act, to put on a show for the plebeians, proves disastrous for him, nearly disastrous for the patrician party, nearly disastrous for the patricians. And again, I'm inferring this, but you can bet that the patricians learned a lesson here too. And again, it's a lesson of caution and moderation. It's the lesson that Volumnia tries to teach Coriolanus, that you should hide your contempt for the common people. You should wait until you're in office before manifesting any of it. In other words, you can see why this story became a kind of parable for Rome of what not to do, and why both parties might have learned this lesson, the patricians and the plebeians. And again, the fact that this Roman Republic survives another 450 years, shows that they learned something of this. Now, the regime changed. We talked about how after about 150 years, plebeians became eligible for consul, and things kept changing. But still, the basic outline of this regime with the Senate, the consuls, and the tribunes lasts into Julius Caesar's day. And one reason it does seem to last is this story, which teaches Rome indeed temporarily proceed to what you might would moderately redress. We see the difference among the Volsces, who don't have tribunes and don't have these institutions, and all they do is kill Coriolanus. For them, it really proves disastrous. Not much longer after this, the Romans effectively wiped them out. So, in that sense, the whole story of Coriolanus truly is the founding of the Roman Republic. We do see the introduction of the tribunate as this distinctively popular institution in the regime, but in some ways the whole story is the founding story, because it teaches a lesson to the two parties in Rome that they have to live with each other in a way, have to moderate their demands and find ways of compromising, which Rome did for hundreds of years. And indeed, Rome went on to conquer so much. But on the other hand, you can see the danger here, the ultimate Achilles heel of the regime. And oddly enough, it turns out to be too much attachment of the people to one of the great patrician heroes. In Act 2, it's looking as if Coriolanus, if he plays his cards right, could emerge as the sole ruler in Rome. The patricians are on his side, and now the plebeians are flocking to him like a god. He blows it completely. He just can't act a part, even for a minute, to get what he wants. But you can see the danger here is if one of these patricians would wise up and learn to act in public, to put on a show for the people. Did we see here what the people want? I'm sure you know this formula. They want bread and circuses. They want food, and there's already talk about, placating the people by giving them food, and they want a show. They want the patricians to perform for them. Well, that turns out to be the formula for Julius Caesar. That's why he put this system to rest, why he beat the game. He turns out to be the patrician who was willing to give the plebeians what they wanted, and so they make a god out of him. They make a Caesar out of him. And that's what we'll be looking at in Julius Caesar. So as you read the play, particularly look at the opening scene of Julius Caesar. It's very similar to the opening scene of Coriolanus. There are plebeians, there are tribunes, and yet the interplay is so different, and you will learn so much of how Rome has changed between the earliest days of the Republic and the last dying days of the Republic. And think about Brutus and Mark Antony and their speeches to the Roman plebeians, how the treatment of the plebeians has changed at this point where the Republic is about to collapse into an empire. So we will enjoy the Roman Republic while it's ruling the world. We're going to see the Republic start to fall next week in Julius Caesar. Okay. Let's now turn to Julius Caesar and see if I'm right that these plays actually work together. And a good way of seeing that is just to turn to the opening scene of Julius Caesar. In some ways, you can understand everything that has happened to Rome since Coriolanus in this opening scene. The two scenes seem to be written as companions, as if Shakespeare were trying to link these two scenes together. As in the first scene of Coriolanus, we've got a crowd of plebeians here, we got a couple of tribunes dealing with them, and the issue is a great man. But things have fundamentally changed. In Coriolanus, the people hated the great man, the great warrior, the man then Caius Marcius, soon to be Coriolanus. And the tribunes, when they're appointed, at most channel that hatred into an acceptable political form of banishment. But here, the people are flocking after the equivalent of Coriolanus, in this case Julius Caesar, a great military leader, and the tribunes are trying to dissuade the people of their support for Caesar. So immediately you can see that the worst nightmare of the Roman Republic has come true. Just what I was pointing to last time, that the biggest problem for the Roman Republic would be if the people ever got too attached to one of these patricians, if they ever accepted one-man rule and indeed clamored for it. So we really see here in the opening scene what is going to bring down the Republic and produce one-man rule in Rome. And we also, I think, get more than just hints of what's brought it about. And I'll just begin with the first line of the play, "Hence home, you idle creatures, get you home." The Roman plebeians are now idle. They were not idle in Coriolanus. They were on the brink of starvation. They were people operating under the pinch of necessity, pushed to their limits because they were out without food. They were storming around the city in desperation. Now they're having a holiday. And it suggests that in some way the idleness of the plebeians is the clue to the decadence of Rome. That pressure of necessity ultimately kept them in line in the early days of the Republic and throughout much of its history. Now this is a flattered urban proletariat, we would call it, people who are at least relatively well off. The plebeians of Coriolanus are decidedly poor. But now, notice about line 7, this is all on page 3, "What dost thou with thy best apparel on?" Now, that's an interesting touch there. These plebeians now have a change of clothes. I suspect the plebeians of Coriolanus did not. Indeed, I would love to get a chance to stage these plays sometime and, have the plebeians in Coriolanus come out in rags. And now in Julius Caesar have them pretty well dressed up. And indeed, this is a more advanced economy, we would say. I talked about the division of labor in connection with Aristotle. And here you see that we now have trades in Rome. We have carpenters, we have cobblers. In Coriolanus, it was not clear what these plebeians did. But now we're at a more advanced state. We are 450 years later. And so we see a wealthier group of plebeians. Indeed, historically, many plebeians grew quite wealthy through trade. And moreover, we can notice, it seems, a different relation between the tribunes and the plebeians here. They don't seem to know the plebeians individually. What trade art thou? I get the feeling in Coriolanus that Sicinius and Brutus wouldn't have to ask the plebeians what trade they are because they all know each other. And here, indeed, Rome had grown much larger by now. It's now a city of maybe 1 million people. It was in the thousands at the time of Coriolanus. And so we see a community that is much more, with people more distant from each other in it. And above all, we see a change in the relation of the plebeians to this one great patrician, Julius Caesar. You'll turn to page 4, which would be around line 35 in this first scene. Morellus's speech, "Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings he home? What tributaries follow him to Rome? To grace and captive bonds his chariot wheels. You blocks, you stones, you worse and senseless things. O you hard hearts, you cruel men of Rome, knew you not Pompey?" And in case you can't figure out the situation here, Julius Caesar is celebrating a Roman triumph over a fellow Roman general, Pompey the Great. Not so great anymore. And this is a real turn. Now, historically, it was a turn. It was a very questionable move on Caesar's part. A Roman general was supposed to celebrate a triumph over foreigners. You conquered the Gauls, you conquered the Spaniards, you conquered the Thracians. But this triumph is the product of a civil war. And it shows how the Republic is destroying itself through internal conflict. Now you see what a Roman general was supposed to do, what conquest brings he home, what tributaries follow him to Rome. These triumphs traditionally celebrated great Roman victories that brought enormous amounts of wealth to Rome. Huge shipments of grain, often piles of gold and silver, and so on. So Rome was enriched over the centuries, but now the consequence of that is that one Roman patrician is celebrating a triumph over another. So again, if you just look at this scene, you can see what ultimately brought down the Republic. It is the triumph of one patrician over all the others, and he accomplished that by getting the plebeians on his side. Now, any questions about that? Okay, let me give you another one of my pint-sized Roman history lessons, because we're making quite a jump here from roughly 494 BC to 44 BC. That's 450 years. Now, I know to you the difference between 494 BC and 44 BC, may not sound like much. Think 450 years ago, that's 1652. 1562, yeah. In 1562, there was no United States. Believe it or not, there wasn't even a Harvard in 1562. And in fact, Shakespeare hadn't even been born in 1562. It was 2 more years. That's, in those terms, you see, that's a long chunk of history, 450 years. So a lot happened between the days of Coriolanus and the days of Julius Caesar. And let me just give you a very rough sense of it so you'll understand why the Roman Republic is teetering on the brink of becoming an empire here. We talked about this a bit. Rome started out as just one city among many on Italy, not a particularly prominent one. It gradually conquered all the other peoples in what is now Italy. And a very interesting thing about the Romans, they tended to admit the people they conquered to Roman citizenship. So it's not that Rome ruled over all the other cities in Italy as foreign possessions. Rather gradually, and again, this was very complicated and in stages, but gradually the peoples of Italy became citizens of Rome. And in general, over the centuries, the Romans incorporated the people they conquered into Roman citizenship. Is a different attitude towards conquest than many people have manifested when they've created empires. So the Romans, conquered the Samnites and then started expanding around the Mediterranean. It's the famous gladiator shows embody memories of these conquests. Some of the categories of the gladiators were people dressed as some of the foreign people that the Romans had conquered. There was a Samnite kind of a gladiator, there was a Gaul type of gladiator, there was a Thracian type of gladiator. Those gladiator images you have in some ways are memories of Rome's conquest of all these people. In its expansion around the Mediterranean, the major power Rome encountered was Carthage. And they had a series of what are called the Punic Wars. Carthage almost won. We could all be speaking Phoenician today if Hannibal had marched on Rome when he had his chance at it. But as its main rival, once Carthage was destroyed, Rome was pretty much in control of the Mediterranean, eventually went and conquered the Greek people. all of what we call the Middle East, eventually Spain. Caesar conquered much of what's now France. And anyway, Rome put together this huge empire. And always remember, Rome had an empire before it became an imperial regime. In some ways, what we're looking at is how having an empire generated an imperial regime in Rome. It's not that they started out with an emperor and then got an empire. It's really rather interesting that they started out with an empire and then got an emperor, and that's in a way exactly the process we're tracing here. Now, in a way, what I'm talking about is the tragedy of the Roman Republic, that the very things that made it great, the very conquest it made, eventually subverted the Republican regime. And it did so in several ways, and this is the important background I want to give you for understanding Julius Caesar. As Rome grew larger, certain of the Republican institutions did not function anymore. And the chief one was this 1-year limit on being consul. Just think about it when you're marching an army from Rome, the city of Rome, to say Madrid or to Damascus. It takes maybe a year just to get there. And as the Roman campaigns grew longer, the temptation grew very great to extend the military commands. And most historians of Rome, including Machiavelli, attribute the ultimate subversion of the Republic to the prolongation of the military commands. This is in the discourses in Book 3, Chapter 24. The prolongation of commands made Rome servile. And this is on page 269 of your edition. If one considers well the proceeding of the Roman Republic, one will see that two things were the cause of the dissolution of the Republic. One was the contentions that arose from the agrarian law, and I'll say something about that in a few minutes. The other, the prolongation of commands. And Machiavelli goes on to say, for the further, this is now on page 270, for the farther the Romans went abroad with arms, the more such extensions appeared necessary to them, and the more they used it. That thing produced two inconveniences. One, that a lesser number of men were practiced in commands, and because of this they came to restrict reputation to a few. The other, that when a citizen remained commander of an army for a very long time, he would win it over to himself and make it partisan to him, for the army would in time forget the Senate and recognize that head. Because of this, Sulla and Marius could find soldiers who would follow them against the public good. Because of this, Caesar could seize the fatherland. I really recommend Book 3, Chapter 4 of the discourses to you. I know it's tempting only to read the opening chapters, but read the whole book. There's some great stuff in it. And here you see the problem. And it developed about a century and a half after Coriolanus. The first prolongation of a command was in 327 BC. And you see, the genius of the Republic was the 2 consuls every year. That left you with a lot of people who had major executive experience in the community. I believe the commands were never extended more than 5 years, but even 5 years is a long time, both in the sense is that it reduces the number. Instead of having 5 great generals in 5 years, you have only 1. And it also allows the soldiers to become loyal to that one man and not to the Senate that has appointed him. And most historians of Rome see this as the turning point in the Republic. Now, again, it didn't happen overnight. They prolonged a command beginning in 327 BC, and they lasted still to 44 BC, or 27 BC, or 31 BC, however you want to date the beginning of the imperial regime. It was a gradual process. At first it was seen as temporary measure. It gradually became more and more common to prolong the commands, and that's how you start to get these figures like Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great, who have been generals for long periods of time and have been running the same group of soldiers for year after year. The other aspect to this is how wealthy these generals became. Because when they conquered a province and were appointed a so-called proconsul to run the province, they were essentially the tax collectors. And they, to some extent, brought that money back to Rome, but the money was chiefly used to finance the army. And the way the soldiers looked at it, that general, whether he be Julius Caesar or Pompey, was the source of your income as a soldier. That guy was paying you either through conquered booty or through taxes, and moreover, these generals would give land to their veterans. When they left the army, what they would get in return for that was a gift of land from their general. So you can see this is why Caesar is in such a strong position in Shakespeare's play, why people like Cassius and Brutus resented that these generals had enormous power generated from their wealth. It is hard to figure out exactly what a drachma was worth or a talent or whatever these units of money we see in classical references. The way I like to express the wealth of these great Roman generals is essentially these guys could pay the defense budget of their country out of their pocket. Now, Bill Gates, not even close with he's very wealthy, definitely wealthier than I am, but he can't come close to paying the U.S. defense budget. And these guys like Pompey and Julius Caesar could. They essentially were paying the Roman defense budget out of their pocket, and evidently with money to spare. So look at the logic of this. In some sense, the Roman Republic was extremely successful in military terms. It did conquer every army it faced. It was extraordinary in that sense. But the logic of that is you start to have to rely on the generals more. The very expansion of the empire requires the prolongation of military commands and therefore subverts the original idea between having the two consuls. Moreover, these individual men become so wealthy, it becomes very corrupting to the Roman system. If you read Plutarch's Life of Julius Caesar, you will see that he used his wealth and in some cases borrowed money in order to corrupt the Roman political system. They started to use money to buy offices. Mark Antony is a friend of Julius Caesar. He wants to have him made tribune or something. Julius Caesar uses money to get the people to vote for Mark Antony, in effect. Moreover, the patricians began to understand that they could get the plebeians on their side by appealing to their appetites. That's what Machiavelli means when he cites the agrarian laws as the other source of problems in Roman history. That, as we can see from Coriolanus, the constant demand of the plebeians was essentially for more food, for more wealth. And you can see in Coriolanus that he is opposed to that. He, as a patrician, does everything he can, for example, to prevent the distribution of the grain to the plebeians. But patricians came along who started to favor the distribution of grain. And indeed, by the time of Julius Caesar, the Roman plebeians were entitled by law to a certain portion of grain that the Roman state would deliver to them from its conquered territories, particularly Egypt at the time of Julius Caesar. And so this was an enormously corrupting element in Roman politics, that the patricians, individual patricians, started buying off the plebeians. They had the great armies in their pocket, and then they started to get the plebeians in their pocket. They would start to give people more grain and more land. That's the agrarian laws were chiefly land redistribution laws that a number of Roman patricians sponsored, largely starting in the 2nd century BC. So that delicate balance that makes the Roman Republic seem to work in Coriolanus gradually, and again, let's give Rome credit because it took 4.5 centuries for this to reach the crisis in the regime, but still, gradually, that sense of balance of power between the patricians and the plebeians is undermined. The balance of power within the patricians is undermined. Again, the genius of the Republic was let's have lots of patricians who have been consul, and can be general, and we can rely on them. We don't get too reliant on one single patrician. And by the same token, the plebeians will maintain their suspicion of the patricians. That's been overthrown. Now, again, that's a very quick summary of Roman history, but any questions about that? Okay, so let's see how that works out in terms of Shakespeare's play. One of the key moments that we hear about at the very beginning is the notion of Casca's report on Julius Caesar. This is page 15, so it's Act 1, Scene 2, about line 255 in the play. Remember, Casca is reporting the scene where Mark Antony is doing a kind of trial balloon here, offering Caesar a crown in public, and what Caesar learns is the people are not prepared yet to get a king. But we learn that Caesar collapsed and that he did have epilepsy or the falling sickness, but Casca attributes it to something else here. This is about line 257 on page 15. If the tagrag people did not clap him and hiss him according as he pleased and displeased them, as they used to do the players in the theater, I am no true man. That's a very telling moment there. Julius Caesar's theatricality, because it contrasts sharply with Coriolanus. Remember that what Coriolanus refused to do was to play a part. He had an almost visceral hatred of acting. And so he wouldn't give the plebeians the show that they wanted. As Coriolanus' friends tell him, all you have to do is pretend for a little while that you like them, and you'll be consul. Just put on a show. And the language is quite theatrical. Perform a part, they say to him. And he won't do it. But we see, if you will, the genius of Julius Caesar here. He is indeed stage managing this moment. It's a very theatrical moment. He's staging a scene with Antony offering the crown because he wants to find out if the Roman people are prepared to have a king. He discovers they're not. But in any case, it's very theatrical. And in general, what we see in this play is that the patricians have overcome Coriolanus' visceral disgust for the plebeians. In a curious way, that delicate balance of power in the Republic depends upon a minimal amount of fraternization between the parties. We can have Menenius meeting with Sicinius and Brutus and Coriolanus, but in some ways that disdain that Coriolanus shows for the plebeians is necessary to prevent anyone from patrician from enlisting the plebeians on his side. Caesar, in a way, is much more broad-minded than Coriolanus. He is not captive of those patrician notions that the plebeians are simply contemptible. He's willing to play to them. Now, we're going to discuss Antony's speech at length a little later, but I'll just jump to it to show you something of the Caesarian policy. Antony is, in some sense, the apprentice of Julius Caesar here. When you get to that famous Friends, Roman Countrymen speech, you actually see encapsulated in it much of the Caesarian policy. And the thing, again, we'll go into it in greater detail next time, perhaps possibly the third lecture on Julius Caesar. But Antony is tremendously theatrical in that speech. He appeals to the plebeians on a kind of gut level. At a crucial moment, he descends literally to their level. Brutus, as we'll see, one of his problems is he's an old-style patrician. He stands up on the rostrum and keeps his distance. One of the great moments in Antony's speech is when he says, "Shall I descend to you?" And this would probably have been acted out on the Elizabethan stage. If you've ever seen the Globe, it has an upper stage and a lower stage. You know, the scene where they do the balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet, in Julius Caesar, Antony would start up on the balcony speaking down to the people, and then he comes to their level. But above all, what does he do to clinch that speech? He bears Caesar's wounds in public. Exactly what Coriolanus would not do. Coriolanus, in effect, loses the consulship because he won't bear his wounds in an utterly shameless and, quite frankly, disgusting moment. I mean, Antony just flaunts Caesar's wounds to the crowd. I mean, it's a kind of desecration of the body of his best friend, but it shows you this lack of shame. Coriolanus is consumed with shame. He won't appear naked in public. He won't. I can kind of understand that actually, but he, he won't bear his wounds when he was supposed to. In a really marked contrast, Antony is not bound by such a conventional emotion as shame. Antony is a deeply shameless man, as we will see in Antony and Cleopatra. But the bearing of those wounds shows how theatrical the Caesarian regime has become and how it's overcome the old patrician prejudices. And of course, the other genius of that speech is the 75 drachmas, Caesar's will. And again, I think you can use Antony's speech to understand Caesar's policies because Antony understands to clinch the support of the people in his new struggle, as he's anticipating with Cassius and Brutus, is get the people on his side. And what's the way to do that? With a bribe. This is page 66. So Act 3, Scene 2, about line 243. Here's the will, and under Caesar's seal, to every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. And that's when one of the plebeians says, "O royal Caesar." That's their notion of royalty, 75 drachmas to every person. That is the price of freedom in Rome. If you want to know what's freedom worth in Rome, it's worth 75 drachmas to these people. Again, it's complicated to know how much that's worth, and I've seen varying reports, but the best I can tell, that was one day's wage for these Roman plebeians. So not all that much money. But again, here's an example of how these Roman patricians were able to use their vast wealth in order to corrupt the people. And then also we learn the top of page 67, so about line 250 in the scene, moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbors, and new planted orchards on this side Tiber. He hath left them you and to your heirs forever, common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourself. Here was a Caesar, when comes such another? And so this bread and circuses, you all know that, I think, as the formula for the Roman emperors. And you see it here in Caesar as if not the first of the Roman emperors, the one who's going to produce the Roman imperial system. You give the people what they want. You perform theatrically. You give them the show they want. You give them money. You give them bread. You give them land. It really is a kind of pampered populace that is bribed into servitude here. Again, historically, Julius Caesar made a lot of his reputation staging great gladiator shows early in his career. Again, he went into debt in order to buy the best gladiators. These people want shows. One of the things I want to trace for you, and it's a very sharp pattern in Shakespeare, is the transformation of the plebeians from citizens to spectators. In Coriolanus, they are still citizens. They are indeed labeled often as first citizen, second citizen, third citizen. They are participating directly in politics, whether for good or ill. When we see them at the beginning of the play, they are actively pursuing a political agenda there. The plebeians in Julius Caesar are on holiday. This is not the kind of serious moment that the opening scene of Coriolanus is. In fact, they are there to watch something, to watch a big show. And again, it's what these triumphs were. They'd march through Rome, all sorts of exotic animals they captured somewhere, and often the kings they conquered, they'd march through, and all the treasure they got. And the plebeians are in the position of spectators. They are watching this thing passively from the sideline. It's indeed what the tribunes are complaining about. That's what the tribunes in this play represent, in a way, the last gasp of the Republic. It is odd in a way because Coriolanus presents them as the enemies of the Republic. But we see here that insofar as they could get the people not to attach themselves to single great men, that was what was necessary to the Republic. So page 16 is ominous. This is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 285. So Act 1, Scene 2, 285. Marullus and Flavius, for pulling scarfs or Caesar's image, are put to silence. That's the murder of the tribunes, and it's the last we will ever see tribunes in Shakespeare's Roman plays. Now, in fact, the tribunate survived well into the Republic. It was one of the geniuses of Octavius Caesar to have himself made tribune, which carried a lot of power, especially to check the will of the Senate. But as far as Shakespeare is concerned, this is it for tribunes. We will not see them again. Again, historically, that is wrong. The tribunate survived well into the actual Roman Empire. But Shakespeare understands that effectively Julius Caesar kills the tribunes. From now on, the tribunes are going to be appointed by the emperors. Sometimes the emperors will have themselves made tribune. And its function of keeping the people from attaching themselves to a great man will be completely subverted, especially by having the tribunate available, in many cases, the emperor himself. So we really are seeing the Roman Republic being taken apart here. And you get a wonderful sense in this play of what we to this day often call Caesarism. It's the man on the horseback, the great military general who offers his conquest as evidence to people of his greatness, who buys them off, who doles them out money, who gives them pleasant things that they can enjoy. It's a kind of image that Mussolini followed in fascist Italy. And it is a frightening political logic, and as we see, very successful here. This is what ultimately subverts the Republic, and it takes a man of legitimate greatness. Again, Shakespeare gives a very complicated image of Julius Caesar and shows many faults in him, but I think the premise of the play is still that he is a great man. There's a bit of a controversy over the name of this play, Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar's killed in Act 3. Seems a bit odd. It's as if Romeo and Juliet were called Mercutio. Generally speaking, you got to make it to the 5th act in one of Shakespeare's plays to get it named after you, but even Antony doesn't make it past the 4th act. But of course, the point about Caesar, and again, this is something we'll be examining, is the fact that his body is killed in Act 3, but the spirit of Caesarism is not. And indeed, one of the great ironies of this play is directly contrary to the intention of the conspirators. They kill the body but liberate the spirit. Brutus says, if we can only kill the spirit and not touch the body, but it's actually just the opposite. Caesar's ghost comes back and indeed presides over the last two acts of the play, as Brutus himself acknowledges. So Caesar is presented as a man whose influence goes well beyond his death, and therefore he is presented as a great man. Any questions thus far? Okay, let me talk about some more changes in Rome that we can observe in this play. And I think Shakespeare is really trying to think through the differences between early and very late Republican Rome. I should remind you that as far as we can tell, Julius Caesar was written in 1599 and Coriolanus maybe in 1608, 1609. The way I'm approaching these plays, you'd think that Shakespeare wrote Coriolanus first, but he did not. I do think that Shakespeare was capable, having written Julius Caesar, to set up Coriolanus as a kind of companion play. And so I think the correspondences between the first scenes in Coriolanus and Julius Caesar are not just an accident, but I feel duty-bound to remind you that some people would think this approach is a bit strange to these plays. But anyway, let's give it a shot. So what else has changed in Rome? Well, religion has changed in very interesting ways. We now have soothsayers. We now have this character who comes up with this "Beware the Ides of March." Now, there were no soothsayers in Coriolanus, and I made a point of showing you that there are soothsayers in Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus, and that Shakespeare, I believe, went out of his way to take the soothsayers out of Coriolanus in order to stress the self-contained character of the Roman regime. That here was politics that did not have to reach out beyond itself to any source of authority that might lie in private visionaries. But this is a world of dreamers now. It's what Caesar first says about the soothsayer. He is a dreamer, let him pass. But notice how powerful Calpurnia's dream is in this play. Notice that Cinna the poet has a dream. This is a world of dreamers. Now, again, this is still Rome, and it's still technically Republican Rome. It's a city of great soldiers conquering the world. But something's happening here. Some dimension of life is breaking out in this Rome that was absent in Coriolanus. There aren't dreamers in Coriolanus. People don't have dreams. I showed you that in the source, Valeria, the notion to go, for the women to go visit Coriolanus comes in a vision that a private citizen has. But Shakespeare doesn't put that in the play. He doesn't want in Coriolanus to have a world of dreamy people who have visions that go beyond anything the city's telling them. But now we got characters like the soothsayer or Artemidorus. They have sort of private sources of information, and they're trying to warn Caesar. Now, he doesn't listen, and of course that results in his death. But still, there's this sense something's happening here. And one way I would point you to this fact is in this play, people are changing their minds, and in fundamental ways. Coriolanus is so pig-headed. You can't get that guy to change his mind. It's not that, aristocracy is really great. And then, maybe democracy is not that bad. Maybe we should give democracy a chance. But look at page 32, for example. This is Act 2, Scene 1. Act 2, Scene 1, about line 195. When Cassius trying to figure out whether Caesar will come to the Senate this day. For he is superstitious grown of late, quite from the main opinion he held once of fantasy, of dreams and ceremonies. Caesar's growing superstitious. Now we actually see it's kind of complicated. Some moments he is superstitious, some moments he isn't. But that wavering itself is indicative of something. Here, this very representative Republican Roman, in a way the greatest Rome can produce, he's grown superstitious of late. Then on page 38, so this would be Act 2, scene 2, near the beginning, about line 13 or 14, Calpurnius says to Caesar, "I never stood on ceremonies, yet now they fright me." Again, someone who has changed her opinion, and with regard to, as your notes point out, paid attention to omens. I showed you in Coriolanus that the Romans there didn't really pay that much attention to omens, or they did so in the Machiavellian way. Very little in Coriolanus of their, what do the priests say? Should we go into battle? Very little of that. But in this play, people are starting to worry more about omens. Let me give you one more example. This is page 92. So Act 5, Scene 1, about line 75. Cassius saying, "You know that I held Epicurus strong in his opinion. Now I change my mind." Now we're going to come back to this speech, I think, a couple of times because it's so important here. But I just want you to see the basic point again. This is some guy who subscribed to Epicurus' philosophy, which, by the way, is a form of atheism, or at least the idea that the gods have no interest in human affairs and leave us alone. And now he's saying, "I've changed my mind," and he goes on to say, "I'm worried about this omen." So this is a way in which Rome has changed. That people who used to have that kind of pig-headed Roman determination are now worrying about omens and visions and dreams. It's the cracking of the Roman regime. As I said, in Coriolanus, Rome almost seems to have a roof in it. The city makes such an effort to form the comprehensive horizons of its citizens. In Julius Caesar, the roof of Rome begins to crack. And indeed, there's an enormous eruption in the heavens. Now again, in Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus, at one point, Castor and Pollux appear in the heavens during a battle. I think it's in connection with the expulsion of the Tarquins. Shakespeare omits that. But in this play now, Shakespeare is working from a source here. These storms are in Plutarch. It's not that Shakespeare invented it, but it's always interesting to see what does he take from Plutarch and what does he leave out. In writing about Coriolanus, he leaves out anything in Plutarch that might suggest the Romans were making reference to the heavens. But in this play, it's really quite strong that the Romans are making reference to the heavens. And so on page 18, so this is Act 1, Scene 3. We get this tremendous storm. Casca is frightened by it. This is about line 3 in Act 1, Scene 3. "Are you not moved when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing unfirm? O Cicero, I have seen tempests when the scolding winds have rived the knotty oaks, and I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam, be exalted with the threatening clouds. But never till tonight, never till now did I go through a tempest dropping fire. Either there is civil strife in heaven, or else the world, too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction." So in this play, the Romans do make reference to the heavens. It's interesting. In Coriolanus, most of the references are to parts of the city. Menenius in Act 5, "See yon coin of the Capitol," he said. I mean, when he looks up, he still sees a Roman building. But in Julius Caesar, the Romans look up and they see the heavens being torn apart, and they react comparably. Casca is very afraid. Cassius comes along, bottom of page 19, and uses the storm to increase his resolve to stand up to Caesar. Notice, though, Cicero is in this scene. This, to my knowledge, this is the only big-name philosopher who ever appears as a character in a Shakespeare play. And we'll talk about the presence of philosophy in the play in a minute. But it's rather interesting that Shakespeare chooses to bring Cicero forward as a character here. Cicero, who was the most important Roman philosopher of this day, but also a wealthy patrician and member of the Senate and a big player in Roman politics at this time, big enough so that Antony Octavius have him rubbed out. And he is strangely taciturn in the scene. He's brought forward but has very few lines. In fact, most productions tend to save money and eliminate a Cicero here. But he just asks questions, and then look at his reaction on page 19. So still Act 1, Scene 3, about line 33. Indeed, it is a strange disposed time, but men may construe things after their fashion, clean from the purpose of the things themselves. Comes Caesar to the capital tomorrow. Cicero is unfazed by these events. And with his talk of the things themselves, he sounds almost Kantian here. That is, his notion is a very philosophical notion. In the sense that, say, this is just natural. You're making a big deal of this. You're trying to read something into it. It's just a storm. It's nothing to be afraid of. And we may get a hint of Shakespeare's own attitude here in the figure of Cicero. And indeed, what we see here in this play, Rome is trying to orient itself by something outside the political here. But it's strange. It doesn't seem to work very well. And the point that Shakespeare keeps making, it seems, is that you're misreading this. You really don't know what nature is telling you. There's a very strange moment on page 29, which to this day I don't really understand, but I'll refer you to it because it is so odd. So this is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 100 in the Signet edition. Now this is a stage device here. Shakespeare wants Brutus and Cassius to go off and kind of whisper to each other and settle their questions and then come back ready to go ahead with the conspiracy. And so you have to picture this being staged, that Brutus and Cassius, we're really interested in what they're saying to each other, yet they've wandered off backstage, and instead we get this strange dialogue with the remaining characters. Here lies the east. Doth not the day break here? No. Oh, pardon, sir, it doth, and yon gray lines that fret the clouds are messengers of the day. You shall confess that you were both deceived. Here, as I point my sword, the sun arises, which is a great way growing on the south, weighing the youthful season of the year. Some 2 months hence, up higher towards the north, he first presents his fire, and the high east stands as the capital directly here. And then Brutus and Cassius come stage forward, and the conspiracy goes into high gear. And what in the world is going on in here in this dialogue? And again, I confess, to this day, I don't fully understand it. But it does seem to be discussion of the city's attempt to orient itself by nature and its failure at doing so because the city tries to remain constant and nature keeps changing. What this is talking about is where does the sun arise in relation to the Capitol building? You know all these stories about Stonehenge. On the summer solstice, the sun arises in just the way that illuminates one of the stones. Or there's all these things about Mayan temples and the Egyptian pyramids. You got to watch the History Channel to see all this stuff. But these ideas that these great monuments are built to be aligned with the heavens. So on this one day, the light of the sun strikes this one part of the monument and reveals the ancient Mayan prophecy of the destruction of the world. Now, one day, there's only one day when nature aligns with this human convention in the building. That seems to be the force of the passage here. That there's, right now, that's not where the sun arises. But later, it will arise there because it's aligned with our capital. I should say there's an interesting theory about this dialogue here. As you may know, Julius Caesar reformed the Roman calendar, which resulted in events being sort of 2 weeks out of whack once he put in the new calendar. And some people have related that to this. I'm not sure of that. But in any case, what I'm getting at here is there are these moments when the citizens of Rome now try to align the city in their lives with something that goes beyond Rome. A storm in the heavens where the sun arises. None of this went on in Coriolanus. And what we do see in the play is that alignment doesn't work. That somehow nature is more complex or complicated, or at least more variable the city is. You know, they don't have a rotating Capitol building. That's what we do now, where every day the sun hits the statue of Julius Caesar or something. And because of that, they have to, their buildings remain fixed, but the sun keeps rising at different points, and the city grows out of alignment with nature here. That's my sense here. Any questions about that? Okay, so I mentioned Cicero. Here's another way in which Rome has changed. Namely, there's now philosophy in Rome. And indeed, what do we learn about Cicero when we first hear about him? This is on page 16. So Act 1, Scene 2. Again, when Casca's giving his account of what happened when Mark Antony presented the crown, Cassius says, "Did Cicero say anything?" "Aye, he spoke Greek." "To what effect?" "Nay, and I tell you that, I'll ne'er look you in the face again." But those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. "But for mine own part, it was Greek to me." Very famous line that's actually become a proverb in our language. But what the hell is Cicero speaking Greek for in Rome? Something's really happened to our poor Roman Republic. If this distinguished statesman is going around speaking in Greek, would Coriolanus have done that? No. He had great contempt for all Greek things. He said, you want to give out grain, as was sometimes done in Greece. And he says about there, the Roman Senate, it's a greater magistracy than ever sat in Greece and so on. Coriolanus, as a good Roman, had complete contempt for Greek things. And what you see in this play is the Greekification of Rome. Now again, Rome conquered Greece militarily, conquered the Greek peoples in the East. But as many people have pointed out, it was a kind of Pyrrhic victory, something we're going to see in comparison to the Roman treatment of Egypt in Antony Cleopatra, that you might conquer a people militarily and yet lose to them culturally. And indeed, the Romans, especially the patricians, were overawed by the great Greek civilization they encountered when they took over cities like Corinth and Athens. In fact, the Romans started sending their children to be educated in Athens. I mentioned that rhetoric was very important in Republican Rome, and the great schools of rhetoric were still in Athens. And the young Ovid, the poet, was sent to Athens to become a lawyer, basically, and he decided he'd be a poet instead. There's corruption for you right there. So the Romans tried to absorb Greek culture, and again, I showed you in Virgil that in the Aeneid, he wanted to suggest the superiority of Rome to the Greeks, because Rome would rule nations, and all the Greeks did was build beautiful statues and solve mathematical theorems. But you see what's happened. There's a kind of split developing in Rome here, that yes, they're Romans, but they are being influenced by Greek things. They're speaking Greek, and to the extent you're speaking Greek, you're not so Roman anymore. And one of the most distinctive ways in which this manifests itself in the play is the presence of philosophy in the Rome of Julius Caesar. There are no philosophers in the world of Coriolanus, but in this play, there are characters who identify with specific philosophies. I've already shown you, and we'll go back to this, that Cassius is an Epicurean. Brutus, as we'll see in a minute, is a Stoic. There is Cicero in the play. Cicero, who was, to put a label on him, people often say he was an academic skeptic, but he certainly was a student of Plato and deeply influenced by Plato. He wrote his own Republic and his own laws, for example. He was in some ways imitating Plato. And, so this is wonderful about Rome. They got all these philosophers in it. They're so much more educated. They're so much more sophisticated, and that's true. But that sophistication is also a form of decadence. And that's, again, here's the logic of what I'm calling the tragedy of the Republic, that its very success undermines the basis of its success. And here's an example. The Roman Republic, in its late years, such as we're seeing in Julius Caesar, became increasingly cosmopolitan as a result of its exposure to foreign ways of life. The only thing Coriolanus was exposed to in terms of foreign ways of life was a couple of Etruscans and a bunch of Volskis. Don't see any Etruscans in the play, but they're not all that different. And we certainly see that the Volskis are not all that different. Coriolanus doesn't go to Antium and study philosophy with some transposed Greek there. And it's one of the reasons why he remains a Roman to the end and can't think his way out of that dilemma that his mother places him in. He says there is a world elsewhere, but he never really finds a fundamentally different world. Now the Romans are beginning to find worlds elsewhere as Rome expands. And they start encountering genuinely foreign ways of life. We will see this above all in Antony and Cleopatra, but it's implied already in Julius Caesar when you realize that they are if nothing else, being exposed to very un-Roman ways of life, and philosophy is a very un-Roman way of life. If you think of that passage in Virgil, what are Romans destined to do? To conquer the world and rule it justly. But in that passage in the Aeneid, Virgil actually contrasts Romans with these Greek scientists and philosophers who study the world. Now, specifically, let's talk a bit about these philosophies we see in the play. Epicureanism in the case of Cassius, Stoicism in the case of Brutus. Epicureanism has gotten a bad name. It's now associated with eating and drinking a lot. But Epicurus, when he said human beings should live a life of pleasure, he really meant intellectual pleasure ultimately. But in any case, the thing I want to stress about these two philosophies, again, this is very unusual in Shakespeare. It's arguably the only place in Shakespeare where characters are identified with a named philosophy. We'll see Hamlet speaks of Horatio's philosophy without specifying what it is. This is very unusual. And now, both Epicureanism and Stoicism are, in a way, anti-political philosophies, in this sense that what they are telling people is that politics is not the highest thing in human life, which in a way is the claim of Republican Rome. In Epicurus' philosophy, as I said, one thing he said was that if the gods exist, they ignore us, they're not interested in human affairs, they don't intervene in human affairs. And his conclusion from that was what one should do is withdraw from politics and just enjoy yourself, though again, his conception of enjoyment was not one of sensual self-indulgence, as has become identified with the word Epicureanism today. It was chiefly intellectual pleasure he had in mind. These are philosophies that developed among the Greeks. Epicurus was a Greek. Mr. Stoic was not, the Stoicism comes from the Stoa, the place where these certain Greek philosophers met. And Stoicism we actually associate with the Romans because it's a philosophy that became very popular, ultimately with the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who's one of the great Stoic philosophers. And Stoicism actually became compatible with being a Roman. Again, here's Marcus Aurelius, a great Roman emperor, is a Stoic. But what Stoicism claimed was emperor or slave, it didn't matter. If you were a slave, you should be content with being a slave. If you were emperor, you should be content with being an emperor, but you shouldn't strive to become emperor. That's how it was possible for Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, to be a Stoic. It was a philosophy that basically tried to teach people to live their duty in whatever station of life they were in. In that sense, it was very different from the Roman sense of ambitious politics where everything that mattered was striving to be first. So what I'm getting at is it's very interesting that Cassius should be an Epicurean and Brutus should be a Stoic, because this is not right for political men. Now, in fact, what Shakespeare shows is Cassius is not a true Epicurean and Brutus is not a true Stoic. But the mere fact that they're attracted to these philosophies shows something is going haywire in the Roman regime. Now, Caesar understands this well. And again, I want to show you how Eros and Thumos comes up in this play. It's on page 13. This is Act 1, Scene 2. So about line 191, very famous exchange between Caesar and Mark Antony. Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men and such as sleep o' nights. Young Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Fear him not, Caesar. He's not dangerous. He's a noble Roman and well given. Would he were fatter! But I fear him not. Yet if my name were liable to fear, I do not know the man I should avoid so soon as that spare Cassius. He reads much. He is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. He loves no plays, as thou dost, Antony. He hears no music. Seldom he smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself and scorned his spirit that could be moved to smile at anything. Such men as he be never at heart's ease, whilst they behold a greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. Now, it's amazing that Shakespeare didn't come up with this. If you've got the signet, you can turn to page 114 and see it's right at the top there. Caesar also had Cassius in great jealousy and suspected him much, whereupon he said on a time to his friends, what will Cassius do, think you? I like not his pale looks. Another time when Caesar's friends complained unto him, Antonius and Dolabella, that they pretended some mischief towards him, he answered them again, as for those fat men and smooth comrades, quoth he, I never reckoned of them. But these pale-visaged and carrion-lean people, I fear them most, meaning Brutus and Cassius. It's stunning to find out that Shakespeare had that in his source. And actually, Plutarch likes that so much. It's in the life of Julius Caesar, it's in the life of Marcus Brutus, and it's in the life of Marcus Antonius. So Shakespeare couldn't possibly have missed it. But still, his heart must have leapt when he saw that, because what he's got here is exactly the distinction between Eros and Thumos. And Caesar trusts erotic men, and he distrusts Thumonic men. And again, the symbolism is quite apt. Lean men are unerotic. Fat men are like Menenius. They crave food and tell fables of the belly. But Shakespeare associates the dangerous men, the ambitious men, precisely with Thumos and the lack of interest in food. Angers my meat, I sup upon myself, as Volumnius says. And so you see here exactly, actually, we really see the connection, we start to see here something we need to work out, the connection between the Republic and Thumos and the Empire and Eros. We see here the start of the imperial policy, which is to encourage Eros in order to discourage Thumos. Caesar is already saying, I like men who like plays, who like music, who can enjoy some food. If they are engaged in erotic activities, they'll leave politics alone. And contrary-wise, Caesar very aptly sees the defenders of the Republic are these men in the grip of thumos, scorned his spirit that could be moved to smile at anything. Such men as he be never at heart's ease was the beholder greater than themselves. And we indeed see that with Cassius in the play. So we see, the political men are the men in the grip of thumos here. Antony, by the way, had an incredible reputation for reveling and indulging in the pleasures of the flesh. It's all over Plutarch. It's actually much stronger in Plutarch than it is in Shakespeare. But here we have the author. What are these thumotic men, Brutus and Cassius, doing having philosophies? What are they doing being Epicureans and Stoics when those philosophies are the very antithesis of political ambition? Again, both Epicureanism and Stoicism work enormously to moderate ambition, to tell you that the political life is not the be-all and the end-all of human life. Now, it's interesting, I think, that when Shakespeare shows political men with philosophies, I think he's trying to show that those philosophies are only skin deep, that they really are not in the grip of these philosophies, that they are not working them out to their fullest. Now, in Cassius' case, let's go back. We saw this scene that's on page 92, I believe it is. But now you'll see the fuller sense of this speech here. This is Act 5, Scene 1, where Cassius refers to his Epicureanism, line 76, you know that I held Epicurus strong and his opinion. Now I change my mind and partly credit things that do presage. Coming from Sardis, on our former ensign, 2 mighty eagles fell, and there they perched, gorging and feeding from our soldiers' hands. Philippi Hicconsaurus. So, in fact, his Epicureanism is bleeding away at this point. His sense that the gods are indifferent. Now he's beginning to believe in omens. So how deep did his Epicureanism really run? Now in Brutus's case, it's an even more interesting portrayal that Shakespeare gives. One of the strangest things in the play, puzzled many people, but I think we can work it out. This is on page 81, where Brutus and Cassius have been quarreling. So it's Act 4, Scene 3, about line 140. Act 4, 3, Scene about 140. And they're trying to reconcile here. And Cassius says, I did not think you could have been so angry. Oh, Cassius, I'm sick of many griefs. Of your philosophy you make no use if you give place to accidental evils. Ha, no man bears sorrow better. Portia is dead. Now, here again, here Cassius is attributing a philosophy to Brutus. It is Stoicism, as your very notes point out, and the reference to accidental evils nails that down, because the idea that, none of your injuries go to the essence of yourself, that's very Stoic. You should rise above injuries because whether you lose an arm or lose a wife or what, those are just accidents. They don't touch upon the core of your being. Again, that's Stoic philosophy. The word Stoic is not used in this play, but it's very clear that we're being shown here that Brutus is a Stoic. And notice, what Cassius points out is it seems to him Brutus has failed to live up to his philosophy. Indeed, he's shown a lot of thumos in this scene. A lot of choler is the word that's used in the scene. A lot of anger in this scene. They're both very contentious alpha males in this scene. And so Cassius says, if you're giving into grief, that's not very stoic. And Brutus says, well, Portia's dead. Now, in fact, a stoic ought to say, Portia's dead. Big deal. I move on. And the amazing thing is Brutus says that later in the scene. This is now on page 83. Act 4, Scene 3, about line 187, where Bruce keeps asking about his wife. Messala's asking him if he's heard anything from his wife here. And Brutus doesn't, this is the top of 83, it's about line 180, he doesn't say, she's dead, how could I have heard from her? He says, no, Messala, nor nothing in your letters read of her, nothing, Messala. That methinks is strange. Why ask you? Have you hear you aught of her and yours? No, my lord. Now as you are Roman, tell me true. Then like a Roman, bear the truth I tell, for certain she is dead, and by strange manner. Why, farewell, Portia. We must die, Messala. Why, meditating that she must die once, I have the patience to endure it now. Even so, great men great losses should endure. Cassius says, I have as much of this in art as you, but yet my nature could not bear it so. Well to our work alive. This is Shakespeare at his most extraordinary here. So extraordinary that many editors can't believe it. Because this is referred to as the double revelation of Portia's death in Shakespearean criticism. Because what in the world is happening here? 2 pages earlier, we know that Brutus knows that Portia's dead. He is using it as an excuse for his anger. I really, excuse me, I've had a lot of griefs, Portia's dead. And now he stages in public the scene a Stoic ought to act. He indeed almost invites it here. He could have cut the conversation short by saying, look, I know she's dead. But instead, he forces Messala to make this revelation, now as you are a Roman, tell me true, and then exactly what he's anticipating. Then like a Roman bear the truth I tell, for certain she is dead, and by a strange manner. And then he plays the perfect Stoic. Why, farewell, Portia, we must die, Messala, with meditating that she must die once. I have the patience to endure now. And this has precisely the effect that Brutus wants it to have, that he becomes admirable. Messala says, even so great men, great losses should endure. And Cassius does not say, as I would say in the circumstances, what the hell is going on here? Just 2 minutes ago you told me she was dead, and then it bothered you. No, Cassius catches on pretty quickly here that this is a good photo op. This is a great opportunity to score some points here with the troops, what great leaders we are. And so he says, oh, I couldn't do that. Man, you're fantastic, Mr. Brutus here. Now, again, I want to say that many Shakespeare editors omit one of these 2 passages. And they claim that Shakespeare changed his mind, that first he was going to have Brutus show he was affected by Portia's death, and then he wanted to have Brutus show he was unaffected, and that the people, remember, Shakespeare did not see his plays into print. This play, I think first sees printed the first folio, which makes it 1623. Shakespeare died in 1616. And so the idea is people had these so-called foul papers. That's what the editors refer to them. They just had Shakespeare's manuscript, and it was a mess, and they didn't see it crossed out 1 or 2 scenes, and the stupid printers printed them both. Well, that's possible, and if you read any of these critics, you'll see you actually can omit one or the other without losing anything necessary to the dialogue. Still, it seems to me this is a real coup on Shakespeare's part, and it's consistent with what he's showing elsewhere in the play, that people's philosophies are an act, that they don't run deep. That here's this Roman Cassius who claims to be an Epicurean, but when push comes to shove, he starts believing in omens. Here's Brutus who claims to be a Stoic, but yet is actually, as any human being ought to be, deeply affected by the death of his wife, but feels a need to stage in public that he is a Stoic. You could say Brutus is making political use of his philosophy here, that he's taking an apolitical philosophy and putting it to political use. Who knows if that's what Marcus Aurelius was actually doing. But it is interesting that, I mean, on so many levels, what we're seeing here. By the way, there's another mention of philosophy on page 80, when this poet breaks in. This is Act 4, Scene 3, Act 4, Scene 3, about line 131. When this poet tries to break in and reconcile Brutus and Cassius, Cassius says, "How vilely doth the cynic rhyme?" And cynicism was another Greek philosophy, as shown by its name. Stoicism is the Greek word stoa for porch. Cynicism comes from the Greek word kune, which means dog. Epicurus is just a Greek name. But 3 Greek philosophies mentioned in the play, 4 if you count Cicero. And they're all kind of weird in Republican Rome. That's what I'm trying to suggest, that you see something has really changed in this world. If these, just imagine Coriolanus in a philosophy seminar. I mean, that doesn't compute, that's not Roman. But something's happened here, so that even the spirited men, the thumonic men, the lean men like Cassius and Brutus, they've adapted to these strange anti-political, anti-thumonic philosophies that counsel renouncing public life for pleasure, or renouncing struggle and contest, and not being worried about accidental evils in the case of Stoicism. Cynicism is just what you think it is. It's cynicism. The cynics despised all politics as well. It's very interesting, on the one hand, that the 3 philosophies, Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Cynicism, are all in one way or another apolitical or anti-political philosophies, and Cicero's academic skepticism would count that way too. And yet, in all the cases, even this minor poet, the philosopher, these people, so-called philosophers, actually are quite political men. That's obviously true of Cicero, Brutus, and Cassius. The poet is trying to use to reconcile Brutus and Cassius, and in that sense it's a political act. By the way, he is a poet in Plutarch, he's not a cynic, as I recall, that Shakespeare introduces that. So we're seeing all these foreign philosophies introduced in the Roman Republic. In a way, though, it is superficial. It is a kind of act, as we see in the case of Brutus' Stoicism. These people are not truly philosophic. Maybe Cicero is, but the Brutus and Cassius certainly not. Their philosophies collapse in the face of real-world events. So on the one hand, we're seeing Rome, another example of Rome corrupted. The Roman Republic in Coriolanus' day is narrow horizons. You don't encounter Greek philosophy in Coriolanus' world. Now, in fact, Rome has really been changed. Its statues are now marble copies of Greek bronzes. Its poetry is copies of Greek epics. I mean, Virgil's a little later than these events, but there was this guy Ennius who'd already written an epic poem. And in general, Roman poetry copies Greek poetry. Roman architecture copies Greek architecture. The Romans are changed and begin to become un-Roman in certain ways. And again, the most fundamental manifestation of that is they're becoming philosophic in very un-Roman ways. And yet they're still Romans, and they still put the philosophy to political uses. It's a kind of internal contradiction that's emerging in the regime, one of many. This is what happens to the Republic as it grows to conquer the whole world. It starts to absorb influences from around the world. In another simple way, it's just corrupted by all this wealth it's gained from conquering the world, all this grain that's pouring into Rome, all this gold and silver. The city can't maintain that austere, tough, disciplined Republican way of life, in part because it just doesn't have to anymore. Back in Coriolanus, and you can look this up in your edition, it's again in Plutarch, where Plutarch's talking about the relation of the Romans to the Volsces. It's on page, again, 170 in your volume of Coriolanus. And they levied out all the rest that remained of the city of Rome, a great number to go against the Volsces, hoping by the mean of foreign war to pacify their sedition at home. Plutarch's explicit about this, Machiavelli is explicit about it, that one of the patrician policies was to use foreign wars to divert the plebeians' attention from their complaints about patrician rule. You see that, in effect, operating in Coriolanus. One of the strange things in Coriolanus is how easily the Romans make peace with the Volsces. The Volsces are convinced that they'll get their towns back. Why? Because in some ways it's deeply in the interest of the Roman patricians to keep the Volsces as enemies. Think of the image of young Marcius chasing those butterflies. He caught them, let him go. Caught him, let him go. Caught him, let him go. When he finally caught him and didn't let it go, he killed the butterfly, and that was the end of the game. That's a kind of prophecy, I think, of the history of the Roman Republic. That when they caught the Volsces and let them go, they were maintaining these enemies as a diversion from domestic complaints. That as long as the patricians had enemies, they could pacify the plebeians, get them to have faith in the patricians as their only salvation. In a way, in Marcius's little story, you see the problem for Rome if it ever definitively wins. And in the world of Julius Caesar, they're really close to definitively winning. We'll see in Antony and Cleopatra that they really do finally win. Defeating all its enemies seems like the dream of the Republic, and yet in some ways it spelled its doom, because it diverted it ended this technique of diverting the plebeians. Yes, yeah, I mean, that's not unprecedented in human history. And you might look at much of American culture in relation to European culture to understand that. Or even, I might say, look at the Ottoman Empire and its relation to the Byzantine Empire. There are many points in history where a conqueror adopted the culture of the so-called conquered because it was manifestly superior. You know, once you've seen Greek philosophy, why bother develop Roman philosophy? I got to tell you. Anyway, okay, we'll keep coming back to that point, but that's a very good question. Okay, this is another one of our retakes. A couple of the lectures got lost in transmission, and thanks to a student named Christopher Opperman, we're able to recreate them. He's like a court reporter in taking down notes, and so I'm pretty sure this will be faithful to the lecture that I originally gave. So, last time we began to see how un-Roman the Rome of Julius Caesar is. That may sound strange at first, but we're talking about un-Roman in the terms of the Republic. And one of the things we saw was that Rome starts to become Hellenized. It starts to become Greek. And that's worth noting and very strange. Remember, Cicero speaks Greek, as Casca points out. And Coriolanus wouldn't have been pleased with that. We can go back to Coriolanus to see that. This is from Act 3, Scene 1. It's page 71 in the Signet edition. It's when Coriolanus is fighting with the tribunes. And he says of them, they choose, this is about line 104 in Act 3, Scene 1, they choose their magistrate, and such a one as he who puts his shall, his popular shall, against a graver bench than ever frowned in Greece. So this is Roman exceptionalism. Coriolanus thinks Roman things are good, not Greek things. And indeed, he goes on, whoever gave that counsel to give forth the corn of the storehouse greatest, as 'twas used sometime in Greece. For Coriolanus, Greece is a reference point of what not to do. But we're going to see Rome change. It becomes Greek, more Greek in Julius Caesar, and then it's become Egyptian in Antony and Cleopatra. This is one of the patterns that unites these Roman plays as a trilogy. The Rome of Coriolanus is, we would call, monocultural. In Julius Caesar and Antony and Cleopatra, Rome starts to become a multicultural community. Remember the emphasis in Coriolanus on this tight-knit Roman community where even the plebeians honored valor when they saw it. The ancient polis was a comprehensive community. The religion was a civil religion, a civic religion. It was part of the city. But in Julius Caesar, we start to see how Rome gets transformed by conquering the world. There's a wonderful book by a Frenchman named René Brague, that's Brague, called Eccentric Culture, which argues that Roman culture was eccentric. It wasn't centered around Roman things, that Roman culture was unusually assimilative, that when the Romans encountered a new community, they would try to take what was best from this. And it was most particularly true in Rome's encounter with the Greek communities. We actually have a problem because when we picture Rome, we inevitably picture imperial Rome. Very little survives of the Roman Republic in the architecture of modern Rome. There's a couple of temples in Largo, Argentina, a couple of temples down by the Tiber. But when we picture Rome, we think of things like the Colosseum, the Forum, the various palaces, the Pantheon. These are all constructions of the Republic of the Empire. The Colosseum didn't open until 80 A.D. That's more than 100 years after the events of Julius Caesar. So when we picture Rome, we think of something that was already heavily Hellenized, where the architecture was very influenced by the Greeks. But that was not true for much of the Republican history, and many of the Republican Romes were very suspicious of the Greeks. This is a passage from Cato the Elder, who lived from 234 BC to 149 BC, and it's from a book, Maxims addressed to his son. He says, "In due course, my son Marcus, I shall explain what I found out in Athens about the Greeks and demonstrate what advantage there may be in looking into their writings while not taking them too seriously. They are a worthless and unruly tribe. Take this as a prophecy. When those folks give us their writings, they will corrupt everything." That was a widespread Roman patrician attitude towards the Greeks throughout the history of the Republic. I think we can sense that Coriolanus shared it. And we do see in Julius Caesar the way Greek things, the influence especially of Greek philosophy, have changed matters in Rome. We think of the Roman Republic as pursuing an imperial policy, and it did. It eventually conquered the whole Mediterranean world. But it is interesting that many patricians opposed imperial expansion during the Republican era precisely because they thought it was going to cause the decay of Rome. And so Shakespeare understands this. I think he goes out of his way to show us in Julius Caesar how they're now speaking Greek in Rome and what that tells us about how the city is transformed. Now, Brague argues quite persuasively in this book that this is what made the Romans great, that unlike other civilizations, they didn't just try to displace earlier civilizations, they tried to absorb them. And Brague goes on to develop a whole theory of European culture or Western civilization that suggests what I'll call the sedimented quality of our culture, that instead of just displacing earlier cultures, we build upon them. So, for example, Brague argues the Christian Middle Ages didn't wipe out ancient Roman culture either. And in many ways, one could say of our modern Western civilization that it is a secularization of the Christian adaptation of the Roman interpretation of an original Greek culture. It does suggest why our culture is so complex and multi-level. Just to summarize what we saw last time, the question was whether the Rome of Julius Caesar is different from the Rome of Coriolanus, and the answer was yes. Different in many, many ways. the plebeians are now in the shoe business. They're in fact tradesmen. They have decent clothes to wear on holidays, and they can in fact take holidays. They're no longer living under that pressure of necessity the way the plebeians did in Coriolanus. And we saw that religious figures have a new place in Rome. In Coriolanus, religion was completely absorbed into the city. Now we've got soothsayers in Julius Caesar, various visionaries and dreamers who now start to open up a dimension of life that goes beyond the borders of the polis. And of course, that's related to what we talked about last time, the new presence of Greek philosophy in Rome. Stoics, Epicureans, Cynics, academic skeptics, all these versions of philosophy, which together all raise doubts about political life and suggest there may be other pursuits that are higher and superior to politics. It's interesting that in Plutarch's life of Brutus, he talks about philosophy a lot. He does not identify Brutus as a Stoic. That's something Shakespeare seems to add on his own. But we can see from Plutarch that Shakespeare is right, that kind of new interest in philosophy was spreading in Rome. Again, by mixing up the Republic and Empire, we get a little confused about this. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, was a Stoic philosopher. We often talk about Roman Stoicism. We accept Stoicism as a Roman characteristic. Some people mistakenly refer to Republican Romans as Stoics. But again, Stoicism is a Greek philosophy. It's rather late in the history of Greek philosophy, and it certainly begins to prevail rather late in Rome towards the end of the Republic and largely in the Empire. So there are a lot of ways in which the Empire was un-Roman if your standard of Romanness is the Republic. And I think that is Shakespeare's standard here. And again, you just have to imagine what Coriolanus would have thought about a Stoic or an Epicurean. Those are not Republican men with martial virtue. Now, I'd also like to call attention to the status of women in Julius Caesar, which marks an important transformation and is a stage on the way to what we'll see in Antony and Cleopatra. This play is not called Julius and Calpurnia. A woman is not ready to take that status in the world of this play, but one will in Antony and Cleopatra. If we take, certainly the first play we studied is not known as Coriolanus and Virgilia. If we take Virgilia as our standard of Roman womanhood, remember her major characteristic is her silence. "My gracious silence hail," Coriolanus says to her. Portia and Calpurnia are much more talkative than Virgilia. Now, Volumnia is very talkative in Coriolanus, but she speaks always as a Roman matron. She speaks as the Roman mother. Indeed, she is able to talk Coriolanus out of destroying Rome by reminding him of his Roman roots. She calls him again and again to his Roman duty, both early in the play and especially at the end. But something's changing in Julius Caesar. We start to get women discouraging their husbands from their public roles, or at least calling them into question. It's in Portia's case, she claims to be of heroic stock. She's Cato's daughter, but notice how she describes her role. It's on page 36, Act 2, Scene 1, about line 285. She says to Brutus, when she notices something's wrong with him and he doesn't seem to be sharing what's bothering him with her, "Dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure. If it be no more, Portia is Brutus's harlot, not his wife." She's upset to be in the suburbs, not in the city, not in the center of Brutus's life. Virgilia was content to stay at home in the Rome of Coriolanus and let her husband do his job. But Portia wants to be more of a companion to Brutus. Calpurnia is the same way. She also tries to talk Julius Caesar out of a public commitment, going to the Senate for the sake of private life, to protect himself and to save his wife. Now, in fact, neither Portia nor Calpurnia prevail in their attempts to divert their husbands from public business. Brutus and Julius Caesar are still Roman enough and pig-headed enough not to allow that to happen. Cleopatra will talk a Roman out of his duty, as we'll see in Antony and Cleopatra. And again, we see this progress from women having a very limited role in the Rome of Coriolanus to having a more prominent role in Julius Caesar, and then we actually get a queen in Antony and Cleopatra, a woman who is herself a political leader. It is one sign of the emergence of private dimensions in life that occurs as the republic decays and the empire comes into existence. Shakespeare, in fact, is portraying a massive trade-off in these plays. In effect, in Coriolanus, he's showing if you want a political regime, a fully politicized regime, then the ancient polis is your best bet. That's your model for getting everyone to focus everything on political life. But you pay an enormous price for that. The horizons of the characters in Coriolanus are contracted precisely because they're so focused on political life. In Coriolanus, the characters barely make reference to the heavens. They barely even look up beyond the walls of the city. In Julius Caesar, there's lots of references to the heavens, and in Antony and Cleopatra as well. In fact, it begins with a reference to new heaven and new earth, as we'll see. That's a sense then of how the Rome of Julius Caesar has already been massively transformed, and we see the Republic is no longer what it used to be. I now want to look at the character of Julius Caesar, and then I'll look at the conspiracy that forms against him and how it comes together, and in many ways why it fails. So, Julius Caesar. He's the titular character. Many people have questioned, why isn't the play called Marcus Brutus? Isn't it more about Brutus? Isn't Brutus the hero? Or maybe Mark Antony? But Julius Caesar is the premise of this whole play. His greatness is the premise of the play, his preeminence in Rome. He was, in fact, historically, one of the most remarkable human beings in history, one of the greatest generals of all time, famously conquered Gaul, won battles wherever he fought. He was very bold and audacious as a general. He would personally risk his life time and time again, very decisive. We still have the proverbial term crossing the Rubicon of Caesar. The Rubicon was a river, and it was sort of set the limit for the district of Rome, and a Roman general was not allowed to lead his army beyond this river. That was to prevent generals from using their armies to take over Rome. Well, Caesar went ahead and crossed the Rubicon and effectively chased Pompey out of Rome and eventually made himself master of Rome. Now, his portrayal, though, is ambiguous. Shakespeare shows a heroic figure, but he also shows him with limitations. If you turn to page 13, which would be Act 1, Scene 2, about line 210, this is after Caesar has been talking about Cassius with Antony. He says, therefore are they very dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear, for always I am Caesar. Come on my right hand, for this ear is deaf. Now, I'll just give you a word of warning for the future. If you run into anyone who refers to himself in the third person, watch out. This is always dangerous. Here, so many of our athletes and entertainers do this today. Anyway, you see here Caesar's courage, the this is something to be feared, but I don't personally fear it. But then that marvelous touch, come on my right hand, for this ear is deaf. He's this great man, but he has this physical limitation. In some ways, it undercuts the image of him. On the other hand, we do get the sense that this is a man who triumphs over his physical limitations. And he's all the greater because he isn't limited by the problems with his body. We later learn actually maybe it's earlier on page 10, when Cassius says of him, this is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 119, he had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him, I did mark how he did shake. 'Tis true, this God did shake. So the Romans, like Cassius, are aware of this contradiction in Caesar. He's trying to assume the status of a god in the city, and yet he has these physical limitations. Part of it is that Shakespeare presents Caesar as a great actor. He's able to play the part of a great man. Remember, Casca talks about how the tag-rag people clap and hiss him, the way they do the players in the theater. And that was one of Caesar's advances beyond Coriolanus. Coriolanus, who couldn't play a part. It's one reason he didn't succeed in Roman politics. Caesar can do it. So even with these physical weaknesses, that fit of epilepsy he has in front of the crowd, he's able to make it an impressive figure in Rome. Still, there is a sense in the play that something's gone wrong for Caesar, that he's not at the top of his game anymore. He's becoming hesitant about things. He's hesitant about taking the crown from Mark Antony, with good reason. He's hesitant about going to the Senate, with good reason. They're going to kill him there. But it does point to something I think Shakespeare is suggesting about Julius Caesar at this point in his career. It was said of Alexander the Great that he wept when he realized he had no more worlds to conquer. Julius Caesar was very aware of Alexander the Great. It's arguable he took him as his model. And in some ways, Caesar is at that moment in his career now. He's done about all he can do. He's conquered all of Rome's enemies. He's conquered all the other Roman generals and their armies, especially Pompey the Great. How much greater must Julius Caesar be if he conquers Pompey the Great? No Romans have been able to defeat him. No barbarians have been able to defeat him. What does he do for an encore? And that may be his problem here. The historical records suggest this, and Shakespeare seems to have picked up on him on this. What's left for Caesar? Well, he's thinking of becoming king. He's been appointed dictator for life, but maybe he could become king. But he understands there's a problem with that the Romans aren't happy with this term king. They associated with the Tarquin kings and the raping of their women 500 years ago. So now Caesar was originally part of a triumvirate, a three-man group that ruled Rome. Of those other two, Crassus was killed leading the Roman armies in the east against the Parthians, and Pompey was in effect killed by Caesar, at least defeated by him. So he really is in that Alexander the Great position with no more worlds to conquer. Now, Plutarch in his Life of Caesar mentions that he was thinking of leading a campaign against the Parthians to avenge Crassus, and we'll see in Antony and Cleopatra that Antony does that. There's also talk of things he was going to do to improve Rome. He's talking about building a canal to further drain the Roman swamps. Like Washington, D.C., Rome was built on a swamp. It happens to these imperial capitals. But in general, you can see he's running out of things to do. And maybe he doesn't, for the first time in his life, he doesn't know what step to take next. And that's why we get this combination of strength and weakness in the character. A good place to see this is in Act 2, Scene 2. It's pages 38 and 39. This is the moment when Calpurnia speaks of her dreams to Caesar and tries to discourage him from going to the Senate House. It begins line 1 in Act 2, Scene 2. Caesar saying, "Nor heaven nor earth hath been at peace tonight. Thrice hath Calpurnia in her sleep cried out, Help ho, they murder Caesar." This is the kind of reference to what's going on in the heavens that we now find in Rome that we didn't find in Julius Caesar. Caesar goes ahead, therefore, and summons the Roman priests to learn something about his future. He wants to know what the omens say about his going to the Senate. Now, remember, we did not see this in Coriolanus. In fact, Shakespeare deliberately omitted references in Plutarch's Life of Coriolanus to heavenly visions some characters had, to the priests, to the soothsayers. Shakespeare wants to show the Rome of Coriolanus really confined to the rises of the city. But now we see characters who are looking to soothsayers, to omens. They're uncertain about their future. They're worrying about the future. They don't have that Republican self-confidence that the characters in Coriolanus do, where basically their attitude is the gods help those who help themselves. Instead, there's a great deal of fatalism now. We see that on page 39 when Caesar says, line 26, what can be avoided whose end is purposed by the mighty gods? We'll see increasing fatalism in this play, and especially in Antony and Cleopatra. So Caesar summons the augurs. Now here I have the sad duty of informing you of Shakespeare, one of Shakespeare's few mistakes. The proper term is augur, A-U-G-U-R. Shakespeare thought it was augurs. He added an E-R to it, as you can see at line 38. I call your attention to this one mistake, really to point out how few mistakes Shakespeare makes about ancient Rome. In any case, the augurs come in with their prophecies, and it's straight out of Machiavelli's treatment of the chicken men in the discourses, that when the priests come in with a prophecy a true Roman doesn't like, he just reinterprets it. The servant reports that the augurs report they could not find a heart within the beast. That's supposed to be a bad omen, and Julius Caesar's not supposed to go to the Senate, but he replies, the gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today for fear. No, Caesar shall not. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he. And here he is again playing the part of the heroic Roman here. And indeed, then Decius Brutus comes in, confronted with the horrible dream of Caesar's statue spouting blood. This is on page 41. So Act 2, Scene 2, about line 83. Decius says, this dream is all a misinterpreted. And he comes up with a interpretation of the dream that it shows Caesar's the benefactor. The Roman citizens show he should go to the Senate. And again, this is fairly typical of the old Republican principle, is you do what you want to do and what's politically necessary, and you interpret the omens to fit in with what you believe they should say. So we do see then that Caesar actually does play the heroic role and goes ahead to the Senate, where he's murdered. So let's turn now to that conspiracy and why these noble Romans feel it necessary to murder Julius Caesar. In Act 1, Scene 2, we get a really good sense of that in Cassius's attempt to persuade Brutus to join the conspiracy. We see, above all, this Republican sense that the patricians have, that they're all equals, that no one patrician is better than the others. And this is an effort to revive that old Republican spirit. This is a very spirit why for centuries the Republic always had two real consuls. You didn't want the city ruled by one man. And so we see this on page 10, Act 1, Scene 2, where Cassius said, I as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar, so were you. We both have fed as well, and we can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. Here's this idea, all patricians are born free. They're not meant to be ruled by another human being, and indeed, their bodies are no different from Caesar's. He isn't of some higher level that his body is above human limitations. And Cassius stresses this. He talks about the time he had to rescue Caesar from the river. Historically, Caesar was a good swimmer, but Cassius denies it here. And he talks about that fever and how this god did shake. Caesar really had almost attained the status of a god at this point in Rome. In fact, after his death, the Senate enrolled him among the gods and built a temple to the divine Julius, which you can still see in the Forum today. And Cassius, this is what frustrates Cassius. How did this man become a god? This god did shake. I've seen him. He's just a human being. And now, of course, the deepest irony of this conspiracy is that by killing Caesar, the conspirators are going to make him into a god. They're going to set his spirit free. And indeed, he did become a god after his death. Now, this whole attitude of Cassius culminates on page 11, famous speech at line 135. Why, man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus, and we petty men walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fate. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. So here's that sense. There's not one man who's like a giant statue that towers over us. And above all, we get here the issue of human agency, which I've been stressing in these plays. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Here, he's rejecting these new notions of fatality and suggesting, what happens is up to us, and we can stop this guy from ruling Rome. That's the old Republican view here. It's certainly the way Coriolanus viewed the world, that what he did was up to him, and he never made excuses for himself. And Cassius thinks that way too. The great claim of the Republic, at least among the patricians, is that we're all citizens. And even the plebeians, they certainly weren't equal, but they still had a role to play in the regime. But increasingly, we're seeing the Romans turn from citizens into subjects. That's what Cassius is objecting to. Bottom of page 11, still in Act 1, Scene 2, about line 50. Age, thou art shamed. Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble broods. When went there by an age since the great flood, but it was famed with more than with one man? When could they say till now that talked of Rome, that her wide walks encompass but one man? Now is it Rome indeed, and room enough, when there is in it but one only man. Oh, you and I have heard our father say, there was a Brutus once that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome as easily as a king. And here Cassius is appealing to Brutus by referring to his famous ancestor, Lucius Junius Brutus, who was one of the Romans who expelled the Tarquin kings and, in effect, founded the Republic. Now, I've been talking about this. This has been a threat for the Roman Republic all along. One man emerging as the sole ruler in the city. Coriolanus almost did it. If he'd been nicer to the plebeians, it might have happened in his day. But now it's happened because of Julius Caesar's political genius. And the other patricians are not happy with this. They feel they want the old Republican situation restored, where a patrician can aspire to be consul and run the city. Now, again, Julius Caesar has done a remarkable job He's gotten the plebeians to look up to him as a kind of god. They were willing to do it with Coriolanus. If he hadn't rejected them so forcefully, they might have made him the leader of the city. But Coriolanus, remember, couldn't do it. He wouldn't bear his wounds in front of the plebeians. He was too ashamed to do that. There's a sense in which Julius Caesar is shameless. He's willing to do things that the patricians had found ignoble. He's willing to play like an actor before the city. Shame, remember, is a moral, not an intellectual virtue. Lack of shame can be a kind of intellectual virtue. It means you see through the conventions that people live by. In some ways, there's something shameless about Julius Caesar's willing to cater to the mob, to play to them, and that's why he emerges as the single great man in Rome. Now, the conspiracy forms against that. What is it going to take to overthrow Caesar? Well, you see, in immediate terms, it's going to take Cassius convincing Brutus to join the conspiracy. And that tells us something about this conspiracy. It's going to require an unusual combination of qualities. I'm going to say it requires a combination of realism and idealism. Now, in some ways, those are anachronistic terms here, but in a certain sense, they work, and we can use them. That is, Cassius is the politically realistic man, as we'll see. He always wants to do what's necessary in a situation, politically necessary. But that's not enough. The conspiracy needs Brutus, because Brutus is a man of principle. They need a public front to their actions. Cassius looks as if he's acting out of envy and self-interest. They know that if they can get Brutus to join the conspiracy, it will be publicly respectable. There was, in fact, a rumor that Brutus was the illegitimate son of Caesar. And there was some evidence for this. Brutus had actually sided with Pompey in the Civil War, and Caesar was unusually generous to Brutus in pardoning him after that and being his patron. And so no one thought that Brutus had personal reasons to strike against Caesar. And that's the way in which you could lend legitimacy to the old operation. You can actually see this at the very end of the play on page 104 in Antony's tribute to Brutus, Act 5, Scene 5, about line 68. This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only in a general, honest thought and common good to all made one of them. So here's exactly what Brutus brought to the conspiracy, that he represented general honest thought and the common good and did not act out of envy. So it's very important for Cassius to get Brutus to join the conspiracy, but it creates a lot of problems because Brutus, it turns out, makes every mistake that the conspiracy makes. Time and again, Cassius proposes something, and he's probably right, and Brutus negates it, and he turns out to be wrong. This starts on page 29, so Act 2, Scene 1. Almost the first thing Cassius argues is, this is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 111. Let us swear our resolution, no, not an oath, says Brutus. This is a complicated point, but you can say that Romans never broke their oaths. It probably was a good idea to take an oath, but Brutus's attitude is, I'm above that. We're all above that. We don't need to take oaths here. Again, I'm not sure that's a particularly important point, but the first really important point is the issue of Cicero. Cassius thinks they need Cicero to join the conspiracy. This is page 30, Act 2, Scene 1, about line 141. But what of Cicero, Cassius says? Shall we sound him? I think he will stand very strong with us. And Cassius adds, let us not leave him out. And Cinna says, no, by no means. And Metellus says, oh, let us have him, for his silver hairs will purchase us a good opinion, and by men's voices to commend our deeds. It shall be said, his judgment ruled our hands. Our use and wildness shall no whit appear, but all be buried in his gravity. And Brutus then turns around and says, oh, name him not. Let us not break with him, for he will never follow anything that other men begin. Now, this is a very interesting moment here. Brutus doesn't want Cicero in the conspiracy. And the reason he offers is that Cicero will not follow something other men begin. Now, Alan Bloom, in his essay, The Morality of the Pagan Hero and Julius Caesar in Shakespeare's Politics, has a very interesting discussion of the failings of the conspiracy, and specifically of this Cicero point. If Brutus doesn't like the fact that Cicero won't follow what other men begin, he's effectively saying, well, Cicero would want to be the leader of the conspiracy, and I, Brutus, am the leader of the conspiracy. And so I don't want anyone else to displace that part. And as we begin to see that maybe there is a form of self-interest in Brutus, he at least wants to be the leader of the conspiracy. Now, it's interesting that Plutarch gives a different reason here. If you've got the signet, it's on page 115 in the excerpts from the parallel lives there. For this cause, they durst not acquaint Cicero with their conspiracy, although he was a man whom they loved dearly and trusted best, for they were afraid that he, being a coward by nature, and age also having increased his fear, he would quite turn and alter their purpose and quench the heat of their enterprise. In other words, in Plutarch, it's quite clear they think Cicero is a coward and he won't go along with the conspiracy. Shakespeare easily could have offered that reasoning here, but he does not. And as Bloom points out, that seems to be an effort to characterize Brutus here. That in Brutus's view, I'm the leader. As he likes to put it, it's my way or the Appian way. And the conspirators unfortunately go along with him. He claims to be in the right every time, but in fact he's in the wrong every time. It was probably a major mistake not to include Cicero in the conspiracy. Everything, it turns out, devolves upon a battle of speeches between Brutus and Antony, and Cicero was the most famous orator in Rome at the time. And if he had given the speech instead of Brutus, it might have gone much better. In fact, historically, Cicero gave a whole series of speeches attacking Mark Antony called the Philippics, modeled on Demosthenes' speech against King Philip of Macedon. And so, indeed, leaving the greatest orator in Rome out of your conspiracy was probably a mistake. Certainly, it's a mistake not to kill Mark Antony, as things turn out. And again, Cassius turns out to be right on the money here, page 31, about line 159 and 60, which to prevent, let Antony and Caesar fall together. But again, Brutus says no. This will seem excessive. All we need to do is extinguish the spirit of Caesar. Brutus says, unfortunately, we have to kill his body. I wish we could just kill his spirit. Of course, again, the irony is they kill his body and release his spirit. By killing his body, they set the spirit of Caesarism free in Rome, and he becomes a god. Indeed, we talked about Aristotle's statement, a man without a city is either a beast or a god, and that seems to apply well to Julius Caesar as well here. This is a scene in which he's going to become a god, and yet he's slaughtered like a beast, butchered, as Brutus says it. So we see here in general the problem with the conspiracy is they can't form one body that can counter the Caesar. Caesar, who was a realist and an idealist, who was a very practical politician, and yet could appeal to noble motives. In some ways, he could combine the spirit of Brutus and Cassius in one person, and so they can't quite unite against him. And so that then takes us to the scene of his death, page 48, the beginning of Act 3. Here he sets himself up in the heroic mode just before his death. Metellus Cimber is pleading for the return of his banished brother, and Caesar refuses to do this. This is Act 3, Scene 1, line 47. This is a very interesting textual moment. Caesar says, "No, Caesar doth not wrong, nor without cause will he be satisfied." Now, I don't normally talk about textual problems, but this is an interesting one. The playwright Ben Jonson, Shakespeare's contemporary and probably the greatest playwright among his contemporaries, but what a misfortune to be a playwright and live at the same time as Shakespeare. He was always talking about how bad Shakespeare was and how illogical he was. And he cites a line from Julius Caesar, "Caesar never doth wrong but with just cause." And Johnson thought that was so funny. What a stupid line. Now, in fact, that's absolutely perfect to characterize Julius Caesar. Caesar never doth wrong but with just cause. That's the way a dictator thinks. It really captures the essence of Caesar. And I suspect that's the way the line was originally written. But what we have is Caesar never doth not wrong, nor without cause will he be satisfied. Now, we have only one text of Julius Caesar. It's one of those plays that appears only in the first folio of 1623. It may well be that Shakespeare knew what Jonson was saying about him and altered the line, or it may be that the editors who prepared the text for the first folio were aware of this. This is something Jonson said in his sort of table talk. It was recorded in print. And maybe the editors felt, we got to correct Bill's mistake, that one mistake Ben Jonson caught him in. It's sad because I'd actually amend it to go back to the way Jonson phrased it, because it's such a perfect line. In any case, I just mentioned it's one of the few cases where we have some sense of contemporary disputes about Shakespeare's text. Anyway, we see here Julius Caesar at the moment of his assassination, elevating himself to the level of a god, indeed a cosmic god. Bottom of page 48, about line 58. "I could be well moved if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me. But I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament." There it is. I mean, he's a cosmic god, not just a city god. Indeed, he almost dies saying, line 73, "Hence wilt thou lift up Olympus." Here, this goes beyond anything that Coriolanus hoped to achieve. So again, at the moment of his death, he's closest to being a god, and yet he's slaughtered like a beast. And the assassination happens, and here are our conspirators who immediately proclaim themselves the great men of history. They expect to be immortalized. Page 51, Act 3, Scene 1, line 111, "How many ages hence shall this all lofty scene be acted over in states unborn and accents yet unknown?" And this is a very important issue that the play raises. Julius Caesar specifically, and the Roman plays as a whole. The question of whether men make history or history makes men. The claim of the Republic is that men make history. The whole claim of the conspiracy is that they are men who can remake history. They can undo the emergence of this Caesar regime. Now, Shakespeare is very interested in human agency. As a dramatist particularly, he wants to write about the people who change the world, about the men and women who make history, what Hegel would call world historical individuals. But this play begins to raise the issue, maybe history makes men instead of men making history. Could Caesar in fact be stopped? Or was Caesarism a movement whose time had come and that could not be changed here? You know, we talk about the mistakes of the conspiracy as if they had changed things, then the outcome would have been different. But there's a lot in this play that suggests that, in fact, what was happening in Rome was inevitable. That for centuries now, the city, at least a century, the city had been moving towards one-man rule. And whatever the conspirators did, they might have changed things for time being, but eventually someone was going to emerge as emperor in Rome. We'll talk about that more next time. Again, these actors, these conspirators think they really have brought freedom back to Rome, but immediately Mark Antony shows up and starts to undo what they've done. Again, you see the importance of Mark Antony. It's his skill that raises the possibility of undoing the conspiracy, and as we'll see in Antony and Cleopatra, establishing an imperial regime. But again, there's the sense that Antony is just taking advantage of broader developments in Rome that have now made Caesarism inevitable. Again, it's not an easy question to answer. And I think Shakespeare deliberately leaves it ambiguous because he does see this as such a difficult question. Were these men fighting an inevitably losing battle? Or in fact, if they'd done things a little better, if they'd included Cicero in the conspiracy, could they perhaps have made a restoration of the Republic possible? Now, let me say something about the character of Antony here. We'll obviously talk about him more next time, and also when we talk about Antony and Cleopatra. But there is an interesting issue here of the consistency of the character of Mark Antony. I am claiming that these three plays form a trilogy, therefore that in the broad sense they are consistent. Many people have talked about the inconsistency in Antony's character, that the Antony of Julius Caesar is very different from the Antony of Antony and Cleopatra. The basic point would be efficacy versus inefficacy. That is, the Antony of Julius Caesar is very effective politically. As we're starting to see, and as we will see, he manages to defeat the conspirators. In Antony and Cleopatra, he looks rather feckless. And he's ultimately defeated by Octavius, and he seems incapable of defending himself. How could this be the same character? Well, in fact, though, there's an awful lot of what we see in the Mark Antony of Antony and Cleopatra already in the Mark Antony of Julius Caesar. Above all, he's already a playboy. I mean, when people talk about his inefficacy in Antony and Cleopatra, it's because he's given up his political standing and role in Rome for the sake of this woman he's in love with. But we already see he's a kind of playboy in Julius Caesar. If you go to page 13, which is Act 1, Scene 2, this is when Caesar is talking about Cassius and why Cassius is so dangerous. He says, this is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 203, he loves no plays as thou dost, Antony. He hears no music. And this whole speech about fat men versus lean men, and Cassius is dangerous, he's so political, he doesn't enjoy life, and Antony's his opposite. He loves plays, he likes hearing music, and this is quite a sustained motif in the play. On page 32, we learn that this is one of the reasons Brutus feels it's not necessary to kill Antony. This is Act 2, Scene 1, about line 187. He thinks Antony won't do much, for he is given to sports, to wildness, and much company. Exactly the way we see Antony in Antony and Cleopatra. He's a party animal. And this comes up again and again. Caesar sees it again, page 42. On that morning of Caesar going to the Senate House, this is Act 2, Scene 2, about line 116, Antony shows up just after the conspirators. See, Antony that revels long o' nights is notwithstanding up. Good morrow, Antony. Again, this is a guy that stays up partying all night. And finally, again, this is really quite sustained in the play. I can't vouch for the fact that Shakespeare was already anticipating writing Antony and Cleopatra when he wrote Julius Caesar, because it was written several years before, but he really seems to be establishing the basis here. This is page 92 now, Act 5, Scene 1, about line 62. Again, Cassius complaining about Octavius and Antony, a peevish schoolboy, worthless as such honor, joined with a masker and a reveler. So if people say there's something inconsistent in the portrait of Antony because he seems like such a playboy in Antony and Cleopatra, well, he's presented as a playboy here as well. And indeed, when you read the life of Antony in Plutarch, it's just filled with stories of Antony's indulgence in food and drink and sex. He really was quite the wild guy. So in a way, the question is not how did Antony change from being an efficacious political figure in Julius Caesar to the inefficacious figure in Antony and Cleopatra, but how did he ever get his act together in Julius Caesar? Because no one is expecting him in Julius Caesar to emerge as a powerful political force in Rome. Cassius is suspicious, but Brutus is not. And indeed, you have to realize it's a reaction to the death of his master, the beloved Julius Caesar, that it's in the effort to avenge Caesar that Antony pulls himself together. And here, it's very interesting to look at his reaction to Caesar's death, because in a way it does lay the groundwork for Antony and Cleopatra. Look at page 52. Antony's reaction when he first sees the body of Caesar slaughtered on the ground. So this is Act 3, Scene 1, about line 148. O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils shrunk to this little measure? Fare thee well. Part of Antony's lesson in this play is of the futility of politics. Here's the greatest man he ever knew, and he's left a corpse on the ground. O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? We will see in Antony and Cleopatra that Cleopatra says at one point, "'Tis paltry to be Caesar." She's referring to the man we know as Augustus Caesar, but it's basically the same point, that the action of these plays becomes a lesson in the emptiness of political glory. And that may tell us something about why Antony is so feckless in Antony and Cleopatra. Yes, he can pull himself together to avenge his master, his lord, but after that, where is he? What has he got left to fight for? And here, this speech has even more implications. Continuing on page 52, this is line 151, as he turns to address the conspirators, "I know not, gentlemen, what you intend. Who else must be let blood? Who else is rank? If I myself, there is no hour so fit as Caesar's death's hour, nor no instrument of half that worth as those your swords made rich with the most noble blood of all this world. I do beseech ye, if you bear me hard, now whilst your purpled hands do reek and smoke, fulfill your pleasure. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die. No place will please me so, no means of death, as here by Caesar, and by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of this age." Now, this is in part rhetoric, but to the extent it has any truth to it, it has enormous implications for indeed what we'll see about Antony and Cleopatra. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die. There's a sense in which Antony realized this is the moment. This is when I should die, next to my master, killed by the very same men who killed him. This would be the fate he wants here. Now he does, in effect, decide not to die, to live in order to avenge his master and to appear to compromise and negotiate with the conspirators in a way that seems to betray initially the memory of his master. He knows he's got to do that. And yet I think there's a real truth here that he's lost his chance to die nobly. And we will see him in Antony and Cleopatra search for another such moment, one of these 1,000-year moments when it's right to die. And his answer there will be, I will die for Cleopatra. I didn't die for Julius Caesar, but I'll die for Cleopatra. It's sad the way she sets things up, so it becomes a kind of false death, and that, as we'll see, she's not really dead when he thinks she's dying for her. But I do think that these moments do reveal something about the psychology of Mark Antony that ties the two plays together. In fact, you can already see in Julius Caesar what is going to make a mess of Antony's head in Antony and Cleopatra, that he knows in some sense he missed the right moment to die. And a lot of his aimless striving in that play, his unsurety, I think stems from this moment. Now, notice that Brutus cuts in, page 53, line 164, "O Antony, beg not your death of us." He says, "We receive you in with all kind love, good thoughts, and reverence." He wants to treat him nobly. Of course, Cassius then, ever the political realist, says, this is line 177, "Your voice shall be as strong as any man's in the disposing of new dignity." Cassius knows the politically realistic thing to say at that point, you'll share in the spoils of whatever comes from this. Cassius showing his political acumen there. Brutus once again making a terrible political mistake here. First of all, allowing Antony to speak at Caesar's funeral at all, but above all, allowing him to speak second. Anyone will tell you that the advantageous moment rhetorically is to have the last word. But Brutus is so self-confident and so confident of the justice of his cause that he thinks, I can speak and I'll convince the people, and then we can let Antony say whatever he wants to. Another sign of Brutus's overconfidence. Now, it's an interesting touch in the play that it may be that Cassius is somewhat responsible for this overconfidence. That would be a nice little touch if we see it that way. That is, remember that in his efforts to get Brutus to join the conspiracy, Cassius started this kind of public campaign to convince Brutus. It's on page 17, the end of Act 1, Scene 2, line 315. "I will this night in several hands in his window throw, as if they came from several citizens, writings, all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar see him sure, for we will shake him or worse days endure." So this campaign of convincing Brutus that the Roman people love him and respect him and want him to take action against Caesar, that works. It convinces Brutus that everyone thinks very highly of him in Rome and that he was right to kill Caesar. And indeed, we see that just a little later, page 20, when, it's page 27, when this is Act 2, Scene 1. He's reading these notes that have supposed to have been left for them. "Brutus, thou sleeps, awake and see thyself, speak, strike, redress. And Brutus says, "Such instigations have been often dropped where I have took them up. Shall Rome, etc., thus must I piece it out. Shall Rome stand under one man's awe? what Rome, my ancestors did from the streets of Rome, the Tarquin drive, and when he was called a king, speaks like redress. So there it is. He becomes very confident of his situation in Rome. So maybe, his decision to let Antony speak second is a mistake that Cassius, in effect, encouraged. And we end on a kind of ominous note in this scene. This is page 55, line 235, so Act 3, Scene 1, line 235, when Brutus is saying, but by your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first and show the reason of our Caesar's death. And we'll see next time that, indeed, Brutus's emphasis will be on reason, Antony's emphasis is on passion, and in rhetoric, passion will trump reason. But notice that Brutus speaks of our Caesar's death. You see there the transformation that is occurring, that the name of this man is becoming a title. Brutus is already speaking of a Caesar. And it's a hint of what's going on here, that although the man Julius Caesar is dead, the spirit of Caesarism has only been strengthened. And again, it's an irony that Julius Caesar, who was thwarted in his desire to be named king, then found that his name became a higher title than king. This name Caesar, which means emperor, which in German became Kaiser, which in Russian became Tsar. This man's name became a title, and we see it happening here. And one more indication of this on page 56, Antony's invocation of Caesar's spirit. This is Act 3, Scene 1, about line 270. And Caesar's spirit ranging for revenge. Remember, Brutus hoped to kill Caesar's spirit, but he didn't. We now see set it free. And Caesar's spirit ranging for revenge, with Ate by his side, come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch's voice cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. And there it is, the monarch's voice. This man who wanted to be king but was being thwarted, now in their weird way, the conspirators have made it possible. He's become Caesar, and he's become a monarch. In some ways, the conspirators have only brought about what they most feared. They brought a monarch to Rome. Okay, we'll stop here. Next time we'll go on to discuss this exchange of speeches between Antony and Brutus and how that works out, and then look at the transformations of Rome and the Republican spirit that occur at the end of the play. Before we get started, first of all, I think I will finish Julius Caesar today, so we'll get on to Antony Cleopatra next time. Again, I might spill over a bit into the next class. If you're interested in seeing Julius Caesar, there are two films of it. The easiest way to search is by the Mark Antony. Marlon Brando plays Mark Antony in one of them, and Charlton Heston in the other. I'm sure they're available on Netflix. They're good, solid versions. Both are heavily cut, and so whole scenes are omitted. They're a little too frigid. I think they're so concerned with being classical that there's almost a marble-like quality to the acting. But they're decent versions. They're not modern dress. Again, I haven't seen the whole of the Ralph Fiennes Coriolanus. I luckily got a defective copy and had to stop after Act 1. It seemed terrible to me, completely misconceived by being set in Bosnia. But these are both very much set in ancient Rome, and they hired the Spanish army to do it. But so I do recommend them. They won't ruin the plays for you. Then let's see. On the final exam, we got some good news and bad news. The bad news is that we lost the lottery, and it's December 21st, the last day. Have you seen that? December 21st in the morning. Fortunately, I signed a lease that goes through December 22nd, so I'll be here. The good news is, according to the Mayan calendar, the world will end on that day. The ad board has said if the world ends before 9:40 a.m., you don't have to take the exam. But if it goes longer than that, the apocalypse, then you'll have to take it. But it'll be the last thing you'll ever do, and who cares? But anyway, for those of you who believe in the Mayan calendar, it's a little ominous there. But anyway, we'll handle that. Finally, I did put up as an announcement the first paper assignment. I gather some of you have seen it already. Yes? Okay, so if there are any questions, read it over, and then if you have any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to talk to any of you about writing the papers. That's why my office hours are before, and you can talk to your TFs about it. So anyway, an effort to get you started, especially on reading the Machiavelli for that. I think that's all the announcements. And again, I think the sections seem to be working. And any problems with the course we need to discuss? You know, if you're still having problems with your section time, come see me after class. Okay, let's get going on Julius Caesar here. And the issue I was trying to set up last time is very basic to human life and to Shakespeare's drama. Do human beings make history, or does history make human beings? In many ways, the premise of Shakespearean drama and of much drama is that human beings make history. Shakespearean tragedy deals with those men and women who make history. They don't have to be world historical individuals in Hegel's sense, but they got to make a difference. This is the magnitude Aristotle speaks of when he says that a tragic hero has to have a certain magnitude. I think the Greek word is megathos there, which is from the word for great, and so a certain greatness. Tragic heroes are people who matter. Their stories are so important because they have an effect that goes beyond just their individual lives. They are the people who make history. And we see this in Shakespeare's history plays. We see it in his tragedies. But there is another view of human life, which is perhaps more prevalent in the modern world, that history makes human beings, by which I mean that no individual human being makes that much of a difference. There are broader social, economic forces, those are what determine the currents of history. And you can see why the story of Julius Caesar really helps to focus this issue. On the one hand, this story seems to be a great example of the idea that individual human beings make a difference. Surely that's the case of Julius Caesar. He is presented as this extraordinarily great human being who's outdone everyone else in his time, who has risen to this position of preeminence, who wins battles against the Gauls, against the Spaniards, against his fellow Romans, no matter what. Like Coriolanus, he's the man who makes the individual difference on the battlefield. Moreover, the conspirators hold him responsible for all the problems in Rome. The reason Rome is ceasing to be a republic, the reason why it's veering off into dictatorship and tyranny is this one damn guy, Julius Caesar, and the premise of the conspiracy is if we could eliminate him, we'd be fine. And by the same token, if we did it, we would be great Romans. We would be worthy, notice specifically, we would be worthy of representation in drama. How many ages hence shall our lofty act be acted o'er in states unborn and accents yet unknown? Will be the subjects of Shakespeare's drama. So there's this overwhelming sense in the play that individual human beings make a difference, and it's the great Roman principle. It's the principle of the Republic, of which Coriolanus was such a good example. But there are counter movements in the study of Roman history, which suggests that Rome was moving inevitably from republic to empire at this point, that Rome was destined to one-man rule. Shakespeare would have found this position in Plutarch. I wasn't able to locate it in your edition, but from a fuller edition, Plutarch says at one point, "Howbeit the state of Rome, in my opinion, being now brought to that pass that it could no more abide to be governed by many lords, but required one only absolute governor, God, to prevent Brutus that it should not come to his government, kept this victory from his knowledge. So he's basically saying God, probably in the Greek it says the God, prevented Brutus from winning because it was inevitable that one man would end up ruling Rome. Now later, Plutarch writes in the life of Antony, for it was predestined that the government of all the world should fall into Octavius Caesar's hands. There we see the propaganda aspect of this claim. Plutarch may have genuinely believed that Rome was headed inevitably towards one man rule at this stage. But in any case, writing as a captive Greek under Roman imperial rule, he had reasons to support at least the myth that Octavius Caesar was destined to rule Rome as the new emperor. This was a myth that Octavius, under his new name Augustus, actively cultivated. Virgil's Aeneid was written to support just this myth, that traditionally, Roman history had led away from kingship and one-man rule. Founding idea of the Republic was we're getting rid of foreign kings, we're no longer going to have kings. Virgil's Aeneid is a massive propaganda effort to get Romans to rethink that, to think that from the beginning Rome was destined to one-man rule. It's descended from a Trojan monarchy. It was founded by one man, Aeneas, and all of it was headed towards Octavius becoming emperor. So Shakespeare was certainly aware of the counter view that somehow the prevailing of Caesar's party was predestined. It's connected to the notion of the corruption of Rome. There's the idea the Republic was great for a couple of centuries, but by now, by the time the play of the Julius Caesar, the city is so corrupt that a republican rule can no longer function. The corruption is largely a result of Rome's own success. We've talked about this. Its conquest of the world brought in so much wealth, and wealth corrupted Rome. It corrupted the patricians, who became overly concerned with maintaining and increasing their wealth. They used their wealth to corrupt Roman politics by buying these offices, the office of tribune, the office of consul. They would just put money into it and get either themselves or their followers appointed. And of course, we see the plebeians as corrupt now. The Roman Republican regime is no longer functioning because people aren't playing the roles they were supposed to play. The tribunes have been bought out, and those who haven't, like Flavius Morellus, are killed off. If you just go to page 4 at the beginning of the play, you see that in our first view of Rome and our first view of the plebeians, they have bad souls. Now, this is the top of page 4, so Act 1, Scene 1, about line 15. Now, that's a pun, because we have here a shoemaker who is a mender of bad souls. But when you hear a play begin with the notion that there are bad souls in Rome and they need mending, that may tell you something. And what's more, when the tribune asks the cobbler why he's out leading a mob, he says, this is line 31, "Truly, sir, to wear out their shoes to get myself into more work." So the public and private interests no longer coincide in Rome. It's now in the private interest of this cobbler that the citizens of Rome have bad souls. In a way that tells you the problem from the beginning here. And it is, it's the great, there's no simple answer to this question. I think Shakespeare captures the ambiguity of it. There's much evidence to suggest that Rome was inevitably headed towards an empire here. Nevertheless, Shakespeare shows, you can't help thinking, if they'd killed Mark Antony, if they'd had Cicero join the conspiracy, if they hadn't let Mark Antony speak seconds, you keep saying, well, they made mistakes. This could have been salvaged. maybe no. Maybe at most it could have been delayed. Let me stress that this process of tending towards one-man rule had been going on for at least 100 years at this point in Rome, as one figure after another rose to prominence, Pompey just before Caesar, and so on. Now, again, we'll see the consequences of this when we turn to Antony Cleopatra. So we're at a great turning point here. In Act 3 of Julius Caesar, we're in the central act of the central play of this historical trilogy I'm creating for you. And this is the moment when the Republican and the Caesarian parties meet, and the Caesarian party prevails, and from here on, Rome is headed to being an empire. It all turns on a couple of speeches, and that's very appropriate. We have seen that rhetoric dominates as a mode in Coriolanus and Julius Caesar. Rhetoric is appropriate to a Republican regime. Now, again, both plays are written in poetry, but in this case, the rhetorical mode prevails over what we normally think of as the lyrical mode. Let me just give you an example of that. Again, we tend not to have the kind of soliloquies which we love in Shakespeare. Turn to page 25. This would be Act 2, Scene 1. Brutus having a soliloquy, line 10, that is thinking to himself, "It must be by his death, and for my part I know no personal cause to spurn him." Notice how it begins. It begins with its conclusion. It must be by his death. To be or not to be does not begin, "It must be by my death." The great soliloquies in Shakespeare, the ones we remember, are the ones where we hear a character searching for the truth. To be or not to be, that is the question. Or in Macbeth, "If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly." If the assassination could trammel up the consequences and catch with his surceased success. But here, upon this bank and shoal of time, we jump to life to come. That is, we'll be seeing shortly these characters from a later age in Shakespeare who genuinely explore the depths of their interior souls. Shakespeare's Romans, by comparison, tend to lack that interiority, so that even in talking to himself, Brutus begins with his conclusion here and then goes on to justify it, so much so that on the next page, 26, line 28, we hear, "And since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, fashion it thus." This is a very rhetorical soliloquy. The issue is not getting at the truth, because Brutus assumes he already has it. The issue is packaging the truth, as if he's already composing his speech here. It's a quarrel. Since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, fashion it thus. Let's make the argument this way. So this is a man searching not for what's the truth, but for how he can present the truth in a way that will be convincing. There's a tremendous limitation to Shakespeare's Republican Romans, and you see it here in the way even their soliloquies generally take the form of speeches to themselves. They lack self-knowledge because they lack the ability to wrestle with themselves and struggle with their beliefs, as we'll see Hamlet, Othello, and Macbeth do. There's a particularly good example of that on page 8. This is Act 1, Scene 2, about line 50. Little dialogue between Cassius and Brutus that's the preamble to Cassius's attempt to get Brutus into conspiracy. "Tell me, good Brutus, can you see your face?" "No, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself, but by reflection, by some other things. 'Tis just, and is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow." The issue here is self-knowledge. As I've shown thus far and will show again today, both Cassius and Brutus are sorely lacking in self-knowledge. Self-knowledge, which is the most philosophical activity. It's what Socrates called for, know thyself, was the guiding principle of Socratic philosophy. And as we've seen, Brutus and Cassius profess to be philosophers, but they have turned their philosophies into something political, and their philosophies turn out to be at odds with some of their most basic opinions. We're going to see that reiterated at the time of their deaths today. That means they really don't know themselves. They think they're Cassius thinks he's an Epicurean, but he really isn't. Brutus thinks he's a Stoic, but he really isn't. Now, I call your attention to this passage because it's very interesting, but also because this may be one of the few quotations from Plato in Shakespeare. I'm talking about a dialogue here called the Alcibiades I, which was so popular it had a sequel, the Alcibiades II. I'm just going to read you a quick passage from this. This is Socrates talking to that marvelous young boy, Alcibiades. Consider in your turn, suppose that instead of speaking to a man, it said to the eye of one of us as a piece of advice, see thyself. Speaking to an eye, see thyself. How should we apprehend the meaning of the admonition? Would it not be that the eye should look at something and looking at which it would see itself? Clearly. Then let us think what object there is anywhere by looking at which we can see both it and ourselves. Why, clearly Socrates, Alcibiades answers, mirrors and things of this sort. It's almost the same passage there. The question is, can the eye see itself? And the answer is that it can only do it through a mirror. Now, this is those who've noticed this have been puzzled by it. How did Shakespeare know this? It may have been indirectly. It may mean that when Ben Jonson said that Shakespeare knew a little Latin and less Greek, he was able to read a Platonic dialogue. Anyway, there's one other point that I know of in one of the Henry IV plays where Shakespeare appears to quote Plato. I just mention it because it is some evidence that he was familiar with Plato even at the level of the Greek text. We're going to see the soliloquy mode and the issue of self-knowledge explode in Antony and Cleopatra as this whole world we're looking at changes. But again, in the Republic, we're still in the world of rhetoric, and that is very appropriate to a republic. A republic is a community in which all the people in one way or another participate in political life, and so you really need rhetoric. And as we've been seeing in Coriolanus and Julius Caesar, again and again the issue is persuasion. People are trying to persuade people to do what's right for the city, and so they need rhetoric. And so it is not accidental that this play should build up to a great speech contest between Brutus and Mark Antony. It's interesting that the two speeches are fantastic. Brutus gives a very convincing speech, convincing even to the Roman populace, and then Mark Antony just blows him away. And it's just wonderful to see that Shakespeare is able to create a very convincing speech and then create an uber-convincing speech that overcomes what Brutus said. There's no historical record of these speeches. There's a historical record that they took place, but it is odd that no one in the ancient world attempted to reproduce them or come up with versions of them. It is interesting that Shakespeare did work from certain hints. If you look at page 146 in your signet, you have one of the right excerpt. Plutarch says very early in the life of Brutus, this is the second paragraph on 146, he was properly learned in the Latin tongue and was able to make long discourse in it. Besides that, he could also plead very well in Latin. But for the Greek tongue, they do note in some of his epistles that he counterfeited that brief, compendious manner of speech as the Lacedaemonians. This means there's a certain Spartan character of speech. And then skipping a couple lines, Plutarch cites this, another time again unto the Samians, your counsels be long, your doings be slow, consider the end. That's actually very much like the Brutus speech that Shakespeare creates. These very clipped, laconic phrases. And by the same token, Plutarch describes Antony's rhetoric as Asiatic, which means over the top, hyperbolic, overdone, which very much characterizes his rhetoric. So, we've got these two speeches here, and at first, things appear as if they're going to turn on the issue of reason. And that's what you expect in a republic. Rhetoric is public reasoning. And indeed, it's what Antony asked for. This is back on page 55. So Act 3, Scene 1. When he agrees to be friends with them, line 220, Act 3, Scene 1, friends am I with you and love you all, upon this hope that you shall give me reasons why and wherein Caesar was dangerous. Seems like a perfectly decent demand, and it's what gives Brutus confidence that they can let Antony speak. For Antony, he's a reasonable man. And indeed, Brutus says at line 237, I will myself into the pulpit first and show the reason of our Caesar's death, as if that were sufficient. If you could show that this act was reasonable in publicly defensible rhetoric, you would be fine. And then Shakespeare's actually merciless here, page 58. So Act 3, Scene 2, about line 9. The second plebeian says, I will hear Cassius and compare their reasons when severally we hear them render it. How much more could you ask for? This is a rational body politic here, that the common people are there to compare reasons, as if they're philosophical, as if this is a graduate seminar here in Rome. And indeed, we have seen that the plebeians are remarkably reasonable or willing to listen to reason. We saw it in the opening of Coriolanus. We've seen that they will patiently listen even to their class enemies. And so you get some sense here of what made the Republic survive as long as it did. A certain minimal level of rationality and disposition to listen to reason on the part of the plebeians. And of course, Brutus then proceeds to give a very reasonable speech. Now, Shakespeare exaggerates this by offering Brutus' speech in prose and Antony's speech in poetry. That is, Antony's speech is by and large in iambic pentameter, the standard meter of Shakespeare's dramatic verse. Brutus quite pointedly, I think, speaks here in prose. Again, Shakespeare may have been guided here by those little hints in Plutarch. And he makes a very bare bones argument. It's like he's got a series of PowerPoints here. And he's got some good lines. Again, don't think that this is just a bad speech. I mean, that's a top of 59, line 20, not that I love Caesar less, but I love Rome more. That's a great line. Indeed, had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves than that Caesar were dead to live all free men? And you see, the rhetoric of the speech is very much the rhetoric of Republican Rome. It's the very rhetoric that Cassius used to stir Brutus up. Do you want to be free? We're threatened with being slaves here. The problem, I think, surfaces when you see a line is, who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any speak, for him have I offended. I could hear some guy piping up from the back row, hey, I am a bondman. Who would be slave? Hey, I am a slave. Wait a minute, what's in this for me? That is, in some ways, this speech is addressed by a patrician to patricians in the rhetoric of old patrician Rome. And who is here so rude that would not be a Roman? There's a lot of rude people out in the crowd, as we learned. So you see again Brutus's idealism here, that you can appeal to a set of principles, and that's all you need to do. And it does seem at first to work. Live, Brutus, live, live. Bring him with triumph home into his house. It shows you that the old Roman rhetoric is still alive, that you still can appeal to the principle of republican freedom. But then turn to page 60, the very top, so about line 50. Give him a statue with his ancestors. Okay, that's Julius Brutus, who expelled the Tarquin kings. And then the end of the republic, let him be Caesar. When you hear that line, in some deeper sense, the republic is doomed. If you want to make the argument that one-man rule was inevitable, you see it here in that all the plebeians want is a one-man ruler. In some ways, they don't care who it is. So if it's not going to be Julius Caesar, let it be Brutus. Caesar's better parts should be crowned in Brutus. This is obviously a complete misinterpretation of everything that Brutus was trying to say in the speech. And of course, it's the first definitive moment when Julius Caesar's personal family name becomes a title. Let him be Caesar. Oddly enough, we've seen Brutus already say our Caesar to Mark Antony. We definitely watched this name be transformed into a title. Remember, I've been saying all along, the title of Rex, of king, was verboten in Republican Rome. The reality, maybe not so much. And it was the genius of this man, Octavius Caesar, who became Augustus, to understand that. And he never took the name of Rex in Rome. He took the name of emperor, which is from a Roman term, imperator, which basically means general of an army. To have the imperium, to be the imperator, was to be in charge of an army. And that's where we get the word emperor. We now think of emperor as a big deal, emperor higher than king. This was a euphemism originally. Oh, I'm not your king, I'm just your imperator. I'm just running the armies. And Octavius was very smart at this. He took the title of tribune. He took the title of consul. He took the title of imperator. Never called himself Rex. Because that was one of the Romans didn't want a Rex. One man ruling them, okay. Just don't call him a king. Call him a Caesar. And you see that happen here. It's a very remarkable moment. Shakespeare takes us from the Republic to the Empire in space of 2 pages. I will hear Cassius and compare their reasons is the Republic. Let him be Caesar is the Empire. It's in a sense remarkable how fast it happens. Any questions thus far? Okay, now Antony's speech, we've discussed a good bit of it already because I used it to illustrate the Caesarian principles. He uses emotion, he uses appealing to the crowd's greed, he uses the will. As we've seen, the price of Republican freedom is 75 drachmas. The speech is just a magnificent example of rhetoric. One of the most effective rhetorical devices is denying that they're rhetorical. I am no orator, as Brutus says. Watch out when anybody says that to you. I'm just a homespun guy who doesn't know what I'm talking about. But the obvious nature of the speech is its emotional character. And here we see emotion replace reason as the heart of Roman rhetoric, and in a way it is the emergence of an imperial rhetoric to replace the Republican rhetoric. Brutus's speech is the last gasp of Republican rhetoric. He appeals to reason, he appeals to the good of Rome, to the public good of Rome. Antony goes straight for the jugular here. You're each getting 75 drachmas and the use of Caesar's park. You know, what's in it for you? And of course, it's a tremendously emotional speech. He whips the characters up into a frenzy. As we've seen, he bears Caesar's wounds in a really shameless way. Coriolanus wouldn't even bear his own wounds, but now you see people, and look at page 65, line 200, "Oh, piteous spectacle." That's what Antony offers the Roman people. He appeals to their pity. He appeals to spectacle. Now, you probably don't know it, but look good. This is the last you're going to see of the plebeians. They have one more scene after this, not the plebeians at their best, and then they're going to disappear from these plays entirely in Acts 4 and 5 and throughout Antony and Cleopatra. They will be referred to in Antony and Cleopatra, but only as theatrical spectators. Cleopatra will be very upset that her story will be staged before the smelly plebeians. This is a very important moment. It is the last moment of activity on the part of the plebeians. They will pass into passivity here. You can say that they do make the decision here between republic and empire. This is the moment when they, in effect, vote for Caesarism. They will use their last act of being active citizens to, in effect, vote themselves into being passive subjects. From here on, they will have no further say in the Republican regime, and indeed in the Roman regime, and indeed the rulers will just ignore them and give them bread and bread and circuses. They will just stage things for them to keep them happy. And you can see the whole Caesarian policy here in Antony's behavior here. It's to use the emotion, to whip up the emotions of the plebeians in order to leave himself and Octavius in charge of Rome and to defeat the last representatives of the Republican principles in Rome. And, again, as I said, he literally descends to the level of the people to gain them on his side. And triumphs again and again in this speech by one emotional appeal after another. And the results we see in the next scene. This scene, which, again, this is a terrifyingly prophetic scene of mobs in history ever since. That is, what Antony has done is unleashed a mob here. The plebeians enter this scene as members of the constitutional regime and leave it as a mob. And here on page 67, so Act 3, Scene 2, about line 262, "Now let it work, mischief thou art afoot, take thou what course thou wilt." This is the surrender to history now. Let history take its course. Now, in Shakespeare's day, people still didn't have our sense of history with a capital H. That is a force that's somehow independent of human beings. But you see, in effect, that idea here. And notice the passivity of this, even in the word it. Now let it work. That vagueness is very ominous. Now let it work. It's really saying, I wash my hands of this. Mischief thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt. This is a kind of fatalism. We'll talk about it a bit in some detail in a few minutes. But in any case, it is now characteristic of the imperial world that emerges at this moment. That there are forces out there which are no longer centered on individual human beings who behave rationally and act responsibly. No, there's this sense it's everything we mean by a mob. People acting collectively where there is no personal responsibility anymore. And poor Cinna the poet feels it immediately. When another dreamer, page 68, the first line of Act 3, Scene 3, "I dreamt tonight that I'd feast with Caesar." and he wanders out in view of his dreams, and he wanders to his death because the mob mistakes him for Cinna the conspirator. And this is very emblematic. These are people who now take names for things. It's characteristic of mobs. And I do not think Shakespeare was indifferent to the fact that Cinna is a poet. That is, the first thing this mob does is to kill a poet. I don't think Shakespeare was in favor of killing poets. And notice they interrogate him. It's a kind of inquisition. Page 68. What is your name? Whither are you going? Where do you dwell? Are you a married man or a bachelor? Answer every man directly. I am briefly, wisely. I am truly you were best. It's almost like the tribunals of the French Revolution or any form of totalitarianism where the individual citizen is put on trial by the city now in the form of a mob, and he says, what is my name, whither I am going, where do I dwell, am I a married man or bachelor? Then to answer every man directly and briefly, wisely and truly, wisely I say, I'm a bachelor. Don't go the wise guy route with angry mobs. Again, I'm trying to teach you some important life lessons in this class. And indeed, that's as much as to say they are fools that marry. You'll bear me a bang for that. This is, this is sort of like Socrates in the city, if you think about it. That is, here's this figure with a different way of life. And the city wants an account of him. And basically the account is, are you with us or against us? Where do you dwell? Where are you going? What's your name? So all these things that the political community wants to know of you. And he does give a wise-ass answer here. That I can sum it all up by saying I'm a bachelor. And the second plebeian does not miss the point. That's as much as to say they are fools that marry. This is a kind of Socratic moment here where the poet, the philosopher, stands up for something different. I'm a bachelor and you guys are married. And the mob doesn't like that. Because basically these questions come down to, are you with us or against us? And we learn the poet is against us. And so when he gives tear him to pieces, he says, conspirator, I'm Cinna the poet, I'm Cinna the poet. Tear him for his bad verses. Tear him for his bad verses. That is so perfect there of how mobs operate. And this is what the mob amounts to. It now, it's unthinking, it is mob-like in that it only wants people of its own stripe, and it's willing to suppress and kill anyone who's different in the city. And again, I think it's not inconsequential that this is a poet that is being killed here. It really, it looks ahead to the French Revolution, to Soviet communism, to all the show trials, the 20th century, to the whole idea that anyone who thinks differently in the community will just be killed when he can't stand up to the Inquisition, to the sort of show trial. It's amazing that Shakespeare compresses one scene. Both films omitted, by the way. A real tribute to the density of Hollywood filmmakers. So, any questions about that? Okay, then. So, once that mob is set loose, it's really hard to argue that the Republic can be saved. What we basically see in Act 3 is the triumph of emotion over reason, and the triumph of emotional rhetoric over rational rhetoric, the triumph of emotion over Republican principle. The consequences are quite startling when we turn to Act 4. This is another one of those moments where Shakespeare just hits us in the face with something. The cuts in Shakespeare they're as fine as in any modern movie. There was no scenery in the Elizabethan theater, so they never had to pause to change scenery. And Shakespeare had a real feel for that. He liked rapid cuts. where you could just juxtapose two moments. And we have just seen the Caesarian party under the leadership of Mark Antony triumph, and the consequences are already evident on page 70 at the beginning of Act 4. Where Antony Octavius and the third stooge, Lepidus, is meeting here. These many men then shall die, their names are pricked. Your brother too must die. Consent you, Lepidus? I do consent. Prick him down, Antony. Upon condition, Publius shall not live, who is your sister's son, Mark Antony. He shall not live. Look, with the spot I damn him. And it's incredible. They are drawing up a proscription list of all the patricians who need to be killed to establish the Caesarian regime. Among them, later we will learn, is Cicero, the greatest philosopher Rome ever produced. Which again suggests my parallels to Socrates here may not be totally off the wall. And remember that the conspirators didn't want to shed too much blood. At least under Brutus's leadership, they decided, let's kill only Mark Antony. Now, again, we're getting to see one of these scenes that's so prophetic of the 20th century, or again, even of the French Revolution, these lists of people who the regime executes for being enemies of the regime. And of course, we see how cold-blooded it is. Octavius tells Lepidus that his brother has to die, and Lepidus says, okay, provided Mark Antony's nephew gets on the list. And just the cold-bloodedness is emphasized. Again, you can do this nicely in a production, just having them sitting there like bureaucrats now. They've got these lists and checking off the people who are going to be killed. And then the incredible line 8, fetch the will, Lepidus, go you to Caesar's house, fetch the will hither, and we shall determine how to cut off some charges and legacies. Unbelievable. They ain't going to get 75 drachmas. After all of that, they're probably going to cut down to 55 drachmas or less. That Antony, who trumpeted this will, is the great example of Caesar's benevolent quality, and now secure in power, or more secure in power, he's going to try to lessen the amount of money they have to give to the people. There's a real kind of gut level street knowledge of politics in this scene. It's really quite remarkable. We've just had Antony, very poetic, extraordinarily rhetorical, and now we see the business end of politics. Shakespeare likes this kind of thing. In Richard II, he stages a glorious scene of a medieval tournament of chivalry at its best, and then cuts to a scene when they're working on the tax rolls and how can they make more money out of the people to finance the war in Ireland. These are juxtapositions that Shakespeare liked to achieve and to remind us kind of the dark underbelly of politics here. And indeed, in this scene, we see shaping up what was known as the Second Triumvirate. First triumvirate was Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar. Julius Caesar now, Octavius Caesar, Mark Antony, and Lepidus will form the second triumvirate. As you may notice, Lepidus, don't put your money on Lepidus. They're already talking about getting rid of him, and that process we will see happen in Antony and Cleopatra. We're once again at three-man rule in Rome, a triumvirate. That's what triumvirate means, come to think of it. Already we're seeing 3 will be reduced to 2, and in Antony and Cleopatra, 2 will be reduced to 1. So again, there's this sense here things have developed a momentum of their own here. We already see that Lepidus is somehow just positioned for power. He doesn't deserve it. What is it? Antony calls him a slight fellow, a barren-spirited fellow at the bottom of page 71. who you are is becoming less important than where you are. Again, this new imperial regime has places for men who don't have great qualities, who didn't get where they are because of great military victories or any kind of virtue they displayed, but just because they're part of the wheeling and dealing. And we'll see more of that in Antony and Cleopatra. Now, Act 4 is largely devoted to the quarrel between Brutus and Cassius. Every once in a while, it comes back to me that I'm an English professor. So let me say something about dramatic structure here. That is, Shakespeare generally wrote what's known as 5-act structure, even though the division into acts may not always be the way he did it, because remember, he did not edit these plays for publication. But generally speaking, in Shakespeare, there's a first act that gives the exposition, lays out a dramatic situation. The second act is a complication. Things get a little more difficult. Things start to come into conflict. The third act in Shakespeare is the crisis. And the fifth act is the catastrophe, or as it's called in French, the denouement. That is, Shakespeare almost always in his plays places the crisis in the third act. And the crisis is the turning point in the drama, the moment when things come to a head, where the outcome is finally determined. Things in the exposition and the development, they're heading in all sorts of directions. That's why it's dramatic. That's why it's tense. That's why we're excited by it. In the third act, in some ways, the end becomes inevitable. That is, in the third act, they're either going to kill Caesar or they're not. Brutus or Antony is going to triumph in the speech. If they don't kill Caesar, the play heads off in a different direction. If they do, it heads in the direction we see. If Brutus triumphs, the play heads in a different direction. In other words, here are the turning points in the third act. Shakespeare's third acts are incredibly exciting because they involve the crisis point. And then the fifth act, it's often called the catastrophe, where things finally work themselves out. I mean, in a certain sense, after the third act, it's inevitable that Brutus and Cassius are going to lose, and that Mark Antony and Octavius are going to triumph. And we see that in the fifth act, that Octavius and Antony will lead their armies and triumph over Cassius and Brutus. And as in many catastrophes, Cassius and Brutus will die. Pretty catastrophic from their point of view, often called the denouement or the unraveling. The peculiarity of 5-act structure is the fourth act. In 5-act structure, in a way, the climax or crisis comes too soon. It comes in the middle of the play. So that the high point of dramatic tension is at the middle, and then you got a kind of delaying action. You don't go straight to the catastrophe. Shakespeare had what's often called the fourth act problem. What do you do in between the crisis and the catastrophe? And in fact, he shows his genius in his solution of the fourth act problem. In Antony and Cleopatra, you're going to see he devotes the fourth act to Antony's death and then the fifth act to Cleopatra's death. That's a very subtle solution of the problem. Hamlet, you'll see famously, the fourth act is Ophelia's act. Very often what Shakespeare will do is create a mini-drama. Have something that's off the main plot line, but is really dramatic in itself. So in Act 4, we see everything that goes wrong with Ophelia. She goes mad, and then she commits suicide. It's intensely dramatic. It consumes our interest, but Hamlet's off stage the whole time. The main plot doesn't advance at all. Here, Shakespeare has the quarrel between Brutus and Cassius, which is an intensely dramatic scene. It's absolutely superb. In the Marlon Brando version, John Gielgud plays Cassius and James Mason plays Brutus, and they really chew up the scenery in that scene. it's irrelevant to the main plot. In a way, it's counter to the main plot. The main plot is Brutus and Cassius united against Antony and Octavius Caesar. But for the fourth act, we see the tension between Brutus and Cassius. It's very effective. And again, you don't even notice it. You're not saying to yourself during that scene, gee, well, what's happening to the main plot here? That's why Shakespeare is so good as a dramatist. Again, I'm concentrating on him as a political thinker here, but I do want to keep reminding you guys, he's the greatest poet that ever lived, and by far the greatest dramatist that ever lived. And problems like this are like nothing for him to solve. Now, having said that, let's go all intellectual on the scene here. That is, in itself, again, this is very revealing. It solves a dramatic problem, but it also tells us a lot more about politics here. This is page 75 to 76, so Act 4, Scene 3. We see the problem of taking bribes. Now, this actually comes up a great deal in Plutarch, so it's not surprising that it registered on Shakespeare. But again, it suggests the constant tension between idealism and political realism in the play. And Brutus is particularly upset that they who did such a noble thing as restore the Republic are now involved in taking bribes. I won't go through the details of this argument. It's, again, dramatically, it's just brilliant, the ebb and flow of the dialogue. But I really want to call your attention to page 78. So Act 4, Scene 3, about line 65. When Brutus now says to Cassius, you have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats, for I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass by me as the idle wind, which I respect not. I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me, for I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I'd rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any direction. This is what I was alluding to when I said earlier that Brutus lacks self-knowledge. This is an extraordinary moment to condemn Cassius for taking bribes and then condemn him for not sharing with you the fruits of those bribes. You see an awful lot about Brutus here, and above all, the lack of self-knowledge, the self-righteousness of it all. I am armed so strong in honesty. And again, I can raise no money by vile means. You can raise money by vile means, but be sure to give me the share of that money. Again, it's easy on a surface reading of the play to see Brutus as the noblest Roman of them all and Cassius as this morally suspect and ignoble figure. But I think Shakespeare makes a point here of showing that, in fact, there's an element of facade to Brutus's nobility. Remember that just a little later in the scene, on pages 81 to 83, Brutus goes into his Stoicism act, where he poses as Stoic. And also in this scene, we have, this on page 80, the poet who tries to intervene, and Brutus throws him out. Cassius kind of laughs at him, but Brutus is really nasty. I'll know as you, this is bottom of page 80, so about line 135, Act 4, Scene 3. I'll know his humor when he owes his time. What should the wars do with the jigging fools? It's interesting that the Republican side of Rome is not happy with poets. They just ripped Cinna, the poet, apart. And now this poet who tries to come in and reconcile these angry men. The great emphasis in this scene is on the collar of Cassius. Cassius gets really angry, but Brutus gets really angry too. And the poet tries to reconcile them. It's interesting, in Plutarch, this figure is a philosopher. I think this is page 130 of your edition. He's actually named in Plutarch. It's about 10 lines down on page 130. Notwithstanding one Marcus Phaeonius, that had been a friend and a follower of Cato while he lived, and took upon him to counterfeit a philosopher, not with wisdom and discretion, but a certain bedlam and frank motion, and so on. Again, I'm looking at hints in these plays that the Republican Rome, the city in general, excludes philosophers. People who show up questioning the ways of the political man in the city, they tend to be treated nastily. It's interesting, Nietzsche will be coming up in this course, and I always like to show off that I can spell his name. Has a little aphorism about this scene. He reads it as a scene of self-hatred on Shakespeare's part, that Shakespeare secretly despised poets, and so he treats them shabbily in the play. I read it just the opposite, that it's not a good sign about Brutus that he tosses out the poet here. It sure, again, in some ways, I've already been suggesting, Republican Rome lacks poetry. It lacks this non-political dimension of life that poets are in touch with, poets who are dreamers, like Cinna. These Republican Romans don't listen to other, they don't listen to soothsayers, they don't listen to poets. Now we're going to see something very different happen in Antony and Cleopatra, and it's not so great there either, but it is interesting, yeah. The next page, Cassius says, of your philosophy you make no use. You just beat up on some poor poet here. I think, again, Shakespeare is delaying things here. He's got to take time here to let the military plot mature, but he's scoring some interesting points here in the fourth act as well. Any questions about that? Yes?
You said initially that its rhetorical dimension had this reason exchange.
Yeah.
But then you come to say that this Republican Rome does not listen.
Yeah. Yeah, well, exactly. The reasoning is always colored by politics, so that we see, for example, that they appropriate philosophies to political purposes, and Greek Stoicism becomes something different in Rome, and Greek Epicureanism, and so on. I'm not trying to set up Republican Rome. I'm glad you asked the question. I'm not trying to set it up as a graduate seminar in philosophy. It's not that horrifying. That is it. But there's a difference between appealing to reasons, publicly defensible principles that people can agree on, and just appealing to emotion. That's one distinction I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to claim that Republican Rome was Plato's republic. It was not ruled by philosopher kings, and indeed we see the other side of it here, that figures like Cassius and Brutus, I won't quite say they claim to be philosopher kings, but they claim to be political men informed by a philosophy, and that turns out to be pretty phony in a way here. The philosophy is somehow superficial. Other questions? Okay, let's turn to the fifth act to see how that works out, because it really is interesting to see how Brutus and Cassius end. We've turned to page 92. We've already talked about this speech, but I'll go over it again now in its proper dramatic context here. It is really interesting that Shakespeare chooses to load up these final scenes, Brutus and Cassius, with references to philosophy. That is, page 92, which would be Act 5, Scene 1, about line 70. Messala, this is my birthday. This very day was Cassius born. Give me thy hand, Messala. Be thou my witness that against my will as Pompey was, am I compelled to set upon one battle all liberties. Again, because he's been forced to listen to Brutus and do what Brutus said to do. You know that I held Epicurus strong in his opinion. Now I change my mind and partly credit things that do presage. And it is interesting. I looked this up in Plutarch, and the business about Epicurus is there, but the issue is not things that do presage. in Plutarch. Cassius says something about Epicurean beliefs about signs, but still Shakespeare puts the emphasis on omens here, and indeed it's another case of a Roman who once thought one way is now thinking the other way. And in any case, the point is that at a crucial moment, he's not relying on the philosophy he professes. And Brutus is the same way on page 93. Cassius is going to raise a serious question now, basically. Do we commit suicide if we lose? And so line 97, he asks Brutus if we do lose this battle. And Brutus begins, even by the rule of that philosophy by which I did blame Cato. Now let me first point out, it's an interesting rule. In a way, Brutus is the kind of person who wants philosophy to give him rules. You might say that is already a defective understanding of philosophy, as if philosophy issued in 10 commandments, let's say. Philosophy gives, I mean, in the deepest sense, gives us ways of understanding the world. It doesn't give except on the New York Times bestseller list, it doesn't give us rules by which to live, sort of thing. It's interesting that he uses that phrase there. And then he says, even by the rule of that philosophy, by which I did blame Cato for the death which he did give myself, I know not how, but I do find it cowardly and vile, for fear of what might fall. So to prevent this time of life, arming myself with patience to say the province of some high powers that govern us below. So he basically says here, it begins by saying, you know, I'm philosophically opposed to suicide. But then, Cassius is a bit shocked, top of 94. Then if we lose this battle, you are contented to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome. No, Cassius, no. And again, it shows how shallow the commitment of these Romans is to philosophy. You know, Brutus says, this is the rule of philosophy, but by the way, philosophy tells me you shouldn't kill yourself. But by the way, rather than be led in triumph Rome, I'm going to kill myself. But this same day must end that work, the Ides of March begun. Now, this is another interesting moment with regard to the source in Plutarch. I really want to call your attention to something quite important here. This is, if you got the signet, turn to page 134 to 5, bottom of 134. Now, again, go up about 10 lines on 134. I trust, I know not how, a certain rule of philosophy by the which I did greatly blame and reprove Cato for killing himself. I want you to see Shakespeare's, again, working from Plutarch here, almost line by line. For if it be not the will of God that this battle fall out fortune for us, I will look no more for hope, neither seek to make any new supply for war again, but will rid me of this miserable world and content me with my fortune. For I gave up my life for my country in the Ides of March, for the which I shall live in another more glorious world. And Shakespeare must have done a double take when he hit that line there, with Brutus believing in an afterlife. I shall live in another more glorious world. In Shakespeare, that's completely omitted here. All we get is, but this same day must end that work, the Ides of March begun. Shakespeare somehow understood that there was something wrong to have Brutus, as a pagan Roman, refer to the afterlife, I shall live in another more glorious world. Now, in fact, it is a mistranslation. Sir Thomas North was not even working from the original Greek. He was translating this book from a French translation of the Greek. So this is an English translation of a French translation of the Greek. So not so surprising that errors might occur. This is what the original Greek says, though it's in English translation. In Plutarch, in Greek, what Brutus says is, on the Ides of March, I gave my own life to my country, and since then, for her sake, I have lived another life of liberty and glory. So in Plutarch, Brutus isn't referring to the afterlife, he's referring to the afterlife of the conspiracy. that ever since we killed Caesar, I've been living another life of liberty and glory, not I shall live in another more glorious world. Shakespeare, I'm not claiming that with his little Greek he went back and checked the Greek here, but it's pretty remarkable that he at least intuited the mistranslation here and made a point of correcting it. I stress this because it's in line with his systematic exclusion of thoughts of the afterlife in Republican Rome. Because again, it is crucial to the functioning of the Republic that the only path to immortality should be through military and political glory and therefore fame. Watch for the afterlife in Antony and Cleopatra. It's going to creep in. But this is a wonderful example of seeing how systematically Shakespeare excludes it from Republican Rome, that even when it was served up to him on a silver platter in the North translation, he made a point of getting it out of there. What we're seeing here now, the fifth act is devoted a lot to suicide. Cassius kills himself, then Brutus kills himself. This is, again, as I said in my introductory lecture, this is very characteristic of Shakespeare's Romans, that they commit suicide as an act of honor. They do not wish to be conducted shamefully as the captives of their conquerors. And again, this is very definitive of being Roman. It's why Horatio will say, I'm more an antique Roman than a Dane. It's why Macbeth will say, why should I play the Roman fool and die upon my own sword? Shakespeare really associates this kind of suicide with the Romans, and it's in a way a very dangerous predisposition and becomes a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. In the case of Cassius, he's been building up to this moment almost from the beginning of the play. He is indeed too apt to commit suicide, too eager. Page 21, Act 1, Scene 3. When he thinks Caesar's going to be made king, so about line 89, Act 1, Scene 3. I know where I will wear this dagger then. Cassius from bondage will deliver Cassius. There in your gods you make the weak most strong. There in your gods you tyrants do defeat. This is the ethos behind Roman suicide. It's a way of exerting self-mastery. It comes up again on page 47. So Act 3, Scene 1. Just before the conspiracy goes into action, Act 3, Scene 1, about line 19, they're a little worried at how Popilius Lena looks, and Cassius says, "A casket be sudden, for we fear prevention. Brutus, what shall be done? If this be known, Cassius or Caesar shall never turn back, for I will slay myself." And indeed, he does prematurely slay himself because his eyesight's not good. In fact, Titinius was being embraced by friends. Cassius thinks he's being overwhelmed by enemies, and this suicide is not inconsequential. They were not savagely defeated on this first day of battle, but the Epicurean has indeed grown superstitious of late. Page 96. So Act 5, Scene 3, about line 23. This day I breathed first, time has come round, and where I did begin, there shall I end. My life is run his compass. You know, it's a kind of superstitious notion. It's my birthday. Gee, maybe it should be my death day. You know, this is morbid thinking here. And indeed, what we see a lot of in this play is morbid thinking and a sense of inevitability. And I want you to see, this is the counterweight to Cassius's original saying, the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Now, his death is almost astrological here. You know, gee, my horoscope says, good day to commit suicide today, so he goes with it. remember, Julius Caesar, surprisingly, for he is superstitious grown of late, Cassius himself says, now I credit things that do presage. He didn't believe in fate as a Republican Roman. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars. But at this point, he's a beaten man and he's beaten down. And one thing you see in this play is the emergence of fatalism among the characters. It will become the prevailing spirit of the empire, because what we're seeing is the decommissioning of human agency here. The Republic was a world where people thought life was in their hands. Fortune is with the followers, not with the flyers. The gods help those who help themselves was the principle of the Republic. Now there's this overwhelming sense of passivity developing among characters, that things are just taking their course and they are too big for us. There's nothing we can do about them. Page 43, this is the end of Act 2, Scene 3. Artemidorus is going to try to warn Caesar, but line 15, if thou read this, O Caesar, thou mayst live. If not, the fates with traitors do contrive. And the fates do start to become important now in this play. Page 50, Act 3, Scene 1, about line 98. After the murder of Caesar, where's Antony? Fled to his house amazed. Men, wives, and children stare, cry, and run as if it were doomsday. Fates, we will know your pleasures. That we shall die, we know. 'Tis but the time and drawing days out that men stand upon. This echoes Julius Caesar's famous statement about cowards die many times before the day of their death. But fate, we will know your pleasures. That's a new attitude that develops as Republican Rome slips into imperial Rome here. I showed it to you in Antony's speech where he says, mischief do thy work. There's a strong sense that develops in this play that there are forces beyond human control. And the most famous example of this is on page 84. So Act 4, Scene 3. Brutus speaking, another one of these examples where he countermands Cassius. Plutarch points out that Cassius' strategy was right. They should have pursued delaying tactics under the circumstances, but no, Brutus wants a battle down. And why? Line 217 in Act 4, Scene 3, there is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Omitted all the voyager of life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves or lose our ventures. Go with the flow. This is very different than Cassius is saying the faulty Brutus is not on our stars. Really, the idea here is there are these forces. We either catch a wave and we're sitting on top of the world, or we miss it and we've lost forever. This is what I mean when I speak of a developing passivity in the world of the play. Or page 94, this is the end of Act 5, Scene 1, about line 122, where Brutus says, why then lead on, oh, that a man might know the end of this day's business ere it come. You never see Coriolanus say, gee, I wonder how the battle's going to turn out. He knows how it's going to turn out. He's going to win. He doesn't need predictions. That's why, uncharacteristically in Coriolanus, the Roman soldiers don't turn to the augurs to get predictions. But I want you to look for how this attitude, oh, that a man might know the end of this day's business ere it come, how that attitude prevails in Antony and Cleopatra. It is the sense now that things are predestined, that they're going to happen no matter what we do. So wouldn't it be nice to know ahead of time what's going to happen? And this strong sense of the end in the play, that something is coming to an end, doomsday. Now what's coming to the end is the Republic. We know that. But there's a strong sense that that means the end of Rome itself. And that's very important, has enormous implications for Antony and Cleopatra. If you'll turn to page 97, Titinius's reaction to Cassius's death. This is Act 5, Scene 3, so about line 60. But Cassius is no more, O setting sun. There's a prevailing mood of doomsday and setting sun in this play. As in thy red rays thou dost sink tonight, so in his red blood Cassius's day is set, the sun of Rome is set, our day is gone. Now, you can call this funeral rhetoric. You kind of build up the guy when you're speaking at his funeral. And yet, think of the implications of this. There's a sense here that Rome is running out of men. And indeed, it's the same thing that Brutus says, page 98, so Act 5, Scene 3, when he sees Cassius dead, so this is Act 5, Scene 3, about line 98. Are yet two Romans living such as these, the last of all the Romans fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome shall breed thy fellow. By the way, the line 110, we shall try fortune in a second fight. There's a sense here that Republican Rome is Rome, and that the death of the Republic is the death of Rome, and that the empire is a corpse. Now, I'll just offer the suggestion that this seems to be the way Shakespeare feels about things, that he identifies Romanness with the Republic. And very little of Romanness will survive into the empire, as I think you'll see in Antony and Cleopatra. There's a strong sense of desperation here. It surfaced earlier in Cassius's speech when Julius Caesar was dominating Rome, and he said, when has it ever been that we had only one man? Remember, this is a city that prided itself on consuls stacked up end to end in the back room of Rome. You know, we're the city that has 40 leaders. We don't have to depend upon one man. And the fear Cassius initially expresses, man, we now are completely dependent on this one man, Julius Caesar. What happens to him? And indeed, Antony says over Julius Caesar's corpse, the ruins of the noblest man that ever strode in the tide of times. And now, look at page 104. Antony says of Brutus, this is Act 5, Scene 5, line 68, this was the noblest Roman of them all. That's pretty bad for Rome then, because the noblest Roman of them all is dead. By the way, notice Caesar was the noblest man. In a way, a much bigger term than the noblest Roman. But we've lost the noblest man. We've lost the noblest Roman. We lost a lot here. This is a Pyrrhic victory, as we'd say here in Rome. There's a strong sense that the race of Romans is running out, because that means the race of Republican Romans. And that's going to prove very problematic in Antony and Cleopatra. Now, let me look at one last speech here that will set the tone for our discussion of Antony and Cleopatra. It's on page 102. Brutus, so it's Act 5, Scene 5, about line 35. Brutus's almost dying words here. Countrymen, my heart doth joy that yet in all my life I've found no man, but he was true to me. I shall have more glory by this losing day, more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest. This is a profound change in a Republican Roman here. My heart doth joy that yet in all my life I found no man, but he was true to me. Brutus here is placing all his emphasis on the personal here. The thing that he can feel proud of at this last moment is that everybody was always loyal to him. Now, if you'll turn to page 141, if you've got the signet, the bottom of 141, you'll see what the speech was in Plutarch. Again, it's so wonderful in these plays that we have Shakespeare's source and can see what he's doing. This is the exact same moment, and you'll hear again how Shakespeare's following Plutarch. Bottom of 141, it rejoices my heart that not one of my friends hath failed me at my need. There it is. It joyeth my heart that not one of my friends hath failed me. And I do not complain of my fortune, but only for my country's sake. And that Shakespeare drops. As you might have expected, to the end, Brutus was a patriot in Plutarch. That what upset him is I blew it. I didn't save Rome. But Shakespeare omits that. And now the formula is not that my soldiers loved Rome less, but they loved me more. The good of Rome has dropped out in Brutus's speech here. The focus of his funeral oration in Act 3 was on the good of Rome, on patriotism. And now in his dying moment, well, it's pretty tough for him to refer to patriotism here because he has failed to save the Republic. And so he turns inward here. And my heart the joy that yet in all my life have found no man, but it is true to me. I shall have glory in this losing day more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest. And the juxtaposition of losing day and vile conquest there is incredibly important because it's a fundamental transformation in Roman ethic here. Can you imagine Coriolanus saying, I will have glory in this losing day? The Republican ethic is an ethic of winners, for good or ill, but that's what it is. You can retreat tactically to live and fight another day, things like that. But basically the goal of a Roman warrior is to win a battle. And that's how you get glory. But now the idea is that conquest is vile. That the loser will have more glory than the winner today. Sour grapes. Anybody hear sour grapes here? But it's a very interesting moment here, in a way prefigured when Antony said over Caesar's body, is this that's all left of your conquests? This butchered piece of earth? What I'm saying is, in the course of this play, the notion of vile conquest emerges. And that's a fundamental overturning of Roman Republican ethics. Remember, it is held that valor is the chiefest virtue. Conquest is noble for Romans. Losing, not so good. Losing is vile for a Republican Roman, and conquering is good. But it's very under these tremendous pressures. They are the pressures of failure, of seeing Brutus's great dream go up in smoke of restoring the Republic. He now says glory is to be found in a losing day, and conquest is merely vile. Now, as you read Antony and Cleopatra, keep that in mind, because that changed the idea that losing is winning, that defeat is victory, that vileness is nobility. You're going to see that all throughout Antony and Cleopatra, and why this imperial regime is more than just a change in politics, but is a fundamental change in the way things do in the world. And again, this play was written possibly 10 years before Antony and Cleopatra, but I find it astounding that Shakespeare had set up this idea right now in Brutus that comes to dominate the world of Antony and Cleopatra. So we will start on Antony and Cleopatra next time, and we will start to explore how an empire differs politically from a republic, but in more general terms, how it seems even to remake human nature.